Yo, what's good? I know I'm here a little bit early. I'm here a little bit early, man. I'm just kicking it for a few seconds, man. At 11, I'm gonna kick the intro and we'll get this thing started. But got to the desk a little bit early, working on some things for Knicks freestyle and some other stuff. Right? I'm gonna try to do a joint tomorrow, y'all. While the pod couple is in hiatus because G-Man is out saving the world. So I might do a little something in that spot. Let me see. Create. I'm just gonna put a placeholder there. Freezy's Playground. Answering Knicks questions. I'm gonna do it for Thursday. Oh, tomorrow's my. Yeah. Let me do it. I don't know if I want to do it for. I'll do it at 6:30. I'll do it at 6:30 so that way I can do it and jump off. Tomorrow's a big day for the family, so I'm just gonna do it and then jump off. So how much? So is it 12? I mean, is it 11? Yeah. Let me start the show. I'm gonna start the show, y'all. I'm gonna start the joint.
I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken languages, spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make a bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? Welcome to the Knicks Morning Drive. I'm your man's Uncle Freezy, the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe. What's good, party people? Good to be with y'all. Let's start this thing off right. Let's start this thing off right. Blue tears, orange tears, Blorange tears. Bim, bim, bim. Let's go. All right. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a sickle juicy fruit, somebody say, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Scream. Let's go. So I want to start off the joint with a quote from the great American poet, CeeLo. CeeLo says, "It's such a blessing when my eyes get to see the sunrise, to get further away from where I've been, but I'll never forget everything I've been through. I appreciate because if I had went and took the easy way, I wouldn't be the strong brother that I am today. Everything that I did, different things I was told, just ended up being food for my soul. Bam! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. That's a gem from CeeLo Green. I'm going to say it real quick. I'm going to try to say it the way he said it. It's such a blessing when my eyes get to see the sun rise. I'm ready to begin to get further away from where I've been, but I'll never forget everything I went through. I appreciate the ish, because if I had went and took the easy way, I wouldn't be the strong brother that I am today. Everything that I did, different things I was told, just ended up being food for my soul. Bim! Bim! Let's go. Let's go. Right? Let's go. Let me hit this tip off real quick. Tip off starts with a T. Is that T capitalized? Yo, the lottery, the NBA lottery is legit less than 2 weeks away. Are you not excited? Mr. Vince, are you not excited? Are you not excited? The NBA lottery is less than 2 weeks away. We get to see where our destiny begins. Or if it's all around the world, same song. Is it destiny? Is destiny in our favor? Kareem Britton's in the building. JJ, what's good? J Boogie, what's good? What's good? The NBA draft lottery is less than 2 weeks away. 2 weeks from yesterday. May 17th. What? Come on. Come on. May 17th is a big day for us as Knicks fans. May 17th is a big day for Knicks fans, y'all. A huge day. Right? It'll give us a bunch of stuff to talk about. Jeremy Maynard, what's good? Rayology is in the building. What's good? Right? Now, I'm not going to sell y'all no pipe dream. I'm not about to sell a pipe dream, right? But what yo, Subliminal 209 is in the building. Celebrity status. Y'all see that blue shirt over my shoulder? That's Subliminal 209 swag right there. Kendall Rivera's in the building. What's good? What's good? What's good, everybody in the chat? Everybody in the chat. What's good? What's good? May 17th. May 17th is that day where we find out if destiny is in our favor or if it's same old Knicks. Is it same old Knicks? Is it destiny? Is destiny on the horizon? Is destiny on the horizon? Jay Giant is in the building. What's good? Giants coming off of an excellent draft. You know what I'm saying? So here's the thing that I wanted to kind of talk to y'all about some. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. Because it's a long off season, right? So I don't have to just I don't have to just say what it is that I want to do. I can open up the chat and we can just go in them places. All future media's in the building. JJ says, yo, pathetic thing is people going to laugh when we get the 11th pick like that wasn't where we supposed to pick anyway. Shaking my head. All future media. Knicks never get lucky in the lottery draft. Yeah, I know. But what if? I feel you. Right? Hey, y'all, listen. My dog Gaston has had gas all morning, and he'll sneak up on me and rip one, and then look at me like, I don't know what's going on, boss. All right, okay. Sub shouting out Ray in the chat. Good job. Morocco Joe in the building. Hey, Morocco Joe, I saw your comment, bro. I replied to you. Mr. Vince says, nah, we drafted Porzingis, Barrett, so who knows? Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey, but Jay Giant, listen, man. You can't, you can't be crop dusting people, bro. You know what I'm saying? You can't just be crop dusting people, man. I'm giving him treats. How you gonna crop dust a dude that giving you treats? Don P is in the building. Don P says the iron is hot. There's a lot of rumors of Wolves and D-Lo suffered in the playoffs. I don't see us giving too much to get them. How young is D-Lo? D-Lo is what? D-Lo is young. Morocco Joe was in the building. What's good?
Good morning, folks. How y'all doing?
Good, man. We good, man. We good, man. How you doing?
I'm at work right now. Normally I would put the video on, but can't really do that right now.
Yeah, no, I feel you, bro. I feel you. Man, my dog been crop dusting me all morning, man. It ain't yo. You ever want to punch a dog in his ribs? Like legit to forget that he ain't human? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. But their nose works better than ours, man. I'm sure he knows.
yeah, man. And yo, you don't even know until you smell it. You're like, yo, what the Yeah, man. Yeah, he got my wife a couple of times too. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, Mr. Griffin, don't do that. AG, come on, bro. I didn't. So for one, I found him. That was his name, right? I picked him up as a stray. His owner was abusing him and left him out in the field to die. Like he got attacked by some owls. Like how you let your dog get attacked by an owl, bro?
Owls attack dogs? I didn't even know that happened.
Yes. He got attacked by dogs, right? Because what happened was he got attacked by coyotes, right? He got attacked by coyotes.
Oh.
He was healing up, and he was limping, and so the owls, thinking he half dead, was trying to scoop him up and take him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my goodness. Where do you live at, man?
Not where I live. No, I got where this happened is like 2 hours away from where I live at. But
okay.
I used to work there. I used to work in that area, and so what happened is yeah, man, it's crazy. It's a long story, but basically I brought him home. We nursed him back to health, and now he's farting. It's silent killers. 6 years later, he hit us with silent killers. I appreciate y'all saving my life. So the gift I'm going to give you is silent but deadlies. Yeah, man.
Man, we had a good conversation. What day was that? Was that Sunday? We were talking about the draft, and we were talking about
yeah.
It was me, you, Soulfinger, and CWC and Andy.
Yeah.
CWC came in and started being a little aggressive.
Yeah, being himself. Being himself. We're talking about he Nostradamus. I know CWC listening because he listens every day. right? Yes, he listens every day. So, but yeah, he come and talk about he Nostradamus. I knew we wasn't going. You didn't know that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah.
No, it was a good conversation. I say like coming to the draft, man. I think we may not get a player out of the draft, but I think we have a lot of assets, man. We might be able to make some moves. Even if we get we get 11th or 12th pick, maybe we could parlay that into something else. I don't know if it's going to be a player or if it's going to be just a move we make. And I'm hearing some rumblings, man. Donovan Mitchell might be a real thing, man. He might really be on the move.
Yeah, he may be. But what do you have to offer?
Well, I think they're gonna have to blow up in Utah. I really do. I think they're gonna have to blow the whole situation up because I don't know if they're gonna keep Mitchell or Gobert. I think Gobert's contract is probably more difficult to find somebody for. So they're gonna have to keep probably Gobert. But I do think they're gonna blow it up. I don't think it's gonna be the same roster composition next year. So we have a chance at them. But so do other teams. So I'm not saying the Knicks are gonna get him, but I do think Mitchell will be on the move. Who knows where he's gonna end up?
Right.
Or maybe Gobert is on the move. I think it would be strange if they traded Gobert because you got to find somebody to take that contract. That's a heavy contract. His contract is outrageous.
Yeah, it is. It is something. I'm searching for it right now.
It's something crazy like 40 million or 35 million. So it's a super high number for it.
For next season. For next season, it's $38,172,414,000.
For Rudy Gobert, I'm glad we're not in a position like that as the New York Knicks. At least we're not in that position.
It's the first year of that deal.
That's outrageous.
Yeah, man, it's the first year of that deal.
Imagine if we were in a situation like that and we were paying somebody $38 million and getting boosted in the first round or booted in the first round. Yeah. Oh my God. Thank God we're not in that spot, man. All praises.
Yeah. Oof. I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought when I first heard about the contract, I thought it was more expensive than that. I thought it was like 47. I thought it was like John Wall contract. But no.
Well, but what I'll say is, at least with John Wall contract is different because John Wall hasn't played in so long, man. It's interesting what's happening with his career. I don't know what's going to happen. But with Rudy Gobert, he's just not even worth half that.
Right.
A good John Wall, he's a point guard, he can control the game, but that's a good John Wall. I don't know if you're ever going to see that again. But Rudy Gobert is not worth even close to $38 million a year. It's not even in the same. He's not even in the same conversation as $38 million a year. What he does to the game is not worth $38 million. It's just not.
Yeah.
So that's why I think they're gonna have to keep him because I don't know who's taking that. You can't convince nobody to take that.
I'll tell you what, because I understand what you're saying. But Rudy Gobert is still a relatively young player, right? He's not an old fogey, right?
That's true.
Right. I tell you what, if somebody told me, hey man, I'll give you Tim Hardaway Jr. and Spencer Dinwiddie for Rudy Gobert, would you do it?
So I will say with the roster composition on the Mavs, yeah. If I was the Mavericks, yeah, because they don't have any rim protection at all.
Right.
They really, Dwight Powell's not the answer. And I think that they're uniquely positioned to, really progress further in the playoffs because they got a young Luka. You know what I'm saying? If they keep Jalen Brunson, they have a pretty good, they have a pretty good roster around it. So, yeah, that's a little bit different. But you got to also look, that contract is so big, it hamstrings you. And if Rudy Gobert, God forbid, he gets injured, he's not really been injury prone, but God forbid he gets injured, you're it's done. You're done. And that's just one part of it. You also got to look in the West. It's a lot of shooters, man. There's no big men that's dominating the West right now. The big man that's dominating is in the East. The real dominant big man is in the East. It's Joel Embiid. There's really no big men. Am I missing something? Who's in the West that's dominating as a big man? Who do you have to guard against?
I don't. Nobody, man. I would say though. I would say this with that. I would definitely if I'm Dallas, I would definitely consider that move. Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad move, but I don't. The contract is just really out of control, man. I mean, it really.
Yeah, the contract I think is out of control is Davis Bertans.
Yeah, that's another one. My God, 70 million for that? What is he doing?
Yeah. And we forgot about Jokic and DeAndre Ayton. Yeah, so Jokic and DeAndre Ayton are in the West. So,
but I don't think Rudy Gobert can defend Jokic. Right. I don't think he's even. I think he could defend Embiid because Embiid is not as skilled as a passer as Jokic, but like Jokic is a skilled, playmaker. Embiid not so much. He's more of a scorer. He's great. He's a great scorer. I'm not trying to take nothing away from him.
Karl-Anthony Towns is in the West also.
Yeah, but Karl-Anthony Towns is a stretch. Like Gobert's not defending the stretch. Like it's almost counterproductive. The good big men in the West seem to be way, way better than Rudy Gobert, and they're not getting paid $38 million a year.
Yeah,
I do think the Jazz are going to have to blow up, and it gives us an opportunity to get Donovan Mitchell though, because I just don't know if Rudy Gobert is going to be a tradable asset. I just don't know who would want him.
Yeah,
you make a good point with the Mavs. I do see the Mavs as one potential suitor, but what can they offer? Can they offer? I mean, just Spencer Dinwiddie? Just
nah. They would in a case with Utah. You know what I'm saying? They would be looking to offer big short-term contracts to give Utah free agent flexibility so that they can start the rebuild plus draft picks. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't. Of course, Dallas wouldn't be trading away players of valuable players. They wouldn't be trading away valuable players because Dallas is trying to go on a playoff run. You know what I'm saying? Dallas don't want to rebuild. But if you couple Rudy Gobert with a point guard that can get him the ball like Luka, I think you see his value increase. Right? And so I would also say that Dallas won't have to have attractive picks to offer because they owe a first round pick right now to the Knicks.
That's right.
So whatever they offer has to be down the road. But in order to come off of Gobert's contract, I could see Dallas and Utah working out a deal. Right?
Yeah, I could. I mean, that's really one of the few places I could see a fit. I just don't like. I mean, this is not the blue and white tier, so I don't know what the Mavs cap situation really looks like. You know what I'm saying? But from what I would say is, they just moved on from Kristaps, right?
Yeah. They
gave him a huge bag of money, and it seems like Luka needs space to operate. I think that they would like a shooter at the 5, I would think. But I mean, that's what everybody wants these days. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I just don't know if they want Gobert,
Right.
Especially at that price tag. I just don't see the value that Gobert brings with that price tag. It's such a high price tag. I mean, obviously, if it's a good deal, if you don't have to give up too much to get him, and he's still a talented player. I'm not saying he's not a talented player. He can do a lot, but I feel like Utah is going to hit the reset button for real. And I think that gives the Knicks, a unique opportunity because we do have assets for the first time in a while. And maybe it's better for Utah to trade both players if they possibly can. But I do think they want to try to keep one because you got to have some building blocks. So the Gobert thing, if it was me running the Jazz, I would keep Donovan Mitchell, definitely. I think that he's got, premier talent level. He can be the guy on the team, I think. So I would try to keep Mitchell. But if they get a good offer for Mitchell and you're blowing the team up anyway, like if we offer 2 first-round picks and maybe an IQ, I don't want to trade IQ. I love IQ, but I mean, if we offer that 2 first-rounders and an IQ and maybe like a Alec Burks to just make the money work, Alec Burks and Nerlens Noel to make the money work. I mean, maybe that's a thing that Utah takes. They see the value in IQ. They see the value in the 2 picks. They make the move. I mean,
if you're the Lakers, would you do Westbrook for Rudy Gobert?
I don't think that the Jazz would do that. Westbrook really dropped his trade value this year. Like Westbrook
is a what you call it contract, an expiring contract.
That's true.
So
I mean,
so
yeah,
you,
that's a good point. That's a good point. I
yeah,
didn't think about the contract part. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
and he makes more than Gobert. What's up, Ray? So you would as Utah, you take Westbrook for this 1 year because he's an expiring contract, right? And then once the season is over, you have $47 million in cap space, right? And then you drop below the repeater tax threshold, right?
yeah.
So you don't.
But
So
you said this was. I'm sorry. You said this was to the Lakers for Gobert.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think the Lakers want to do that.
Do the Lakers wouldn't want to put Rudy Gobert with LeBron and Anthony Davis?
I think you'd run out of space. There's no space in that situation. I don't think LeBron would like Rudy Gobert. I think if they could get Donovan Mitchell, I think they would do that. But
I think that not only would the Lakers do it, but they would put it in an old school envelope and lick the envelope to do that.
Oh.
To get off Gobert, to get off of Rudy Gobert's $160-something million commitment over the next such and such amount of years for a 1 year, $47 million Westbrook that you could flip at the trading deadline for draft picks, bruh. Hey man.
I think that's a little bit too NBA 2K-ish. I mean, I can see it happen. I could possibly see it happening, but it's hard. That's a hard ask, man. You got to think about it, right? We don't even know who the coach of the Lakers is right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what kind of offense they're gonna be running next year. We know that they're probably they're gonna have to do something to get rid of Westbrook. I don't think that's gonna work there. It's not working.
But the one thing you have to understand is this: LeBron at the 4 doesn't work. Anthony Davis at the 5 doesn't work, right?
LeBron, I think it does work. I think Anthony Davis is not durable.
They lose with those lineups, bro. They lose with those lineups. When the Lakers run different, Taylor Horton Tucker and other guys at the 3, LeBron at the 4, they lose.
They lost a lot this year.
Yeah. Anthony Davis at the 5 gets hurt. Right,
he does. He's got a durability problem. That's
right. Real. So you have to consider not just the names, but the personnel groupings that they run out. Jay Boogie, what's good, bro?
Jay Boogie.
Yo, what up, brothers? How y'all doing, man? Shout out to the whole wave, the whole orange and blue nation everywhere, everybody in the chats, man. Blessings to everybody, man. Hope everybody's feeling healthy and safe. You know what I'm saying? If not, it's okay to go get a checkup. A lot of us get away from going to get checkups and don't know what's happening with us. Go get a checkup. It's okay to see how you're doing, especially when that great man above us unattach our eyelids and give us this beautiful light that we all looking at now, man. What's happening with y'all brothers, man?
Hey, we good, man. I went and got a checkup yesterday. The doctor was like, so I've been vegan for 11 weeks, right?
Right.
So vitals are great. A1C is below 8. It's like 7.3. Blood pressure it was at the time 99/72. You know what I'm saying? So a whole lot of things, vitals and stuff looking great. You know what I'm saying? So my only deal is I got to continue to get these pounds off, bro. I got to get them off. And right now I'm at a plateau. I gotta get them off, man. If I want to be an old man that talk too much, because right now I'm a middle-aged man that talk too much, right? But if I want to be an old man that talk too much, I got to continue to get these pounds off, bro.
Man, well, you're doing a great job of what you're doing, man. And I'm rooting for you. I need you to get some more of those pounds off. Man, matter of fact, shed about another 17 pounds. If you do that, a lot of y'all don't know. I used to be, Freezy's promoter. We going back in that ring. I got some fights I can line up, man. We can go get a check. Yeah, but I need you to let loose another 17 pounds and get you back in that ring, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, don't y'all front on that prize money, bro. You know what I'm saying? that $800 a fight, that $800 a fight, split down the middle. Me, Jay Boogie get half, I get half. He set up the fight, do all the training and promotion, and I get in there and point people up, bro. AJ Boogie and now in my area, they got a senior league, 50-year-olds and up. Like it's 50 to 57 and 58 to 65.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. What's even great about the 50-year-old senior league that you're talking about, it's blissful and beautiful to see people making it to that point and beyond.
Yep.
What's going on with the world today? Young ones is not, making it to be past their teenage years and stuff. So when you start talking about leagues 50 and up and all that right there, then that's beautiful. Because I'll be like, yo, them brothers right there, they don't made it and been through something, and they still going, man.
Still going, bro.
Still going. What's up, Ray? What's up, M?
What's good?
What up, Jay Boogie? How you doing? How's everybody doing today?
Man, I'm great, man. I'm great.
Good.
Y'all ain't gonna hold you. Yeah. Jay Boogie a low key star, bro. I be hearing you on Knicks Fan TV. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I be hearing.
Yeah, man.
I strive to do what we got going. I got a quick question for you, Freezy. What you got lined up for this weekend?
It's my anniversary weekend.
Okay.
Congratulations.
There we go.
So what are you doing?
I'm gonna try to hold hands. Yeah. I'm trying to hold hands and play that Tony.
Let's go.
And girl, I can't wait. It's our anniversary. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Reason why I ask is are you going on? Are you coming on anytime this weekend or anything?
Probably.
Okay, well, get with me and let me know when you're gonna go on. I just wrapped up a very special song for all the mothers it is in the world. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna dedicate that song to anybody that ever lost a mother and anybody who's not giving their mothers now enough homage as they should be. So this right here is gonna represent. This song is gonna represent all the mothers. I just wrapped that up and just waiting for it to come back from my man Melly Mel. From the big house and being radio mix. So that's sometime this week. This week is out. You're gonna have that.
So and we gonna play that thing to death.
It's gonna be official record upon my album. You know what I'm saying? Coming out later on in the year. So I needed to get that one out the way though.
For sure. Yeah.
But I hear y'all talking about the draft. You're talking about Rudy and all that, man. Listen, Donovan, stop playing with me. Need you to get like James Harden. Tell them people, I want them out of here. Yeah, I know Ray brought up some information saying you said you want to stay there. Stop playing, Donovan. You don't want to stay there. Ain't nobody coming to sign and play with you there. Right. And nobody wants Rudy unless it's the Golden State Warriors. And God forbid if they get that big man, you can forget about it for 4 straight years.
Yeah, you can forget about it for.
Rudy has suitors. Listen. Early in the year, I know I was very adamant about how his contract is. We all know it's god awful. This man is going to make $40+ million after next season, and he signed all the way till like 2026. So I know earlier I was on the bandwagon or train of saying Rudy Gobert is. He's not going to get traded, but he's going to have some shooters. That's the beautiful thing about the playoffs, right? Like the playoffs are exposing all of these roster holes, all of these deficiencies that these teams had. And don't expect that any one of these playoff teams will go into this next off season looking to rebuild. They will retool. I see Brooklyn being able to make a deal for Rudy Gobert. They need defense in the worst way. I see Charlotte trying to package something to get a Rudy Gobert. I see, even Golden State, even though they don't really run that kind of offense, that's not what they really do. But I think Rudy Gobert is going to have some shooters. Now, Donovan Mitchell in a wing guard league, I don't know if he's going to I don't know what it's going to be in order to get him because it's Danny Ainge. Like, he's going to want a king's ransom. He wants your heart, your lungs, your kidney. Like, he wants it all. He's going to take everything from you. And I don't know. I mean, as Jay Boogie said, I think people who want Donovan Mitchell, which is going to signal a win now sort of, we're going to make a run. I think people like Jay Boogie, I think it's a matter of perspective based on how old you are, right? Like you, Uncle Freezy, and you, Jay Boogie, you guys have been Knicks fans forever, longer than me. I have sort of the patience in my world to wait a couple more years. I don't expect Jay Boogie or my father or my pops or Uncle Freezy or others who are older to sit back and.
For the record, I'm not Ray Allergy's pops.
No.
Shout out to Ray Allergy's pops, man. Shout out to Mr. Uncle Ray Allergy.
I love my pops, man. No, but we had a conversation just the other day, and he's a Knicks fan too. And he said to me, "We need to go out and get Donovan Mitchell, and we need to go out and get this free agent. Like, we need to win now." And I had to look at my pop, and I was just kind of like, "Yo, slow your roll. It's okay. Like, we got too many questions." And I talk about it all the time because that's our reality. We have questions about the roster. We have questions about the coaching. You're going to bring in a guy into that mess? Like, I thought we trying to cook this thing right. I thought we trying to make things marinate. Isn't it the best meals? Or are we trying to do this microwave, bring in somebody into the chaos, and we haven't figured things out, but we got to start? Like, I'm not with that. I've seen that too many times, and I'm not with it. For me personally.
Yeah. So Ray, I got to break the news to you, bro. Knicks fans only front like we want to be patient, but in reality, it's hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. That's the Knicks, right? And so, no disrespect to the young Knicks fans, all the old ones, for that matter. The thing is, yo, I remember the Knicks saying, "Yo, we need to, rebuild this thing. We need to start all over." After we traded Clyde and when Earl Pearl got old, we were like, "Yeah, we need to rebuild this thing. We need to build slow." And you know what the first thing they did? They went out and signed Marvin the Eraser Webster. Sure. And I know a lot of y'all don't even know who Marvin Webster is, but we had Bob McAdoo, right? We had Bob McAdoo leading the league in scoring, right, replacing Willis Reed in the pivot, right? Traded him for nothing. Just imagine having Karl Anthony Towns, right? And then trading Karl Anthony Towns for oh God. Trading for
Nerlens Noel.
Yeah, and Spencer Dinwiddie. Right? And then signing Marvin Webster, the human eraser, and then drafting Bill Cartwright, right? So then you have Bill Cartwright, Michael Ray Richardson, and some dude named Mike Woodson, right? Back to back. Like, yeah, we were doing youth movement and sign free agents at the same time. And bro, it never works, bro. New York Knicks fans don't have the patience. Even the people that say let's be patient are like, yo, we need to get lucky in the draft. Like they tip their hand that they're not patient either. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I got a question. Do you guys think of Donovan Mitchell, like if he's available and it's like a not too expensive and it's like actually a good deal, do you guys think that's being impatient? Like if we kick the tires and they're willing to move off him for a first round pick or 2 first round picks, like one this year and maybe like 1 3 years from now or 4 years from now, and like a player like IQ, is that not a good trade? Player like IQ and maybe Alec Burks, is that not a good trade?
You talking about robbing the Jazz for Donovan Mitchell? Yeah, that's a good trade.
Yeah, hopefully robbing the Jazz for Donovan Mitchell. That's what I'm saying. Hopefully.
yeah, that's a great trade because you robbing another franchise of a great player.
Right.
Of course, it's
what do you think it would cost? What do you guys think it would cost? I know you said your heart and your lungs because it's Danny Ainge,
but Rocco Joe, it's like that would be the Dr. J trade. Do you know what the New Jersey Nets got for Dr. J? Do you remember? Anybody ever told you the stuff that you got?
No, I'm 33. That's a little bit outside my time. 33. That's a little bit outside my time.
I'm 34. I'm right with him.
Yeah, facts. I'm 32. I don't know about that. Please enlighten me.
Man, what are y'all doing on the screen today?
I got the young boys out today.
It's a takeover.
We still 20 years. I'm 20 years in. I'm 20 years in though. I've been watching since I was 11. So
Same here, man. I've been a Knicks fan since I was born, man. But I don't remember Dr. J. That's before my time. You know what I'm saying?
But the point I'm making is, the point I'm making though is you don't know what New Jersey got in exchange from Philly for Dr. J. And that trade that Morocco Joe said, if we do that, that's another Dr. J stick up.
Okay, I get your analogy now. You're saying nobody remembers what they gave up. They just remember that Dr. J went to the Nets, right? That's what you're saying?
That's all you remember is Dr.J got traded to Philly.
I got you.
That's all you remember.
I guess my point is y'all saying we got to be patient and stuff like that. And I prescribe that logic too. I think that we should be patient and try to develop some of these younger players. But we also got to look at the opportunities that's out there. Like we have draft picks for the first time in a while. I'm okay with just drafting, if we have to do that. But also we should be looking at, what kind of opportunities are out there. You can't just not look at the opportunity cost of getting a player. Like, I mean, if we can't make it work for like a good deal, then obviously don't make the move. I'm not saying go out here and give the farm up for, Donovan Mitchell. That's not a good idea. We've seen what that looks like before with Carmelo, and then Carmelo came here, was a great player and had no help for so long. Like, we gave up all the help he would have had. Like, it was terrible to do that to Melo.
Would you be interested in this? What if the Knicks trade for Donovan Mitchell and then you hear rumblings about them trying to sign Zach LaVine? Would you scrap your rebuild then?
For
one
Donovan
of the problems,
Mitchell and Zach?
Yeah.
Would you scrap the rebuild?
One of the problems with that, though, is not enough ball to go around. Like, they both are ball dominant players. Like, I don't know if that's a good combination to put Zach LaVine in the same backcourt as Donovan Mitchell.
I'm not doing LaVine with that situation, because now LaVine is the second option in Chicago. He don't pass that up, which is okay because he's a killer took it. So with him coming here and be the second option to Donovan, I would just prefer to keep RJ, because if you're dealing with LaVine, RJ is going to have to go away from here somewhere if that's what's happening. You're not going to be able to keep RJ and you got LaVine after Donovan. You're not. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'd rather just keep RJ as a second player to Donovan. But I would like to stay to the course, continue on trying to build, lift, elevate, develop, and all that. You know what I'm saying? Reason why I say that, don't go banging on doors. Don't go in thirst mode looking for, or trying to get certain players, because now you're in position for them to fleece us, tear our whole heads off, tear our mouths.
You have a great point there.
You know what I'm saying? Because we're thirsty. But if you be patient and maybe somebody get like James Harden, I have to always continue on throwing James Harden, because he went in their office and said, yo, I'm not coming here. I'm not coming to practice. I'm gonna be caused problems. I don't want to be here. Get me up out of here. I want to go here. He didn't do it not once. He did it twice. You know what I'm saying? So if Donovan can go do that and then we get the phone calls, now we at a listening situation, because Donovan wants to leave and come here versus us banging on their door and saying, yo, what do you want for Donovan? What do I want? Man, I want 5 first-round draft picks and I want 3 of your young ones on the bench, but we in thirst mode. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference if we just wait and let them come and continue on building, and then, if they don't come, we still develop it. If they do come, then we can answer. But man,
that's always good to negotiate from a position of strength instead of a position of weakness.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right. And I mean, I think we're in I'll be honest with you guys. This is gonna sound crazy, but I think we're in a better position than the Brooklyn Nets right now. The Brooklyn Nets got bounced in the first round. They got turmoil all over. They got great players, but
oh yeah, and they don't have no draft picks. They don't got no money.
So let me ask y'all this: what do they have?
They got great, Kevin Durant. I mean, let's not be.
They got names. They got Kyrie, KD, Ben Simmons, and we still haven't seen what those three could do together.
Bro,
so
if we the second highest payroll in the entire league, and they don't have the ability to make any moves, they just don't, because they mortgaged everything to win right now. And when you don't win right now, you've got, it's kind of like Utah. You've got no flexibility, nothing to improve the roster. I'm intrigued to see what Brooklyn does, because it's like you got no pieces. You got nothing you can do.
Go back to New
They
Jersey.
have no flexibility.
Get out of that arena. Go back to New Jersey.
Yeah. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. If the Knicks had Brooklyn's situation, we would be talking championship right now, in my opinion. If we had Kevin Durant, right, and if we had Kyrie Irving, if we had a point guard for the first time since Clyde, if we had a all-world wing defender like Ben Simmons, if we had a stone cold killer like Kevin Durant, I think the conversation would be different. And I'm not trying to just say this just to be different, but what I'm saying is sometimes to be the boss, you got to pay the cost, bro.
Facts.
And Brooklyn was like, yo, you know what we're gonna do? Let me say welcome to Don P. Don P, what's good? How you doing?
Yo, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, I see a lot of conversations involving, well, not just in this podcast, but a lot involving Colin Sexton, Jalen Brunson, who else? Spider, Donovan Mitchell, and I'm seeing that the correlation is this: a lot of Knicks fans, they want these undersized players whose specialty is scoring.
Right.
And my thing is, don't we already have Emmanuel Quickly, who's cheap?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like what are we doing? Don't we need like a traditional point guard? Not even a traditional, somebody who can facilitate. That's my thing. I need a point guard who can facilitate. I don't need another 6'2", 6'3" guard who specializes in scoring. Like,
right.
What's the point of that?
Yo, so let me do this real quick before you get in your bag. Welcome to the video chat. We've been seeing you. We see you popping up for a while, man, and appreciate you joining us. You know what I'm saying? This is your first time on with us, right? This ain't like a. Yeah, man. Yeah,
my bad. Yo, shout out to the panel over there, man. I just wanted to get that piece off.
Yeah.
Welcome, bro.
Yeah, man. So I understand your point. Let me just say this real quick, and I get out of the way. So shout out to Steph who's in the chat. Shout out Queen Steph. The thing about the guards that you mentioned, the 6'3" scorers, I think you can get that out of any draft, in any era USA. A 6'2", 6'3", 4 certified bucket getter. I think you can find those. I think those are a dime a dozen. Right? They just are. There was like 4 or 5 of them came out of last year's draft. Right? But to your point though, how about this? How about you just elaborate on what you were saying?
Yeah, you mentioned Ben Simmons. His heart, I question that. But I would like to have somebody more of a bigger size orchestrating the offense, or who's used to facilitating more so than just scoring. I mean, we got plenty of scorers, and we got RJ Barrett, you know what I mean, who does his thing when it comes to slashing. We got Obi Toppin, who does his thing when it comes to rim running and slashing towards the rim. We got plenty of guys who's open and ready to score. We just don't have facilitators, and that's been our biggest problem, for the past decade. That's been our problem for the past decade. So I think a lot of us is just looking for like another dog. You know what I mean? And that's cool. We got a dog, that's fine. But if we got a dog on our team who's a 6'2" guard, then how's everybody else gonna get their shots off?
Right.
In an efficient manner.
Well, if I could chime in here, like I'm not saying that Donovan Mitchell is like the answer to our problems. I guess my take is I think we have a lot of draft picks. We have assets for the first time in a while. And it looks like the Utah Jazz is going to blow up. So, I mean, I would try to be opportunistic and at least kind of see, what they got. What would it take to get them? And I mean, maybe it's just an exploratory conversation. Maybe it's not worth it and we just walk away from it, obviously. But I'm just hoping that we at least take a look at it, see what they would need to get Donovan Mitchell out of Utah and into New York. And like Jay Boogie said, with if Donovan Mitchell was to be disgruntled, that would help a lot. Maybe it wouldn't cost that much. And if for a good deal, if we could steal Donovan Mitchell, we should definitely be having that conversation. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I would say. I'm not trying to. I don't think Donovan Mitchell going to solve all the problems we have on the roster. Obviously not. I mean, we definitely got some holes. But the take about Brooklyn too, I'm not saying that Brooklyn's talent is not as good as ours. I'm saying that the position that they put themselves in is dangerous long term. Like long term, I'm talking 10 years from now, when these players are really done, they're going to have a bad team for a very long time because they mortgage their entire future to win a championship. And if they don't win a championship in the next 3 years, then they're not going to win one for 30.
Nah, I get both sides about Donovan Mitchell, though. I definitely get the side of about the 6'2" guard being just a scorer. But one of our problems is in the fourth quarter, we didn't have a bucket getter.
Right.
And we that was one of the problems. And that's very important. You know, we got 5 minutes and we down 7. And everybody seems like only on the Knicks, we down 7 with 5 minutes to go. Everybody misses everything. I only see it on the Knicks. Like we always missing every single shot when it matters. And then I also get the side, how does everybody get shots? And you don't want to mortgage your future to get them. So DJ Boogie is right. If he want to say, let me get out of here, try to fleece him. If not, I mean, no. You ain't got to give up nothing. But they have to do their job and call. They got to do their job and make that phone call. They have to. They got to get information because if not, then how would you know? If your name not in the hat, how would you know? That's what I would do.
You know, every one of these teams right now in the playoffs has somebody on their roster that game can elevate to a whole nother degree of basketball. That's why I always say when it comes to that Spalding, it's 3 forms. It's a ball player, it's a basketball player, a baller, and a killer. Like, for instance, I just use a little small terminology. You look at Jaylen Brown going from where he was at in game 1 to where he was at last night. You know what I'm saying? That's what we don't have. Somebody that can elevate that game to another level. You know what I'm saying? And like in the mind frame, you know, not so much as ball sticking as with Melo, but somebody that can elevate their game to a whole nother level and carry the team with them. Whereas it can, you know, lead to us getting a bucket. You know what I'm saying? It can lead to us making a big play, you know what I'm saying, on any side of the gym floor, you know what I'm saying? We just need that type caliber player, you know what I'm saying, that be on this roster. And I think that's what we need to really be focusing on and looking for, you know what I'm saying? If he can score, then that's cool. But be able to do something else when you can't score, you know what I'm saying? Those are the great ones, you know what I'm saying, that allow their games to go ahead and do multiple things when their bread and butter is not working for them, you know what I'm saying? So some of these guys that we got now, they're cool, but you know what I'm saying, I know me being honest with myself, they're not ready to elevate their game to another level, you know what I'm saying, like what's happening in these playoff games. You're seeing some real good playoff basketball going on, you know what I'm saying? You look at how what's his name? Ja Morant. You know what I'm saying? Look what he's doing, you know what I'm saying? And he's handling the smoke. You know what I'm saying? He said they want the smoke and they out there playing their song, you know what I'm saying? Whoop that. He elevated his game last night on some clear out, get out my way. I don't care in front of me. That's what you want, you know what I'm saying? Somebody that can just carry you home, man. We need that person so bad within the Knicks organization, man. Then God, we need to find that person, man, that can come here and do that for us, man. Right. Prayers.
Yes, and to that, I would say too, like we need that person so badly, but we still can't rule out the fact that we don't know if we actually have it within Cam or RJ, because maybe RJ come back with that bag, like, all right, now it's my team. Now, I'm sorry, Randle, I gave you 2 years, I concede 3 years, and I conceded to you. But now it's my time. Move out the way. I don't care what you're talking about.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts talk. Danny Landis. Where did he go?
Is in the building.
The plane, boss. The plane.
Danny, what's good, man?
I think he's frozen.
Oh Danny froze.
Okay. It's just like that.
I think Cam Reddish, we really haven't seen what he got, but we've seen what he did in the playoffs at one point. If my memory serves me right, I thought he was one of the ones who torched us when he was on the Hawks. So That's the thing. Like, I think Cam Reddish he could be that guy that y'all talking about if given the opportunity.
But see, everything that everybody is mentioning, these are the questions that I'm talking about. You got so many unanswered questions that we over here trying to skip steps in order to bring in somebody into just what would be chaos. Like, you have nothing answered. You don't know if IQ is the guy at point guard. You don't even know if Tom Thibodeau and his coaching style will hold up, this next season. We all think he should be gone. I would like to see this man gone. I'd like to see him, put him on a B41 limited or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Get this man out of town. But either way, I'm just saying we don't have it all together just yet. So why are we pressing so hard to bring in this guy? Now, I understand entertaining the conversation, but let it just be a conversation because you need to figure out this foundation first. That's my thing.
Well, let me ask you this question real quick.
Sure.
All right, if we don't have it together, if you was in position, what would be the first thing you would do to get it together? Since you say we don't have it together.
Yeah, I probably would. I mean, not that they're going to do it or whatnot, but I'm looking at the coach and I'm looking at the system that he employs and how my players are. Because if I'm a front office, you just made my job 10 times harder. Like, I could have figured out what IQ is so I can go into the off season, but you didn't play. Either which way, I'm stopping at Tom Thibodeau and I'm looking at Tibbs like, hey, yo, this is what we're doing. This is non-negotiable. I will give you full autonomy of the roster and all that stuff that you want or whatnot. But listen, when I speak up and say play IQ, that's what needs to be happening. Or when I say play OB, that's what needs to happen. What I would do, personally, I'm going into the draft and I'm drafting a guy like Dyson Daniels because, I just want to build out this foundation. We're not ready for the playoffs, and so when the 10, 12 teams better than us in our loaded conference, I'm just trying to establish a foundational core first. Is it RJ? Is it Cam? Is it Obi? Is it Grimes? Is it I need to figure that out first. Then I'm looking at the landscape of the league, and I'm waiting on Donovan Mitchell to go, I want out of Utah. After that, if he says that, then yeah, sure, I'll throw him a couple picks. Otherwise, I'll see you in free agency come 2026. For other guys, just like Zion, you want to come here so bad, I'll see you in restricted free agency. Whoever other star, I'll see you at that time, but I got to figure out home base.
Zion said he wanted to come. I thought Zion said, yo, if I see that piece of paper with that 180, I'm signing it.
Yeah. No, but he's not going to get the max. I'm simply saying that guys who want to, all this because we're angling for disgruntled stars. If Zion wants to be in New York that bad, then I'll see you in free agency. I'll see you in restricted free agency. But I'm not giving up assets to bring you in when I don't even know what the condition of your health is. I don't know your motor. I just don't know. We all thought that Ben Simmons getting traded out of Philadelphia would have answered all the questions towards him playing. But when you come to find out, this man has more problems than Jay-Z. He's got problems.
Like,
go ahead.
But for me,
I'm just saying that we got problems. We need to establish and figure things out one step at a time. This jumping out the window to go and get people to bring them into the gun. We'll bring Donovan. You know what will happen? We'll bring Donovan Mitchell in here, and we'll be a playing team at best. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna boo his ass. I'm just saying. Why? Because somebody's got to take the fall for how we perform.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Saying, we're not ready.
You know what? You know what's one of the Knicks' biggest problems, and it's outside of the obvious blowing leads and doing all that, the extra stuff that Randle and stuff. Nobody on our team know they role. Like when we watch the games, like nobody knows their role. So coming into next season, I would like to see who's doing what. That be established in the off season from training camp. This is Fournier. I need you the shooter. I want you running off screens, whatever you want. You're the shooter. This is what we do you for. Whoever's the point guard, whatever situation with the point guard happens, and then we get to RJ and Randle. Who, is it 1A, 1B? Is it just RJ? Is it just Randle? Is RJ going to be the number 2, or is Randle going to be the number 2? But that has to be said from day one, because if you notice that some days it'd be like, oh, RJ, I want to be the number 1 guy, so I'm just going to take all the shots. Then Randle, I'm the number 1 guy. It's like sometimes they fighting over the ball. Like, I need to know roles established from day one. So coming into now, we got the chemistry. So now everybody know what they doing. We ain't gotta have no problems. Ain't no confusion. Nobody on the wrong side of the court.
To know their roles.
Everybody off. It's annoying. That's what I would like to see if we keep the same roster.
We need to put our chemistry first. Like, we need to establish that. This is what I mean when I say we got so many questions. Like, do you see chemistry with this existing roster right now? Why on earth am I going to drag or give up assets for a guy like Donovan Mitchell, or bring in a Jalen Brunson, why am I doing that? Like, you haven't even established roles. So I'm okay just going into the draft, getting a Dyson Daniels or like a Ben Mathurin or whatever, and just moving from there. It's one step at a time.
Yeah, actually, you said a lot there, Ray, and you made some good points. But one thing you said about, I don't know, like 15 or so minutes ago, you said you kind of spoke for the whole panel. You said we all don't like Tibbs, or we all like to get rid of Tibbs, right? So I don't prescribe to that logic. I think that Tom Thibodeau is a good coach. I think, and I get a lot of heat from this from people I know that's Knicks fans. They say all of the mistakes he made over this whole season. But I take a different look at it, man. And me and Freezy was talking about this the other day, and I think I made a couple people understand what I was saying. I think Tom Thibodeau did a really good job of protecting the young players. He didn't let these young players go out here and really get destroyed, because they would have been destroyed. They would have been destroyed by the media. They would have been destroyed by the fans, because we were going to lose this year. I mean, our team composition, at the beginning of the season, we had some hope. But as the season went on, injuries hit. Kemba's not there. The knee is just out of control. It's just not there. He's an old, it just didn't work. So we were gonna lose. If he'd have put IQ in the starting position at point guard, we would be so down on IQ right now, and we would think that IQ is trash right now. Okay. The conversation we would be having right now, if he'd have started IQ instead of Alec Burks for them 60 games, our conversation in this room would be that IQ is trash. We all remember when IQ shot 12% from the three-point line for them 25 or 30 games. Imagine if he was the starting point guard at that time. We would be killing IQ right now. Yeah. But by the way that Tibbs is handling keeping some of these younger players on the bench for extended periods of time and not giving them the keys, I think he is building a foundation. I think it's just taking a lot. It's going to take longer than we think. Like, he is building a foundation, or he's attempting to build a foundation of having players that play the style that he wants, and he can trust them when they're on the court. And that's taking time. Like, that's why you're not seeing Deuce McBride get minutes. That's why you're not seeing IQ get the starting role this year. That's why he's relying heavily on Randle and not putting Obi out there for 25 minutes. I think it's in the effort to protect them from getting destroyed in the media, because if you look at these young players will get killed by the media. Like, they would just be destroyed by the media if he let them play like that. That's my take. I like Tibbs. I'm one of the few Knicks fans that's a Tibbs fan. I'm a Tibbs fan.
Okay.
I'm okay with Tibbs being here if he can evolve. I don't hate Tom Thibodeau. I'm just saying, like, his outdated philosophies don't work in a fluid and evolving NBA. And what you're seeing in the playoffs, I mean, do you really think Tom Thibodeau would have taken Rudy Gobert out the way Quinn Snyder took him out, as a matchup, advantage or whatnot for Dallas and how they were performing? I just don't see the level of adjusting that Tom Thibodeau is capable of, because he's never demonstrated it. It's just he believes what he believes, and he's gonna ride that. He's gonna ride that wave, man. He's gonna die on that hill. But I don't want to make the conversation about Tibbs. I'm just saying, like, I'm okay to a certain degree if he stays, for continuity and the players love him. The players play hard for him. But there's also practices as a coach that I'm looking at, and not that I'm the end all be all, but I'm just saying there's just some things that you look at and you see in Tom Thibodeau's coaching style, and you just go, huh? Like, remember when we were playing the Phoenix Suns and he took out Cam Reddish and put in Evan Fournier, who was a turnstile of defense? I mean, those are just some of the things that I worry about with Tom Thibodeau and his philosophy and how he coaches. That's all.
I agree with that. I wanted to ask the panel a question. When was the last time, if y'all can remember, we had a point guard to give a lot of our players easy looks? When was the last time we had that in New York?
Raymond Felton.
Exactly.
Nah, the last 2 games of the season without RJ. Man, did y'all see Obi explode?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're talking about in a big sample size, yeah, you're right. It's been a long time, right? But bro, when you have ball hogs on the floor, all that stuff you're talking about is out the window, bro. and when you have volume shooters, and notice how they say volume scorers. When you have volume shooters on the floor, like dudes taking 20, 21, 22 shots a game. When you look at their stat line, they 9 for 23. You know what I'm saying? 8 for 25.
Taking 22, 23 shots in a game after they took 5, 6 dribbles too.
Yeah. And drain the shot clock. Yeah,
I mean, we asked for that. We asked for RJ to shoot the ball mad times, though. We low-key asked for that. And when Randle was playing like trash and RJ was starting to cook, we was like, give him the rock. We were asking for that.
Right. So what I'm getting at, bro, is it doesn't matter. Like, no, it doesn't matter who you bring in. If you still have RJ and Julius Randle hijacking your offense, you're not going to get the supreme facilitator that we all dream about, right? Because there was a song in the 80s, I can dream about you. You know, maybe, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm an old man. Maybe I'm an old man dreaming about things that won't come in this lifetime, right? Like for instance, I dream of the Native Tongues getting back together and doing like a Native Tongues album. And for those that don't know who the Native Tongues is, that's like De La Soul, A Tribe Called Quest, Leaders of the New School. I always dreamt about them getting together and doing a hip hop album, right? I always dreamed about the Def Jam guys like getting together, like the LLs and the Redmans and all of them getting together and doing like a compilation type thing. We Knicks fans dream about the facilitator that's going to come out and get 14 points and 9 assists, running a pick and roll with like a 7-foot center that's going to shoot 40% from 3 and block shots and rebound. That's our dream. We dream about that, bro.
But does that exist?
Dream. Right. But none of that is going to be possible with ISO Randle at the top of the key, dribbling 7, 8 times, dribbling 14 seconds off the shot clock, shooting a 20-footer. Is off.
The terrible screen.
Yeah. Or RJ barreling into the teeth of a defense, getting rejected by
getting the charge or rejected.
Yeah, getting rejected by a 6'6" shooting guard. Right? You know what I'm saying? We got, and I'm not knocking RJ or Julius. What I'm saying is if you have one of those guys that does that when we are down and we need buckets, that's fine. But that can't be the play every time down the floor. Right? It can't be. You can't go ISO 80 times in a game, right? So what I would say to that is just that as a Knicks fan, think about this. If Randle shared the ball more, if RJ shared the ball more, it would come back to us like love. If you love it, let it go. And if it come back to you, that means it's a special type of love, right? Julius Randle, if you love that basketball, let it go. And if it come back to you, it's meant to be.
Meant to be.
RJ, if you love shooting the ball, let it go, RJ Barrett. Jeez. Yeah, I think RJ Barrett shot the ball 21 times a game down the stretch. 21 times a game down the stretch. Come on, RJ, share that ball, man.
But Freezy, can I ask you a question though?
Yeah,
do you think? Now, I'm not trying to give RJ trying to keep him, but let me ask this: do you think that since he was only like, I guess, the number one, you would say, for like the last couple months of the season. Do you think that's just like growing pains for him? Like knowing when to take his shot, knowing when to take over, things like that, when to knows when he's shooting way too much, stuff like that. Do you think it's like growing pains? And he'll learn down the line, all right, maybe I'm shooting the ball way too much. Or maybe I should get more people involved. Or maybe the shot was a good look, but my shot ain't falling. I should pass the ball around.
No, RJ was selfish. RJ said his goal for this season was to average 20 points a game. And so he just shot the ball to score to get to 20 points a game.
Kind of like LeBron trying to chase that record.
Yeah, like no matter how we try to dress this salad up, right? No matter how we try to dress this salad up, you can put croutons, bacon bits, salad dressing, all that, bro, it's still salad. RJ Barrett said himself, my goal is to score 20 points a game, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get there. So all the team goals and all that stuff, hey, man, he taking on certain. Nah. RJ Barrett said himself he wanted to average 20 points a game.
Did he say that at the beginning of the year?
No, he said that midway through this season. He was like, "Yo, are you doing?" RJ said in a press conference, "I want to average 20 points per game." He said that in a press conference. So
is there any context on that? You making it sound like RJ is like, super selfish.
Yeah, because I do be seeing him pass the rock. It's just that, like, I don't see him just like looking players off and be all the time. I seen him do it a few times.
Did y'all hear RJ Barrett said, "I want to be a better facilitator"? Because RJ Barrett saying he wants to average 20 points a game is documented. Those are facts.
Yeah, but he also said he wanted to be a great player. So you could say that and make it all around. You know what I mean? Like,
but I also think you got to see his role as a function of Julius Randle being the facilitator and the ball handler. So if he's not going to have the ball in his hand, like RJ's not, then what else can he do but score? Like once he gets the ball, he's got to score. He can't set up the offense. He's not in charge of doing that. That's like not his role, Which is, I mean, just from my opinion, I think that's what, looking at the game, it seems like he's not the one setting up the offense. So,
what offense?
I mean, every player's got to have an individual goal. So I'm not losing my mind off RJ saying that. Not to mention, yes, we say it all the time, and it sounds lazy and exhausting, but he is 21 years old. Like, check back with me in, like, I don't know, another 4 or 5 years when he's 25, 26, and what he's gonna be. Like, I don't know. There are aspects to his game that absolutely have to improve, and I think he
free throw shooting.
Well, and he will. Yes, he will. But listen, every single one of the things that this panel and chat think that RJ needs to improve, whether that's 3 things or 4 things or 5 things, just add that to 21. If he has to improve 5 things, and he improves every single one of them in each year, 21 plus 5. RJ at 26 will be pretty damn deadly in my opinion. So I'm not tripping.
That's a great take.
His process is so methodical. It's so it's a year by year. Okay, he needs to be free throw efficient and all this stuff. Okay, cool, no problem. Next year at 22 years old or 23 years old, he'll be efficient. Oh, he needs to improve this thing. Oh, at 24, no problem. So by the time he's 25, 26 years old, he's gonna be a star. I'm not worried about RJ in the slightest.
Yeah, and at that time I'll be 60.
Whatever RJ does, RJ needs to come back from this off season right here and start displaying it now. I'm not one of the type people. See, I don't use the terminology, he's only 20, 21, 22 and all that. Because when you look over your shoulder, they get ready to let them young boys straight from high school in this league. So I need you to speed fast and hurry up and get your game up to par. Now, I do know and understand this offseason right here should be RJ's first season where he knows what he need to work on, what he need to do, and what he has to do when he come inside, the first day of practice. compared to him working on certain things and, and they stopping him like last year, we need you to be a defensive minded person and all that, that probably hindered him far as in his workout or whatever, but I need RJ, this season right here need to be season 1 where RJ shows that he is that type of guy in this orange and blue uniform. This is right here, season 1. I need to see all those things that's going to lead him into being an all-star player for this organization for years and years and years to come. I need that from RJ. But, certain things that RJ said, if RJ says, yo, I want to average 20, I'm cool with that. If whatever RJ says out of his mouth, I'm good with that because he's not a talkative person. So that tells me that you're starting to open up your mouth and let people know what you're feeling, what you're thinking about and what you're going through. And if he's doing that, then he's letting us know, But don't just tell us, what you want to score. Tell us what can you do to lead this organization. Tell us that when things go bad, blame me. It's on me. Those are the type things I want to hear RJ stepping his game up. And I think, his last interview, I think it was a couple of weeks, he was talking about how he want to be a leader for this team. That's if you want to be a leader, we're more than happy for you to be the leader. We know that Spalding being passed off to you. You got the torch and everything right here, right now. Do what you got to do. We're going to support you every way we can, because we love that orange and blue. That's what we're going to do. But, handle your business, RJ. You're supposed to come back out this game 1. What? Y'all left me off that 25 and under list? Yo, I need to see everybody on that list. And y'all think I didn't even forget y'all left me off that all-star team with the young ones. I need to be setting
the rising star,
and getting up at everybody that they say that's in front of me, So that's the type, vendetta. I want RJ to come back, and that right there is going to make the team be like, oh, okay, he's that right there. That's our new lead. Okay, we're going to follow him, do it. You got to set the tone, RJ. You already spoke about it. Now you need to play about it.
Right. All right. So SH Hoops, thank you for your generous contribution. SH Hoops says, what do you guys think about Peter Kiss in the second round? Led the country in scoring last year. Local NYC kid has worked out with the Knicks last week. And Paris Duggar, thank you again. He said, Paris Duggar says, if you love RJ, then pray he gets paid less than Randle because he isn't a complete player and New Yorkers will kill him for not producing and he's not capable. All right.
Given what Jay Boogie just said, respectfully, I mean, you need to come with it quick. It's kind of like, well, geez, man, how many things do you need him to fix? Efficiency, he's got a defense package, he's got a defense. So you want him to fix 4 things in one off season? That's why I said the floor. Like at the bare minimum, if he improves one thing per year,
free throw shooting.
Okay, so he improves his free throw shooting this year, and then the following year he improves his defense. I'm just saying at the bare minimum. Not that I want it to take 5 years. I want him to come in as ready as he needs to be. But if you, at the bare minimum, if he improved one thing every year, then by the time he's 25, 26 years old, he's going to be a superstar. He's going to be that star. He's going to be that dude.
Exactly.
I disagree.
But by that time, you'll be 40.
And see, I disagree because my thing with RJ is, what kind of player is he? Is he athletic? Is he a scorer? Is he a defender? Like, what kind of player is he? Like, I like his intangibles. I like his mindset. I like his mental strength when it comes to playing in New York. But what kind of player is he? He's not.
I can make a comparison with RJ. I think RJ, not right out the gate, but I think he can be, in the next 4 to 5 years, he can be like a Tracy McGrady type. Tracy McGrady or like a Dwayne Wade type. Like, he's not going to be, he's not going to be a great shooter. I don't think he'll be a 40% shooter or 45% shooter from the three, but he's definitely able to get to the basket. Like, not so much like Dwayne Wade and Tracy McGrady did it, where they got to the basket using their athleticism. I think he's going to get to the basket using more of his strength. But I do believe he's going to be able to hit the mid-range a little bit better and get to the basket. So his goal is to be a 3-level scorer from what it looks like. At least that's what he's working on. You know, that's what he said in the interview. He's trying to be a 3-level scorer. But I feel like eventually he'll be able to defend as well as close to as well as like a Dwayne Wade and be able to get to the basket as well as like a Dwayne Wade or a Tracy McGrady. That's where I think his ceiling is. And that's a damn good ceiling.
You talking about RJ? You talking about RJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about RJ. I think that's a damn good ceiling. Excuse my language, but I think that's like, you know, that's what you can project him as. He's, in my opinion, I think that's a really good ceiling. Like, if he's able to produce on the level like a Tracy McGrady or a Dwayne Wade did, I think that we have a star. Like we have a star, and I think he's got the work ethic. I don't think he's not working hard. It doesn't look like he's the type of player that's not working hard. So that's all you can ask from somebody who's 21 is to work hard, try to get better. That's all you can ask. You can't ask anything. There's nothing else you can ask from him, right? Like, I get what Freezy's saying about his efficiency was pretty bad. And he took a lot of shots, but it didn't seem like he was selfish. It didn't. I mean, it's just the eye test. It didn't look like he was looking players off. It didn't look like he was seeing an open player like Elfrid Payton and just passing to Randle. We all remember that. You know what I'm saying? Like Elfrid Payton looked right at an open player and pass it right to Randle.
I agree with that, and go what Ray was saying and Freezy. Like, let's say he improved. What Ray was saying, if he come back with one or two things improve, right? Let's say free throws and finish around the basket. He come an 80% shooter. He's already, say he stays at 20 points. He makes 3 or 4 more free throws. Now he's at 24 points. Finish around the basket better. I mean, improves his efficiency, so that gets better, and he'll probably score a little more. So let's say it's 26 points a game. When's the last time we had a 22-year-old player that averaged 20 or anything on this team?
So they are rare, right? So
on the Knicks,
everywhere, bro. You don't.
No, I mean for me and my team on the Knicks, I haven't seen one in a long time. Porzingis, I would count it, but he got hurt, and that was done after that. But that's going to be here going forward.
Big man's a little bit different.
Yeah, I would say to the RJ point and to what our expectation is. I would say so. Here is my intentional deflection, right? Here's my intentional deflection. I think if we get a Jaden Ivey or a Benedict Mathurin in the draft, we don't even talk about RJ scoring 20. You know what I'm saying? Because RJ gets to be a team player then. Because our biggest thing, and this is the intentional deflection. I'm saying this purposely, right? Like Ray, you remember when I told you how the example of you saying food is good, and then we vicariously get to Kung Fu Theater? Remember that how a conversation starts off in one place and then winds up in another place?
Yeah.
All right. So here's the thing. I think the Knicks, the thing that the Knicks suffer from is a thing that only the Knicks suffer from. Right? The Knicks don't have athleticism in the backcourt.
That's a fact.
Right? Now the front court, when you're talking about Jericho Sims, Nerlens Noel, who else do you got in the front? Jericho Sims, Nerlens Noel. Who else do you got in front? Robin, Mitchell Robinson. Yo, so we super athletic in the front court, right? Yo, who in this backcourt? Who in the backcourt is that guy that you like? Don't let them get 2 feet in the paint, or he gonna yam on somebody. Who is it? Quickly?
No.
Who is it? Grimes?
Nope.
Is it RJ? Is it Fournier? Is it Burks? Right? Is it Kemba? Right? So we don't have explosion in the backcourt, right?
And my question to you, Freezy, is that producing wins on other teams? Like, is an explosive?
Did you see John Morant last night?
That's a good point. John Morant's a little bit different because he's like a real transcendent talent.
But did you see?
I'm talking about across the board.
But did you see this show, the Knicks Morning Drive? How every day we talk about Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Right.
But is it producing wins? That's my question. Is that producing wins?
Who's the greatest player of all time, in your opinion?
Michael Jordan.
Of course.
Was Michael Jordan an exceptional athlete?
Yeah.
One of the best athletes ever.
Right. So my thing is this. Michael Jordan had some terrible shooting games against the Knicks, right? Shooting like the Knicks would hand in his face, Jordan would miss, but he could use other means to score. Like he could just go by somebody of just flat out foot speed and quick twitch. He's just, a twitchy guy that had a 48-inch vertical.
Right? Yeah, but if you look at the Bucks, right?
But y'all listen, hear me out. Just listen, hear me out. Right? When Quickly's shot is not going, can Quickly get to the basket and get his own? When Grimes has missed 5 in a row, can Grimes cross somebody up and go to the rim and yam on somebody? What about Kemba? What about Fournier? What about Burks? When RJ's not hitting free throws and he's missing at the basket, can RJ just raise up in a crowd and yam on somebody? Can RJ Barrett blow by somebody and create something? And so my point that I'm getting at is this. I understand that we're talking about young players refining their talent over time, getting in the lab, improving in certain areas in these type of things. But there comes a point where no matter how much work you put in on your jumper, right? No matter how much, blase blah you do, right? There are going to be games where that shot is not going. What else can you do, right? Like one of the greatest shooters of all time, Ray Allen, started out as an athlete first, evolving into a shooter later.
Like
one of the greatest shooters one of the greatest athletes of all time, Vince Carter, started out as an athlete first and turned into a knockdown 3-point shooter later, right? And so the point that I'm getting at is we say all these things about what these guys should bring to the table. What if RJ do this? What if RJ came to the game with a rocket pack? What if RJ came back with all these? What if the Knicks played 5-on-4? All these ifs, right? But the thing we should consider is when RJ's offense is not going, what else can he do? Right? That should be our conversation. You know what I'm saying? Because if there are no counters to the initial defense, if we don't have any, because that's the thing that y'all were murdering Tibbs for. Like when we come out with a game plan and the game plan is not working, y'all would come on the next day. Tibbs don't make adjustments. Tibbs don't make you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is what is the counter in the chess game? See the thing about the stars in this league, like hey, Zach LaVine is a very good shooter. But don't get it twisted. If you fall for the pump fake, your center is getting posterized. Right? Anthony Edwards is a decent scorer, right? Not the greatest efficiency you ever saw. He's getting better from year to year, right? But if you fall for the pump fake, your center is getting posterized, right? And so what I'm getting at is if you add athletes to this team that has athletes in the front court, so we got athletes in the front court. Nerlens Noel's a great athlete. Mitchell Robinson's a great athlete. Obi is a great athlete. Jericho Sims is a great athlete, right? But we don't take advantage of that. We don't get out and run. We don't get these big because we don't have guys that are fast in the backcourt. We don't have guys that are explosive in the backcourt. We have average athletes and excellent front court athletes. If you add Jaden Ivey, say God blesses us and we trade up in the draft and we get Jaden Ivey and Ben Mathurin. I don't even think we talk about RJ no more, period. RJ is not even a part of our conversations. And I love RJ Barrett. I am the first person in Knicks universe to say RJ Barrett's name. That's why I'm here with you. I'm the first person in Knicks universe to utter the words RJ Barrett, right? On Nothing But Knicks, I told Sam, hey, trade Joakim Noah and tank for RJ Barrett. And everybody was like, who? Who in the world? And who in the world is Big Freezy? And who in the world is RJ Barrett? That's what was said in the chat. I love RJ Barrett. But the thing is, his shortcomings are those type of skills that you can't improve on. RJ Barrett is not going to come back this next season with a 42-inch vertical. It's not going to happen. RJ Barrett is not going to come back with lateral quickness. It's not going to happen. RJ Barrett is what he is, right? What he can get better at is the small stuff that he can control, like shoot better from three, take better shots, right? Hit his free throws. But if we're talking about RJ Barrett taking the next step to superstardom, 26 points a game, that ain't gonna happen. But Paris Duggan, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggan says this base better accept RJ is a solid piece only. And he also says, Uncle Freezy, we're drafting RJ's position in June. Is all you need to know. We're wanting Donovan because of RJ. Say less, bro. RJ is a solid piece, period. Wow. Okay. I didn't expect the cosign, but
well, if I can chime in, man, the RJ hate is hurting my soul right now.
We
man.
don't hate
RJ Barrett is my
RJ.
guy. Hold on a minute. I got the jersey like hanging up in the house right now by RJ Stan. Let me just tell you how I think about this situation, right? I get what you're saying, man. I 100% understand that his limitations from an athletic standpoint are real and they're noticeable. You know, he's not going to rise up and just throw it down. It's not going to happen. I get what you're saying. But that does not mean he can't develop into a player that is still a superstar. I mean, if you look at the championship the Bucks just won, right? They had one front court athlete that was so good that it didn't matter if the other athletes were there or not. Chris Middleton is not a world beater from an athletic perspective. He's not going to rise up and dunk on nobody. And they just put the ring on their finger, won a championship. RJ Barrett, man, if you look at RJ Barrett's trajectory, he's not even done growing. He might be able to become a little bit quicker. Who knows? We don't really know. He's only 21 for real.
And might get a little bit taller, right? And might get a little bit taller.
Might and say if he ends up being 6'8", like a real firm 6'8", maybe he moves into the 4. Maybe he could play 4. Maybe he could play as a undersized 4 or
maybe he'll put some more weight on, like get stronger, add some weight to his frame. You know.
Yeah, you never know. So I'm saying he's so young. There is some other options where he could end up, and he seems pretty comfortable in the post for the most part. He seems comfortable to play in the post. So I mean, maybe instead of we looking at him as a world beater athletically, maybe he can play a little bit more crafty and be almost like a post-up guard. I mean, that is possible for, especially if he play in the 2 still.
Like a Joe Johnson.
Like a Joe Johnson. I was about to say that.
Like
Joe Johnson.
Yeah.
And to tell me that Joe Johnson wasn't a great player in the NBA is crazy. Like Joe Johnson was a great player in the NBA. Like when he's on those Suns teams, he was dominant. You know what I'm saying? Right. So like, there's definitely different ways that RJ Barrett's career could go, but I do think he needs to put the time in. And I think the good thing about this whole situation is he has the attitude where he will put the time in and do whatever it's going to take to get better. And that's the stuff. That's the people we need to reward. I don't care if you're not going to average 24, 25 points a game. I want to reward a player with money that's a professional and that shows up to work and that plays hard. And if you can do that, that's who we need to pay. That's how you build the future of a team. Like that's how that kind of attitude that you bring to the team, that hard work, respecting the game, playing the game hard every possession. That is who we need on this team. Like that type of attitude out of a 21-year-old is rare. Like
I equate RJ to like a small guy that got to work 10 times harder because everybody else bigger than him because he has the shortcomings of.
And he'll do it. And he'll do it.
Yeah. So with RJ, he need not only in the gym, but he also need to be in the video rooms with the coaches, watching tape, thinking the game better. He got to think the game better. I bet you if the game slows down even more for him, he'll be fine. He'll be great. It's just he don't have the athleticism of a Zion or a Ja, and he don't got the bag. He don't got the handle as a Zion, as a Ja, and those other guards. But but he can develop. Remember, Bradley Beal really didn't have that bag like that before his first couple of years. Then once he got that bag, it was like, all right, now I'm arrived when what's his name, John Wall got hurt. Then he arrived. So for me,
Joe Johnson also had elite handles, bro.
No, Joe Johnson. Yeah, and an elite post. He had an elite post game. So what I'm saying is RJ just got to think the game 100% better He got to think the game, because once those things happen, then he'll be fine. But for now, he's just going off what he has, his whatever he has now. Like, it's a nasty 20. Like, he got 20 points, but it is an ugly 20 points.
Can I? I'll disagree with Morocco when he made the comparisons to D Wade and T Mac, and this is why. D Wade was known as the Flash, right? You know what I mean? He had, and in his prime, he was elite as an athlete. He was elite. He was never known as a great shooter. You know what I mean? Maybe like a clutch shooter, but he was never known as a great shooter. As an opponent, you're comfortable with D Wade trying to beat you from the perimeter. But as far as him slashing, he was a terror. I don't ever see that in RJ's game. Yeah, he came into the league slashing and doing this thing from the left, but the scouting report is out on him. The scouting report is out on him. So, you know, they're going to start defending him more to his left. And at that point, you know, what can he do? You know what I mean? And then you said T-Mac. T-Mac always had natural God-given talent. You seen it when he was on the Raptors. You seen it when he was on in the Magic. That's something that I never seen with RJ Barrett. If you want to talk about comparing T-Mac to anybody, it would be Cam Reddish. It would be Cam Reddish. If you want to compare RJ to anybody, I don't know. Like he's a hard worker. I don't think he sucks by any stretch of the imagination. What I fear from RJ is the fact that the office is gonna pay him because he's older. He's older contract soon. He's good for his contract, so the office is gonna pay him as if he's a star, and he's not. I think he's a serviceable starter at the most. And I just don't see it in the cards for him as far as him being that star player for us. But you can't teach his intangibles. Like I said, he has the mental toughness. He's a hard worker. You know what I mean? He does his thing as far as the mental aspect. But the fact that he has to work 100% harder than all of his peers to get to where he got to go, I don't know, man. That's kind of an issue for me.
Yeah, but once we get there, won't you feel much happier? You want always the easy route? Because to me, I think Zion and them got the easy route. To me, from many different ways.
So what separates RJ from John and Zion?
His athleticism. Because I think if RJ had the same athleticism, it's honest. Because look how strong he is. Because you see how he said, "What is he?" The scouting report is out on him. But he still gets to the left.
Right. If RJ had their athleticism, RJ would have been the number 1 pick in the draft.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
You put RJ on a Jaylen Brown. If he had his type athleticism, oh my God, we talking about a whole nother animal.
We wouldn't have him. If RJ had Jaylen Brown's athleticism, we wouldn't have been able to get him in the draft. We'd have probably had Zion.
We had Zion on a job because only reason why I say that is because Josh's smaller than him. So if you have an athletic freak like Zion and RJ, if he had that, you're talking about 2 6'7", 6'8" guys. Of course, they're gonna go 1 and 2, and then we still would have had Ja only because he's 6'2". Yeah. That's why. I've still been happy though.
I think we still would have had him because New Orleans needed somebody was going to. Zion is a main attraction. He's going to sell tickets off top, before you even see him. So I think New Orleans needed that. The thing with Memphis is they had already decided that they was going to move on from that old core. And
Mike Conley and them. Yeah.
And Mike Conley was the last one to move on from. And they already let it be known that he's out of here. We're going to get that point guard if we get that pick. Because be honest with you, it was set up in Memphis' mind that they was going to get the 3rd pick.
Yeah.
Their mind frame was they was going to get the 3rd pick, and their mind frame was already set that they was taking John Morant. But when it didn't happen that way, and it went New Orleans, Memphis, and then us, then they stayed with their pick. But New Orleans is already looking for it, to get that ticket seller. But my thing is, RJ's a good kid. I don't know that when was the last time we had our own draft prospect, maybe since Pat Ewing, you know what I'm saying, far as when we drafted, they made him to a contract and we gave him that money. RJ's a young kid, but RJ is the type person whereas he can handle the city, and you're not going to see RJ too much out there in that spotlight, that beam light, partying, boogie, and all that. So we're not going to use that as an excuse, whereas we're not going to give him that bag. Let's erase that equator. I wanted to just throw that out there because what I want to ask y'all guys is, that y'all guys is talking about RJ. How much are you giving RJ?
The max.
100%.
That giving him the whole 181?
You have to. You don't even got a choice because
you giving him 36 mil per year.
I'm not.
Is his max the 181? Because I don't think RJ made.
Yeah,
because
I don't. 181.
Did he make any All-Star teams or any
nope.
All NBA things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. So his max may be different then, right?
No, it's 181.
Because RJ,
it's 36 per mil. 36 per year. I mean. The most
there's a rookie max and a regular max. He's in the rookie.
I love RJ, but I ain't giving him no 181. That's front office malpractice, man.
All right, but
what if shoot free throws, man?
What if you don't give him the max, right? And he take his talent somewhere else, and then he becomes the player that we thought he was going to become somewhere else, and now we sitting there scrambling to get somebody else.
You know what I'm doing with RJ? I'm waiting and seeing, because you're still gonna have his rights. I'm gonna do what they should have done with Julius Randle. He's going to have to improve on that free throw shooting. 71% or what? Nah.
Terrible.
Nah. Not for no guard.
Right.
You got center shooting better than that.
Nah.
I can't give him that. And he don't have a reliable mid-range jump shot. I can't give that man no 181. No. On a great team, RJ ain't even the second option.
But Ron, the pushback to that is people have been telling me the whole time that RJ is only 21. He'll be 22.
Yeah, he's young. But he's still. My problem is, Freezy, with the whole RJ thing with that is, remember I said it the other day, at some point, you got to accept players for who they are. And when they're showing you for so long, it's no longer potential as that is who they are. RJ had a problem shooting free throws in college. RJ still have a problem shooting free throws right now in year 3.
Yep.
So,
going into year 4.
Still got a problem shooting free throws.
Yeah.
And I love the guy work ethic and everything that's said about him. I coined that phrase, don't talk to me about trading RJ. But man, I can't justify giving no 181. You can't shoot free throws and you don't have a reliable mid-range game. And we know there's few games probably this season where RJ played complete games where he was consistent the whole game. Normally, if he's on in the first half, he's off in the second half, and vice versa. So
what's a real number? What's a real number if you're not willing to give the 181? What's a number that we would need to pay?
But here's the thing too: you can't compare RJ to Randle because Randle had the perception of being a lottery bust, right? RJ Barrett is the complete opposite of that. RJ Barrett is the guy you drafted. He didn't work out for other teams. Like, no, I ain't going to Memphis to work out. No, I ain't going to New Orleans to work out. I want to play for the Knicks. He only worked out for the Knicks, right? Only team. The Lakers want to work. All these teams want to work. No, I'm only working out for the Knicks, right? He got here, right? And he showed improvement from year to year, right? And then we want to treat him like a journeyman power forward that played for 2 other teams before he get. You can't. I just don't think you can do your people like that. I just think the Knicks are in this situation where it's either trade him or give him the max. There's no in between. Because the thing is, if you offer him less and he's offended, now you look like LOL Knicks. And don't let your front office get fired, or you fire the coach. So you fire the coach, and you're not offering RJ the max. Now it make the whole organization look like you should have Charles Oakley fighting in the stands again.
You talking to him? You talking to him right now? You said a whole lot. You talking to him?
It's a delicate situation, man. It's really
very delicate. Yeah, man.
But if you got to learn from past mistakes, and the past mistakes were just a year ago with Julius Randle. If Julius got, and somebody put it in the chat, I forgot who said it, but Julius got 117 million coming off of last season, and we know the accolades Julius had.
Right.
RJ ain't got none of them accolades, man.
Right.
I understand he's 21,
but he did it at. But Ron, he did it at 26.
But I understand numbers are still numbers, though. Numbers are still numbers, and that's what we basing on.
This guy ain't even cracked none of these lists that they're talking about for great players under 25 and all this stuff. We know all that. And you're gonna give him a 181?
Well, wait.
Yeah, but a lot of that, them lists be a little Knicks bias.
Yeah, we know that too. But I mean,
Knicks for
but it's a reason why. If you can't shoot free throws, you don't deserve to be on that list.
Yeah, but they got players on there that really did it. They have players on this rookie thing that's not even playing
in the league no more. There's two dudes on that list ain't even in the league no more.
I'm gonna tell you, Freezy, you know what RJ game at to me money wise? If I'm giving him money, I ain't going no more than 20. 20 over 5 years. And I'm gonna lock him up for 5 years, so it'd be 100.
Yo, Ron, you might as well drive him out by yourself.
No, you gotta look at the you gotta look at the landscape of the league, man. That's not happening. That's not happening.
Yeah,
Timothy Mozgov got $70 million. That's all I'm gonna say. Timothy Mozgov got $70 million. Like y'all don't remember that Bertans got $70 million. Like that's embarrassing to say RJ deserves 100.
They'll give J. Cole a better contract than that.
Thank you. Thank you. Timothy Mozgov got $70 million.
What kind of numbers you gonna give him? What you gonna give him?
You gotta give him. You either gotta give him more than Randle because he's the future, or you gotta give him the max.
I
would say like 160. If he says 160,
right? So I might have to go up to 120, and I think that's the most I'll go is 120. That's the
then you're not gonna have him on your team. Then you don't want him on your team.
Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna wave bye-bye to him. I ain't paying over 120.
All right, so what about this? What about this, Ron?
He got leaks in his game, man, like a Delta faucet.
All right, so what if you go 120, right, and then he slide the paper back with 140? Would you be like, all right, I could give you 140?
Nah.
No. Hey, you got me. Hey, nah. Hey, I would be RJ. I love you, man, but I can't do it. That's why I say I would be better off. If I'm the Knicks, I'm waiting till after next season. I'm gonna see if he can get them free throws up, and I'm gonna see if he can get that mid-range game right before we talk contract. Because right now, I'm not talking on contract with him. That man got leaks like a Delta faucet, man. I ain't doing it.
I get it. But
I tell you what I do for RJ. This is what I do for RJ. Because you got, being that you still developing, you still in a proven situation, and looking at it from the organization, looking at him, I want to see if you can reach this point. If you can reach this point, then you already know I'm willing to give you the money. I'm gonna give him a 3-year, $90 million deal, but I'm gonna give him 2 years with a team option with that third year. You got 2 years to let me know. Come that third year, I'm gonna re you up all over again. I'll give him 3 years, 90 mil, 30 per 30. For 2 years, 60 mil. That's fair enough for RJ and fair enough for the organization. Whereas if he don't make it, the organization can sit back and say, yo, we tried. We tried. If he make it, then you got to give him that bag. If he start hitting the numbers and everything, you got to give it to him.
You can't expect the front office to get that man no 181 right now. You talk about LOL Knicks. You give him 181 right now. I guarantee you the front offices will be laughing at us, man.
Well, they laughing at us right now.
I mean, we analyze and we poke everybody game on this Knicks squad. Let's really talk about RJ. RJ is a volume scorer, man. That man is not efficient at all. Can't shoot free throws. Have lapses on defense. Disappear during games. Do y'all want to give this man 181? No. But
I'm chime in here. Hold on, I got to defend my man.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Paris Duggar, thank you for your generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Joe Johnson could shoot, and man, we don't reward. Thank you for that generous contribution, bro. I'm sorry about being late for that. We got passionate about this RJ thing, bro. Yeah, go ahead, man. I just need to address that.
Because some of the biggest moments came from RJ. That Lakers game when he brought us back single-handedly, but we still lost that game. But still, he was the only one out there trying to. The Boston game, he shot bad, but he hit that last shot. So that matters. And there was a few other moments.
Come on, dog.
I mean,
a lot of shooting bad.
It is a lot of shooting bad, but let me ask you a question. You lose RJ, and now we can't trade Randle. You rather have RJ for the foreseeable future or Randle for the foreseeable future?
Well, that's an easy one. I'm driving Randle on the first thing smoking.
Exactly. So you gotta choose. You gotta
Yeah.
choose. You gotta choose your poison.
If
Would
I,
you
if
rather
I get,
efficient?
to see you backing me in the corner, you telling me I gotta choose between RJ and Julius, you know I'm gonna choose RJ. That ain't even a question.
So is it the 181?
It's the 181 that's scaring me away. I can't
gotta
pay
pay it,
181 with
bro. Cut
all
the
the
check.
Gotta cut the check. And
Cut the
somebody
check, bro,
brought up
181.
in the chat that he has the number 14 selling jersey in the league. You gotta pay that man.
Cut the check, bro.
You gotta pay that man.
Now see, you worrying about dollars being sent for jerseys. I'm talking about your game because your jersey. Hey, we know that's subjective anyway. Next season he can come out and nobody buying the jersey.
But Ron, it
adds on to it. It still adds on.
Here's the thing. At 525 for 125, you feel like that's fair, right? 5 for 125.
I'll go 125. I'll go 125, okay. But I ain't
all
going
right,
to 181.
So that's 25 million a year.
I can do that.
That will be about $2 million less than you pay Julius Randle. Right? So you paying your young franchise player 2 years less, $2 million less than you paying Randle.
And he got time to get another one from me.
Yeah, I'm just
Julius
saying,
ain't got no chance to get another one from me.
Right. I'm just saying, bro, what's gonna happen is the perception of your franchise is gonna be diminished again because it looks like you keep making mistakes in the draft. You drafted at 3 and you couldn't even develop him when Zion and Ja are likely to sign maxes. What does that make this front office look like? Now it's going to be like, get this front office out of here. They not capable. And now we got to hit the reset button and start all over again. Plus, RJ Barrett ain't signing that. He's just going to test free agency and leave.
I can tell you this right now, Freezy. If I was a gambling man, I used to gamble. I don't gamble no more.
Right.
I guarantee you, not even the Sacramento Queens gonna pay RJ no 181.
Nah, I think they will.
Be able to.
They wouldn't be able. Yo, can I say something real quick? You guys need to smash the like button and subscribe. Okay?
I love
this is the most controversial take I've ever heard, and Ron is about to break the algorithm, the whole internet, all the Knicks. Like, you need to smash the like button right now. If you're not doing nothing else, please smash the like button. Please subscribe. You're not gonna get this nowhere else. Ron, you may. Oh my. Yo, I need to go take my medication real quick, man. I'll be right back.
He sound like the guy with the commercial. We like, you ain't doing nothing anyway. But let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick for you, Ron. You see how Zion and Ja about to get paid? RJ gonna look like, bro, Zion not even playing. I'm playing 95% of the games, and he about to get paid, and I'm not.
You know the difference, though. There's a difference. I'm glad you brought that up. There's a difference when that man plays, and you look at his numbers and you look at RJ's numbers. Come on now. Let's talk about
it. But somebody here also said the best ability. Somebody also said the best ability is something.
Is it availability?
Is your availability?
Yeah. And so RJ is available.
Well, you know why New Orleans paying that, and they're foolish for paying that. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I'll give you an example.
I ain't paying Zion, and I love Zion. He in my home state. But I ain't paying that kind of money for nobody that can't stay healthy.
I'll give you an example. All right, so say we work at McDonald's, right? And I'm the best worker there, but I only work 2 days a week. But you got another guy that's there 6 days a week, but he ain't as good as me. Who you giving a raise? The one that's there twice a week because he the best, or you one that's there 6 days a week working man hard, but he just not as good as me? Which one you giving a raise?
I'm always about availability.
If I make more money on them 2 days with you, that's who I'm paying.
I don't know, bro. I'm gonna pay that 6-day guy. I gotta pay him something.
Man, I can give him something, but that man that's working for me them 2 days is killing it.
Yeah, but when I call you,
he put that work in on them 2 days. You gotta pay him.
But when I call you to come in, somebody call out, and I call you to come in and ask you, like, nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. But if I call the other guy, he gonna come in.
Before Ingram took off and took, well, to me, if I'm New Orleans, I'm shifting gears. I'm running that thing through Ingram, man.
Facts.
That's the dude I'm running it through. I'm not running it through Zion. Ingram gonna be my number one option.
He looking like baby KD out there.
Yeah. But before he did that, we know Zion. That was Zion team, and the impact that Zion had on that team was tremendous. RJ ain't got that same kind of impact on this Knicks team. He doesn't have that kind of impact.
I do think Freezy makes a good point, right? About like how we look, how the perception of the Knicks are. Like, it's important that we pay. I don't know if it's $180 million, but it's important we extend to RJ. And I think we got to put a contract on the table that's not going to offend him. We do have to keep RJ, man. It's a lot that goes into the backstory of this. But if we let RJ leave, it's crippling our team. For the future of this team, it's very bad. Like, because he has worked hard, and he may not be the most athletic, he may not be a world beater, but what else can you ask from somebody that's 21 than to try to get better every year? And he's doing that. Like, what else can you ask for somebody who's 21? And it's not his fault that the average person in this situation is supposed to get $180 million. That's what it is in the league. That's like how it's set up. It's not his fault that it's like that.
But his fault, he can't shoot free throws.
Right, and
it's his fault he can't shoot free throws, and he can't get back. I'm not saying he's going to be as good as he is permanently right now, but we have to pay the man. I don't know if it's $180 million, but it's got to be respectable.
Okay,
if it's not a respectable number, it's not going to work out.
Is one thing, but being outrageous with a contract is another thing too. Man, you know, Leon will get fired if he give RJ 181.
He gonna get fired. He gonna get fired if he don't.
He gonna get fired if you lose RJ for nothing. That's what's gonna happen.
I think when Freezy said that point at 125, I think it is for all parties involved is a good deal, man. 125 is, I think, but the max I go, and not a penny more. Not 130, not 126, not 127. I wouldn't move on 125.
Yeah. You disrespect RJ. He
got 80 million.
Yeah, but you disrespect RJ. You gonna take his talents right to New Orleans with Zion.
Yeah, they're gonna be together one day anyway. You already know that.
The twisted thing is RJ Barrett leave New York and go play for Toronto, and now you got to play him 4 times a year. You know what I'm saying?
Think about Toronto. He go home.
Yeah, and go fit right into that physical style of play. They need a guard like they need a big physical dude like that next to Fred VanVleet or somebody. Bro, listen.
And I'll take it a step further. And then in 4 years, he go win the gold with Shine up in the Olympics. And then he got the Canada flag beating America.
But I tell you, realistically, like I said, man, my best option with him is I'm gonna wait and see until after next season. I'm not giving him no contract at the end of this season. He's gonna have to.
So how about this, Ron?
Huh?
What if he goes out next season and he puts 80% from the free throw line, 78 to 80% from the free throw line,
and get that mid-range game up?
Let's say 78 to 80%, somewhere in there. He averaging 24 points a game, 23 points a game. You giving him the 180?
Or if he up to if he's shooting them free throws, then I'm gonna do it. You know why? Because you know what, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because people discount that free throw line, but that free throw line is the difference in winning and losing games.
Absolutely. I don't discount it. I hear what you're saying.
But a lot of people downgrade it. But that thing is serious, man. When the margin for error is little in the playoffs and stuff where we trying to be at consistently. If my number one guy that's getting paid the most money can't shoot free throws, that's a problem. And that's my problem with Julius Randle too.
Yep.
He can't shoot free throws. You see it in his eyes when he get ready to go to that line. That guy is scared. He's scared.
Nah, I feel you. But I'll bet you this.
I'm gonna tell you, if he get the 25 points a game at his age, and he's still improving with that mid-range game, then I can justify doing it because I know he's not gonna cheat me. He's gonna give me maximum effort every night. He's not gonna be.
That's the point, Ron. That's the point I was trying to make. It's not like you're throwing good money after bad. He is not a player that's just going to sit on the sideline and not get any better once you give him the bag. In my opinion, I don't know. I don't know him personally, but he doesn't seem like the type of player that would just take the money and just go on vacation. Lazy. It doesn't seem like that.
I just say we heard this conversation before, bro. I'm not paying Mitchell Robinson until I see him stay healthy. So I heard the conversation before, right? And now Mitch is at that place where he can listen to all 30 teams and not just one.
That's a fact.
And now we like, well, maybe we should have paid, but it's too late.
Freezy, you need to stop that, Freezy. You heard them people dropping the jewel like that. You heard them.
It's too late.
Playing Freezy now. Come on now. It's two different things.
Bro, no.
Well, listen, man.
I'm talking about that man's game. I ain't talking about his availability. Everybody's talking about Mitch's availability Talking about Mitch can't stay healthy.
But Ron, you didn't have to give Mitch the bag, right? After year 2, right? Instead of paying him under $1 million a year, you could have paid Mitch 4 years, $20 million, and paid him $5 million a year.
You could have gave that man that PlayStation or that Xbox.
Right.
They ain't offered none of that.
Right, they offered nothing.
We know the reason why they couldn't pay him.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So Ron, my point is, we talk about being stingy with RJ. But you
I ain't being stingy with him.
Yeah, but you paying. Okay, so you saying I would pay RJ Barrett $25 million a year.
Yeah, I go.
But that's the same thing that in theory.
Hey, I'm gonna jump off, fellas. I gotta go get in the gym, man. Get my little basketball on, man. I'll holler back at y'all.
You talking about that?
Hey, Boogie, make sure you hit them free throws.
Oh, you already seen. You already seen. Listen, I'm one person. If you ain't seen the Twitter or seen it on YouTube, I ain't never missed in the garden.
I hear you, bud. Hey, take a bunch of them Knicks players with you and coach them up at that free throw line.
Jay Boogie want a 10-day. You want a 10-day contract?
I'm gonna holler back, y'all.
Yeah, man.
Easy, man. Good sandwich.
But Ron, to your point, bro, what I'm getting at is how we gonna say now RJ hit your free throws, but then you pay Evan Fournier and Alec Burks more than you are willing to pay RJ Barrett, and RJ Barrett, your franchise player. Right? I just think that the way we approach it, it looks a little disrespectful, because if you paying Nerlens Noel 9, Fournier 18, that's 27. Burks 10, that's $37 million. And if RJ played for another team, that other team wouldn't even take Fournier, Burks, and Noel in a trade for RJ. Right? He has more value than all three of those dudes put together. But we paid them dudes 37, but we wouldn't pay RJ 37. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more about the optics and not about the fiduciary responsibility. Because I understand what you're saying is you can't spend that much money if this guy ain't gonna improve. Right?
Let me ask you something. I'm glad you brought that up. You think Leon gonna pay him 181?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I absolutely.
What evidence you got to suggest that?
The fact that he don't got a choice.
None.
He ain't got a choice. Hey, remember, he didn't draft RJ.
Right, he didn't.
But if he wasn't working in the league again,
but here's the other thing, just real quick. Here's the other thing to that too. As a rookie in this position, the last thing you want to do is have paralysis by analysis, right? Because if you go to RJ and be like, hey man, we ain't offering you the max, RJ already like, yeah, 29 other teams respect my game.
But if I'm not wrong about this, he don't become an unrestricted free agent. He'll be restricted in year 5. He'll be this year.
And after year 5,
following year he'll be restricted.
Yeah, after year 5,
and the Knicks will have a right to match any contract.
No, they don't.
Why not?
No, they don't. Because unrestricted.
Somebody got to pull that contract up. Pull that up, because
Ron, listen, unrestricted
when they change them rules, because
that rule has never been changed. Unrestricted means you have no ties to your team.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why he's not unrestricted next year.
I didn't say that. I said after year 5, he's unrestricted. Remember, next year, after year 5, he's unrestricted.
Yeah, but he won't be at year 5 next year. That'd be year 4.
I didn't say that.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't say that. Next year is year 4.
Yeah.
He'd be a restricted free agent after year 4. After year 5, he's unrestricted. That's why I made the Mitchell Robinson comparison.
But that's why it makes sense to wait until next season, Freezy. After next season, hey, put it this way, I'm gonna bring him in the office, and I'm gonna do my team right, and I'm gonna do him right. I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna tell him the plan for him. You are in the cards. I want to give you this money, but I gotta justify. I gotta see you improve in these areas, and if you do, we're going to sit down and I'm going to treat you right. But I can't, ain't no way in the world we can justify paying that money at the end of this season. Not no 181. And then we just saw what happened with Julius. Nah.
So you're saying RJ Barrett and Julius Randle are comparable?
No, but it is something when that money's still sitting on your books that you want to get off, and you're going to have a hard time trying to move Julius. You're going to have to attach some kind of asset to it.
How when you are still
you're gonna have to attach some kind of asset. You think somebody gonna just take that contract knowing what Julius did this year for nothing?
But RJ Barrett is not Julius Randle. You just said that.
But still, you got 117 million that's sitting on your books, and you got Nerlens who ain't playing. You got other stuff that's going on with this team that's got to get rectified. Right. You got a lot of problems in just paying 181. You pay 181 to RJ, you still got an inefficient team.
Right. But is that RJ Barrett's fault? Is that RJ Barrett's fault that the other 14 players are not good?
But guess what it is? He's guilty by association right now.
No, man.
So I don't get paid.
You can't do that.
So the whole that's like when your parents say, if I come home, whoever did it got all in trouble.
Hey, it's squad right now, man. It's just like Mitchell Robinson. Mitchell Robinson guilty by association. He can't get his money because Nerlens ain't got his.
Damn, I'm glad you ain't the president because ain't nobody gonna get paid.
That's what I'm saying, Ron depositing the money in his own bank account. He ain't getting nobody to pay.
Wage with Ron.
Yeah, man. That's
I'll tell you this. I'll bet my 2 kids on this. RJ gonna average 24, 6 and 4 next season. On 45, 37, 75. I'm calling
you think you're gonna shoot 75% next year?
From the free throw line. 75
can't handle slow starts like he have been having now.
Nah, but I think the slow start came from like your role was to be the 3-and-D player. I think that's where it came from.
I really do think they're playing him out of position. To your point.
Like I think it came from the 3-and-D. I think it was like, all right, this gonna be your role. But then when he realized that Randle wasn't playing well and he had to take the ball over, then I think that's where his jump came from.
That's why it's so important for Cam to be in that starting lineup, so you can put RJ back in his natural position.
All right. Hey, let me do these super chats real quick. So Paris Tucker, thank you for your generous contribution. He says we will just have to be LOL because it's 4 for 90. And Queen Steph says thank you for your generous contribution. So let's not forget the cap. If we give him the max and he's not a max player, it hampers our ability to get another player that can do what he can. Right. All right.
I mean, that's a fact, but we got to look at we got to spend the money, right? Like, you can't not spend the money. We're the New York Knicks, man. No, wait a minute. We're the New York Knicks, man. We got $7 billion. What's the team worth? $5 billion? $4 billion? Like that? Yeah, it's worth the outrageous amount of money. I'm sorry, but I'm a Knicks fan, and it's a homegrown player. We drafted him. Pay the man.
That want to be here.
Hey, that's a beautiful thing in theory, but you still got to be fiscally smart at the end of the day, man.
Nah, that's true. But
as much as I don't care for Leon and his money spending the way he been being cheap, the proof on what Leon has done since he been here. Right now, the New York Knicks, I think, got like the 3rd lowest payroll.
If Davis Bertans gets $70 million, RJ needs 5 for 180. I'm sorry, man. You can't reconcile that with that.
So you're gonna pay RJ that 180. Man, you're gonna get fired.
Mikal Bridges got 80-90, so $80 or $90 million on 4 years.
And Mikal Bridges is better than RJ. Stop it.
Whoa.
Stop it.
2 different roles. He's great at his position. He's great at being a number 1 guy or number 2 guy.
And that other one in Charlotte that we could have had better than RJ right now, too.
Yeah, but you can't say Mikal Bridges is better because he's good at what he does.
The one in Charlotte. The one in Charlotte.
Miles Bridges?
Oh, wait a minute. That's not Mikal Bridges. That's Miles Bridges.
Is from the Suns.
Which one is in Charlotte?
Miles.
That's Miles Bridges.
Yeah, he's better than RJ right now.
Yeah, but Mikal
he's way older though.
But not the one in Phoenix.
He's way older though. Miles Bridges is way older.
But he's still better.
Wait, he has
that thing that RJ don't got.
So they have that thing that RJ don't got. Point guards.
Point guard. LaMelo.
Thank you. That's true, man. We're not in a good situation here. Like, if we had a better team, RJ might be playing more efficient. If he got better looks, maybe he'd be more efficient.
I don't know about that.
I think he'll finish around the basket better because Mitchell.
I'm gonna tell you what, if he get 25, and you won't hear a word out of me. If he get 25 and that man, I want him shooting. I don't want no 75 because 75 ain't that good to talk about neither. I want him hitting.
But you're talking about 5 points per game is going to be the difference between you giving him an embarrassing contract or you giving him a standard contract that he should be getting.
125 ain't embarrassing. 125, he's 6 figures. Hey, that ain't embarrassing, man.
120. You can look at it like
peers,
60 million off. You give me 120. I'm like, where my 60? Where my 60 million at?
Right. Compared to the peers, it's not so much compared to what he's worth. It's just compared to what's in the NBA right now.
Because Ron sound like Martin. Ron sound like Martin when he ain't paying the $5. That's Ron. And he talking about $5. That's the thing.
Hey, RJ, get me back to the corner. Hey, RJ, don't you tell nobody I gave you that 181 now.
Hey, Ron gonna want a refund. If he give him the 181 now, Ron gonna want a refund if he don't average 25 this season.
I'm telling you, man. This is crazy.
But seriously, the thing about RJ that I do love, and I've never questioned this about the kid. Dedication, effort, hard work. That trumps a lot of stuff for me, man. I never got a question whether or not he gonna show up. But man, that free throw line with that kid and being inefficient, and not a mid-range game, I gotta wait. I gotta wait and see till the end of the season, man.
Nah, I get you.
I'm gonna bring him in the office and we're gonna talk business. And I'm gonna tell him, hey man, this is these numbers I'm expecting to see from you. You hit that, we ain't even having a conversation. The contract gonna be sitting right there. The ink ain't gonna be able to dry when you get ready to sign it.
Nah, I got you.
And if I'm RJ, I'm telling you off the rip, all conversations going forward is between you and my agent.
So
Thank you.
Right. We ain't talking. If it's not basketball strategy, then you talking my agent. And I'm going public with it. I'm like, it may not be enough money to go around because you know what I'm saying we signed Derrick Rose to a long-term deal. We signed Alec Burks to a long-term deal, and it might not be a place here for me in New York. I love the fans, but you know what I'm saying they have priorities in place where they like signing old broken down players to long-term deals.
Facts. And you know another reason
and when I put that in the media, you know what people gonna look at? Like, oh yeah, you did pay Derrick Rose $14 million.
Madison Square Garden might be lit on fire. It might be a riot outside, bruh. It might be a riot outside.
You know why? Right. 2 reasons why you pay him. Because one, he ain't injury prone. Well, there's a couple reasons, but for one, he ain't asking for his brothers to get no job within the Knicks organization. Like, KP. He ain't asking for 150 or the max, and he injury prone. KP. So like, yo, give my man his money, bro.
Give him the bag, Ron. Give him the bag, man. Why you being stingy with the bread, bro?
To pay the team payroll is gonna be 115 regardless. It doesn't matter who you give the money. Dolan has to cut the check for 115.
Stop saying it doesn't matter who you get that money.
It matters.
That's the kids we paying Mitch.
No, it doesn't matter because you paid Nerlens Noel.
Pay them both and go into luxury tax. That's how I feel about it. Pay them both, go into luxury tax.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you what,
RJ and never get a top 3 pick again.
Is that I'm hearing people say give RJ 181, and we crying about giving Mitch his match.
No, I'm not crying about that.
No. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking just in particular. Like I've heard a lot of people right in the same chat that talk about don't pay Mitch the match when what Mitch is gonna afford ain't even near what RJ is.
Right.
And Mitch is efficient.
Right.
The guy is what 3rd in the league in blocks.
Pay them both going to luxury tax. That's how I feel. Both going to luxury.
Ron, you went in a luxury tax anyway. You went in a luxury tax anyway by paying Taj Gibson. Remember you traded back in the draft. We traded back in the draft to save money, right? But no, I'm saying, but this is what happened. We traded back in the draft to save money in the draft. We were like, no, we don't want to pick 19. We'll pick 24 to save a couple of $1 million. We saved a couple of $1 million and gave it to Taj Gibson.
But the Knicks are not in the luxury cap, though. Luxury.
No, they can put themselves in there by re-signing these players, though. They're allowed to put themselves into it by re-signing.
Can I say something real quick? Because I got to get back to work about 1:20. Y'all really popping today. How's everybody? I couldn't even stay in the background and just listen while I'm in between clients right now. This is what I will say. If it was an unlimited salary cap, give RJ 181 million. Give it to him. Because the salary cap is unlimited. You can still go out and pay other players. It doesn't really hurt you. And like someone mentioned, we making billions at what Dolan is, not us. Billions of billions of dollars. So what? But the thing about it is, no matter whether you're a big market team or a small market team, the rules are pretty much the same. Yes, you could pay a tax, but at some point you're going to become hard capped, and that's all you're going to be able to do, no matter how much money the organization is making. This is my point about RJ. If RJ is a star, well, let me just preface it by saying, you look at every playoff team, there's a star or superstar on that team. Even the teams that were bound so far, if they don't have a star or superstar, they got a budding star, like a Brandon Ingram or somebody. You're going to need a star. Okay. If RJ is a star or you think he's a star, pay him the money. Because what happens with star players, if they taking up a lot of the cap, so what? You don't need much else. You got a star or two on the team. But if you tying up your money in a player that's not a star, you don't have the money left over to go out and get a star because you're going to need it. So that's what the Knicks have to determine. Do they project him to be a star? If so, pay him. You're not going to need much else if he is a star. But if he's not, how are you going to go out and get one if all your money is tied up in a number 2 or number 3 or number 4 option? That's all I'm saying. I wish his contract was coming up next year or the year after when we can see him a little bit more. Unfortunately, it's not. If I'm the Knicks, to your point, man, we got to see one more year. You're going to be restricted, and we'll just match. That'll give us an opportunity to see if you take yet another step. All I'm saying is we got to think about the cap. Don't bring the dog up there, Freezy, and think that I'm gonna back down off of my point because you got the cute little dog up in the picture.
Yeah, so Benny is saying give him the max.
Facts. You know what's crazy though?
Do you get my point?
Yeah.
If he's not that guy, well, where are we gonna get the money to go out and get that guy?
Yeah, but that guy's not coming to New York anyway. Let's be real. The free agents are not
Whoa,
coming
whoa,
here.
whoa,
We're not
whoa.
going to get a
If
star
we
in
have-
free agents.
No,
It's not
it may
gonna
not
happen.
be this year or next year, but if we have aspirations of being a championship team, we have to get a star.
Yeah,
You
but it's going
can't-
to come from a trade. It's going to come from a trade. It's not going to come from free agency.
Would have been getting them. That's 6 years out by this year.
So you saying pay him the max and then trade him for a star?
If need be, yeah. If need
If
be,
he's
yeah.
taking that
Like,
type of money, that might get in the way. Of the
Nah.
other
yeah,
team
but that's
looking
what I'm
take
trying
him
to say.
out.
Is over the last 15, 20 years, free agents that are stars are not even taking meetings with the Knicks. They're
No,
not
I
going to
get
come
it.
here.
I get
Free
what you're
agents are
saying.
not coming here. If you want a
But
star,
even in a
gonna have
trade,
to
the
come from a
contract
trade.
is going to be an issue. Even in the team that you're trading for the superstar, they're going to be like $36 million a year. Nah, I don't know if I want to take that on. So it's going to be an issue even in a trade if he's not matching the value of that
I'm not saying
contract.
trade RJ. I'm not saying trade RJ. We have other. I'm saying go into the luxury tax to pay our young players what they deserve. That's what I'm saying.
So
And
you
then
get the luxury tax, and you ain't even a playoff team.
That's what
Yes.
I'm trying to say.
We're the New
Those
York
who
Knicks.
go into the luxury tap are championship contending teams.
Yeah, but
So the
what
Nets
if
are championship
this?
contending team.
What if this
You
happens?
can't go into the luxury tap with a mediocre
team that
team.
can't
That
get
makes
in
no
the league.
sense.
But why not?
Yeah.
The question I'm asking is why not? If we're
I'm
not
gonna
getting
tell you
free
why
agents,
not. I'm
if we're
gonna
not
tell
getting
you.
free agents,
Okay.
So
let me.
if you're a businessman, you're just gonna pay luxury tax money for a product that's not producing. You can't do
Everything.
that.
You're
But
gonna be the Brooklyn Nets.
You know what's crazy though?
I
Because
mean-
isn't Obi and IQ coming up too? So what if we trade Randle and Obi just takes off, right? Then we got the same issue. What you paying Obi? Because then you're gonna have to pay Obi. You're gonna have to. People gonna have to get paid regardless. They're gonna have to get paid.
Nobody
you gotta pay
nobody
your
is having an
players.
issue with paying people. It's paying people what they're worth based on their value, not what we think they're gonna be.
But most
Yeah,
of
but this
most
is
of
the
the time,
third
with the young
overall
players,
pick.
don't they get paid off their potential? Like he's getting paid off
Yeah.
his potential.
Okay. Do you
He's
see
the third
enough in
overall
RJ right now to say, do you see signs of a budding star superstar right now?
At times, yes. At times, no. At times, yes.
You gonna
And
pay
so-
him
and-
$81
and so-
million?
averaging 20 points a game.
And so let me
on
let me
low
just
efficiency, he's taking more shots. I'm not trying to hate on him, but he's
Right.
averaging 20 points, but his efficiency is still low. So in order to get 20 points, it's because you're taking more shots.
Yeah, but
To
Devin Booker
me,
was like
his
that too.
efficiency has regressed. He's not a very efficient player right now, despite the 20 points.
Devin Booker wasn't efficient in his first few years in Phoenix. He was just
He
a
did
good
drop
scorer,
70 in
but
one
he
game,
was
though.
not efficient at all.
I get it. That's
Devin
why
Booker can
I'm
always shoot them
asking,
free
do
throws,
you
though.
see signs? Do you see signs? That's what I'm saying. Do you see signs?
Yeah,
Yes.
I see him.
Yes.
You see
And
signs
so
that he's going to
let me
be a
address
star.
this super chat. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, if RJ averages 24 points a game, 80% from free, then we're willing. Then we're winning, which is different. But this year 4, especially when it comes to free throws, cut it out about him. I understand how polarizing the RJ Barrett debate can be. But listen, this is what I want to say to the pain of the man. What you have to do is look at the total NBA landscape, right? Because in 2023, the NBA and the Players Union have this renegotiation about the collective bargaining agreement.
Right.
You never know what the salary cap will be and how much the salaries are going to go up.
Right.
What's going to happen is if we pay RJ now the 36, blah, 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 whatever it is a year, then we'll be locked in. RJ has to take that money. Now you wait till 2023, and then the cap goes up. Now you're looking at paying RJ Barrett 42, 43,
if
44
he that guy,
million.
I don't even care.
And but what I'm getting at is the percentage of the salary cap. Now, with that said, if RJ is that guy, like what you say, and he earns that money, that's great. But the thing about team building is one guy is not always going to do the heavy lifting.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You continue to draft, you continue to add free agents. And because as great as Giannis is, to me, Giannis is the standard, right? The young guy, you draft him off raw potential, he develops in your program, and he gets you to the championship by him putting in the work and the organization investing in that guy. Right. And getting you to the MVP and to the finals. Right. So he's the standard in which we should be using, right? My thing is, even as great as Giannis has been, you still had to bring in additional pieces to go around.
No doubt
Giannis,
about it.
right?
No doubt about it.
So the thing with RJ, if RJ is indeed your franchise player, we should still be in the mindset that even with RJ being the franchise player, we still have to improve the roster around him.
No doubt about it.
And the thing that the throwaways that we don't include in these conversations is the Knicks throw away money all the time, like Norvel Pell. Joakim Noah got paid. Joakim Noah got Luka Vildoza, right? Luka Shamana, whatever his name is.
Those are short contracts, though, that you can easily get off. It's a little different, though.
But the point I'm getting at is you paid them more than you paid Mitchell Robinson.
But why you got to be so bent on paying RJ right now? I mean, you're eligible.
Another year. He's going to be a restricted free agent
right now. It still can be a wait and see. And this is what, revisionist history. Julius Randle is case in point, case study. We didn't have to pay Julius Randle. We did. And of course, Julius and Randle, two different players, but the situation is very similar.
But Ryan,
RJ had a breakout year this year.
You bet on paying a starting power forward $26 million.
Say again?
You bet on paying a starting power forward $26 million.
His contract ain't that bad. Everybody says it's bad. It's not that bad.
Contract ain't bad, especially for the production Julius giving us.
Right.
I mean,
but that's why I think it's a little different. To your point, right? Go ahead, Ron. No.
Yeah, but the production is nowhere. Don't even compare Julius and RJ's production because it's different. And Julius, I'm gonna tell you right now, as much as I have my problems with Julius, the antics and everything, he's the best player on this roster right now.
100%.
And anybody saying otherwise, you just hate him. He's our best player, and I gotta admit it.
And Ron, he was our third best defense. He had the third best defensive rating on the team last season. RJ was the worst, tied with Kemba Walker and Fournier. Now, I will say RJ was playing some of the better players on the opposing team, so it has something, it has something to do with it. But back to your point about Julius' contract, we was having the same conversation last year.
Absolutely.
Should we sign him in the off season or wait this season and let him play it out? So it's not like we just doing this with RJ. We had the same conversation about Randle. But listen, the front office had to choose between paying him the one whatever he played, and if he balls out again, paying him $200 million.
The risk,
the risk. So they said, let's go with this and see if he'll take it. Julius decided not to bet on himself, and he took it. RJ Barrett's 181 is going to be 181 no matter what. It's not going to change. So why not wait?
That's a great point, Steph. That's a great point.
I don't mind waiting. I just don't want him to be like, oh, I want to leave just because I didn't get it when I got it.
I don't think you got to worry about that.
No, I'm talking about because this is his last year, right? This is his
No, next year.
No, that's what I mean. I mean, like upcoming season, this will be his.
But he'll be restricted, so the Knicks can just match.
They could just match.
That's it.
Unless
can't
the
lose
price
them.
is too much. Unless the price is too much and they don't want to.
And then you got
That's
your
different.
Like you just said earlier, RJ wants to be here, man. See, a lot of them other guys, we had to pay them to keep them here. You know what I mean? There's a difference between wanting to be somewhere, to be with the one you want, or looking elsewhere. Your eyes, you stargazing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, but
and don't lowball them. Don't go in there with $15 million. You got to be respectful to the guy.
Yeah, that's no wrong with talking about
I ain't gonna give him no 15.
That's why.
Ron trying to pay a minimum wage out here.
We're trying to pay him off the books. That's what we're trying to do.
Trying to throw him a Bitcoin and say, "Shut up." You know what
Yeah, word.
Yeah, Ron trying to get him an NFT. You know,
come on, dog.
Yeah, like you acting like he want equity in the company or something.
If we had to pay RJ right now, 125 is a fair contract.
I'm with that.
Ron trying to give him a McDouble. I don't want to hear nothing.
Listen, guys, y'all gonna get me fired. This is a good conversation, but I'm gonna have to leave and go back in the chat. I appreciate you. If y'all still on there too, I'll hop back on.
We'll probably
right,
be here.
Y'all still think you'll be here too?
Yeah, we'll see you in a few minutes.
I'm trying to hear what Rob got to say.
All right,
Rob, what you got to say, bro?
Right.
Come on, Rob.
Ron, I just want to know if you can.
Okay. Is me or Ray? Who goes?
No, go ahead, OG.
Oh, look. This is what I got to say about RJ. I'm going to make it short and sweet. RJ at his position last year, there's not a starter who shot worse than RJ in the whole league. In the whole league as a starter. So we put that up there. Yeah, he took more shots, less efficient. And then on top of that, the reason why RJ don't make a list is because this year they already got RJ mapped out as the floor and not the ceiling. So they don't see no growth in RJ going upstream. This is what they're saying about RJ. Me personally, I look at RJ as though if you have to work, if the only thing we got to say about RJ is how hard he works, he's not our star. If that's the only accolades we can give RJ is that he's a hard worker, you don't give him 181 million. You don't do that. You give him around the 120, the 125. And if you see that trending in another way, you try to move him for a first round pick at the All-Star break. And you keep it moving. You still got Cam Reddish. Even if Zion signs his contract, you got Cam Reddish to replace RJ that's on this team, and you give him the harder look. But right now, man, we can't honestly say just because of hard work to give this man 181 million and how it's going to look to the rest of the league. It'll look to the rest of the league that the Knicks gave him 181 million just for optics. Hell with the optics. If he's not worth it as a player, we don't give it to him. We give him something, and maybe, or we can make it incentive laced that if he do certain things, that it can equal up to that. But on his play right now, it's not in the cards right now. He has to show major growth. It's one player in the NBA that I did my research on about him that he can almost mimic with his efficiency, but he has to get better in two areas. That's the 3-point shot and the field goals. I mean, in the 3-point shot and the free throw line. If he can get better in both of those departments, we can deal with his inefficiency. And the only one who has the stats that RJ has that we consider a great player, you guys will never know, but it's Chauncey Billups. He was a mid-42 for the career field goal shooter. He shot 83% from the free throw line and almost 40% from three. Now, if RJ can mimic that, he will be considered a great player. But if he can't get up them free throws and them threes, and we have to deal with this efficiency, RJ will be a sixth man at most, or maybe even 7, if that efficiency in those free throws doesn't rise up along with the 3-point shot. So would you give a 7th man $181 million? I don't think so. RJ is going into his 4th year. It's something to pay attention to, not give it to him just because on his draft status, because as the number 3 pick in that year, he's still so far away from Ja and Zion. He just was the 3rd pick, but it was nothing in between. It's not like he was the 3rd pick and he was close to them two.
Yeah, but the Knicks messed him up as the 3rd pick. The Knicks messed him up as the 3rd pick.
Well, look, I'm not saying that he doesn't deserve to be the 3rd pick. What I'm saying is we know definitely he wasn't the 1 or 2. Anybody could have. Look at Poole over there in Minnesota. He was in RJ's draft class. If you was to redraft all over again, he would probably be the 3rd pick.
Who?
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole. That's a great point.
Oh, I thought you said Cole. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, Poole over there in Golden State. And he was in the draft class. And I think he was almost in the 2nd round or late 1st. So if they had to redo that draft class, it would probably be Poole then RJ.
Yeah, but RJ brought it up on the JJ Redick show too. He was saying that it's different circumstances. Now, if we didn't have Marcus Morris and Randle, I think RJ would look much better if he just had the ball from day one. But we have Marcus Randle and Randle.
I think he would have been a far ahead, a better player than what he is right now.
Okay.
It took 3 seasons for RJ just to get aggressive enough to take the ball and take it on his own. So that's a hard call to make in his first 2 years because it took 3 years for him to get the confidence to do it.
Okay, so are we saying Jordan Poole's a better player than RJ Barrett?
Hell
right
no.
now. Come on now.
You've done it for 5 minutes, guys. Wait a minute. Jordan Poole been good for 5h minutes here.
And the system is way better. And the system is way better.
Look at last season when them players wasn't there. He got off last year
better
too.
Every year, man.
That's
been in the G League though.
But look at his team and look at how the system is. He playing with much more
but his team wasn't his team then because
but
you didn't
a lot
have
of people who play
there was a lot of players hurt.
Garbage too now, so you got to look at it both ways.
But all right, so look at Wiggins. Look at Wiggins. He had an efficient 25 points on Minnesota, but look at him now.
They did not have at the time. They didn't have Steph or they didn't have Clay at all. Curry was gone. This man emerged with his own talent. Yes,
he's talking about last season, right? Not this season.
Yeah,
right?
I'm talking about last season.
Okay. So last year, the Golden State Warriors was sitting at home watching RJ Barrett in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't. We're talking about Poole's contributing.
His skill
level led to Golden State being in the lottery.
His skill level right now is better than RJ.
Same thing about RJ.
Hey, matter of fact, talking about them free throws that RJ can't shoot. That man is in the top 3 in the league. I believe in the top 5 definitely with free throw shooting. Matter of fact, he's a better free throw shooter than Steph.
Right.
Yeah, but you got to understand, man, in the backcourt with Steph and Clay, he's getting no attention.
That's what I'm saying.
He's getting no attention, no game planning on him.
RJ ain't getting no game planning. Julius was getting it.
Bro, this season, are you saying? Oh my goodness.
He played a lot of the season without Curry because Curry was hurt last year.
Hey, think about it. What he just said is the same thing that RJ got. Julius was getting all the double and triple teams. RJ was roaming free.
Yeah, but if you think that the NBA teams don't have film on RJ and are not adjusting to what RJ does, that's crazy, bro. Like they are absolutely doing that.
Man, I know we Knicks fans, man, but we got to be real too now. Don't poo-poo Jordan
Poole is not getting 181 million, and RJ shouldn't either.
Brothers right now.
If Poole ain't getting it, RJ shouldn't get it.
Oh my goodness! I put Jordan Poole and RJ in different categories, man. Because Jordan Poole does have a team around him and a coach around him.
But
that's
he
just
didn't
not
last year. You keep on saying that, but last year they was in the lottery, like Freezy said.
Yeah, and not just Jordan Poole. And you know what? They wasn't just in the lottery last year. They were in the lottery the year before that, too. They
Okay,
had the second worst.
They had all them
record in
injuries the
league
year before.
with
To their key horses.
But
Right,
look, my
right.
point is this here. When he started to play, right now you see him in championship basketball and he's effective.
Right. No, I agree with you. All
But
I'm
he
saying
hasn't
is,
been this effective until those guys came back.
No, he was. He was effective before they came back.
And why were they in the lottery? If he was that effective, why were they in the lottery?
they were in the lottery
he's not
because
a
Jordan
superstar.
Poole was trash. That's why they was in the lottery.
If you put
was
Jordan
garbage.
Poole last year on the Knicks,
and he developed and got better incrementally. And now you see him break out with 3 Hall of Famers on the floor with him.
Thank you.
Hey, look, last year he balled too, Freezy.
Right.
Without him.
Last year he balled too. Jordan Poole was a decent player last year.
He led them to the lottery.
What was RJ last year?
Look, he was a second round pick.
What was RJ last year?
We're talking about
RJ
a second
Barrett
round
RJ
pick.
was pretty good last year.
RJ Barrett was 17 points a game on 40%.
But we're talking about a
40% from
second
three,
round pick.
And 45 from the field.
and the third best wing defender in the NBA. That was RJ Barrett last year.
But we're talking about a second round pick now, fellas.
No, we comparing Jordan Poole and RJ Barrett.
Yes, and
That's
I'm talking about, but he's talking about like he was a superstar or something. We just talking about the emergence of his talent.
Right.
Versus RJ's. The numbers is rivaling each other.
Right.
That's why he's not getting 181 million.
You see, the numbers are significantly better once the 3 Hall of Famers come back. If you see just Julius Randle being at a high production level, look what that did to RJ's game. Look at his production level going down, and look what that did to RJ's efficiency.
Who does Jordan Poole have to defend on a nightly basis?
Thanky you. Nobody.
Nobody. Nobody, because he's got two. Because my question was, who does Jordan Poole have to defend on a nightly basis? Right? Nobody, because he has 3 Hall of Fame defenders on the floor with him. Right? Iguodala, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. Right. So,
but Freezy, you say that, but there's still players that play with great players that don't show up and get shipped out of town. I mean, that is a moot point. We got to talk about what.
I'm not taking anything away from Poole. He's a good player. I'm not trying to shit or hate on him. That's
the point. So the point we're trying to say is
that money.
We just want to distinguish RJ Barrett away from everybody else, because what we do is compare RJ Barrett to we always got RJ Barrett versus Devin Booker. RJ Barrett versus Zach LaVine. RJ Barrett versus everybody in ideal situations, right? But what we don't do is compare RJ Barrett to dudes that came out with him like Jared Culver. Where's Jared Culver at? Exactly. That's my point.
Or DeAndre Hunter. What if DeAndre Hunter get paid more than him?
That is my point.
And RJ gonna look at that and like, yo, bro.
We look at the perfect situation. We look at the perfect situation, but don't look at RJ Barrett versus Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish also came out in that draft class, right? Why don't we compare RJ to Cam?
Because he's not getting 181 million either.
So Rob, where you stand on the contract with
RJ Barrett versus Kobe White? Who's better, RJ Barrett or Kobe White?
And he's not getting 181.
He's not getting that neither.
That's my point, man. We always look to put RJ on the chopping block. Why are we putting RJ on the chopping block?
No, that ain't the case. Freezy, stop. Because RJ been the untouchable golden child. People ain't been saying that, but no RJ now. You better stop that, Freezy.
No, I really do, because every time a player start doing well, here go the Knicks fans. RJ better watch out. Obi start playing good. RJ better. Why his spot got to be like replaceable because Obi playing well or IQ playing well? Why? They play 2 different positions.
No, we ain't trying to trade RJ.
Oh, when Grimes, yeah, but I'm just saying, because when Grimes started playing, I heard cats saying, Grimes playing well, so RJ better watch his spot. Why?
Yeah.
Why they can't coexist?
I heard somebody on this panel say that RJ better watch his spot if Grimes develop.
So Rob, where you stand on the money with RJ? What you paying him?
120.
You ain't paying him that.
120. Oh my.
Hey, look.
That's so disrespectful.
Hey,
120. He can't even get a crib in New York with 120.
That's what I'm saying. We in New York, bro. We ain't in Florida with no taxes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's New York, bro. 150. That's a black and mild out there, dog.
Well, he wasn't by his
You
pops'
trying
crib.
to pay RJ a pack of black and mild wine tips,
Listen,
bro.
man.
Get out of here.
Yo, if RJ was petty like me, if I'm trying to buy my mom's a crib with 120, I'm like, yo, sorry, I couldn't get you the crib because the Knicks ain't want to pay me the 180.
That's what I'm saying.
I gotta go ahead and get you
Virginia
this little
Slims.
He's smoking 120s now.
Sorry,
like, what's
Mom.
going on here?
I could have got you the Maybach, but I got to get you this here Camry because I'm off $60 million.
We got the Camry with the touchscreen joint on the HUD. We got the touchscreen. It looked like a Rolls Royce, but it's not.
It got 100,000 miles on it, but it's still new. It's still good.
Yeah, RJ pulling up on a bicycle, dog. What you doing? 120 million.
Beach cruiser on rims.
That's what Ron pay him. Ron and Rob pay him now. They gonna be at RJ gonna be at their door with a plate like, you got sugar? You got some sugar? I couldn't afford it because you ain't pay me.
That's rough, bro. You know, gas $20 a gallon.
Yeah. He gonna be borrowing food from the team locker room. Watch.
Hey, I'm gonna get him an electric vehicle.
See? Nah. See how you doing?
Ron pull up with an 07 Tesla, like, you know you want it.
See how you doing them? And then he ain't even gonna get no. He ain't gonna get no endorsements.
I'm gonna tell you, all jokes aside, seriously though, with RJ where I'm at, I'm waiting till the end of the season. I'm gonna have a hard conversation with him. I'm gonna let him know, hey, you are in my plans to keep you, but for you to get that 181, if you want that 181, you do these, you hit these parameters, and like I said, it ain't even a conversation, man. The contract gonna be sitting on the table. Just need you to hit it, and we stamp it, get it notarized, and it's good. You're official like a referee with the whistle. That's
one way to go. That's one way to go.
On wanting money this year, I can't go for 125.
Hey, Kev, that McHale kid is up this year. Let's see what he get.
Oh, he's about to get paid.
Let's see what he get.
Is that the kid? I keep getting them confused.
From Charlotte.
Charlotte. The one in Charlotte is up, right?
Yeah, he up.
The one we could have had.
He's going to get the max. I can almost guarantee it.
He deserves it. He deserves it.
Just keep in mind that the idea of this whole max thing is supposed to check off multiple boxes and is not just tied to individual production. It's the responsibility of what you do on the team. And so you can't just, jump out the window and just be like, oh, well, he's not better than Jordan Poole, or he's not better than, Mikal Bridges or Miles Bridges or whatever. Like part of that money being paid is also the responsibility that RJ holds for the New York Knicks, for the New York media market. And that encompasses all of his behavior and the strength of his mental and psyche and whatnot. Like that, it's not just, oh, RJ, you can't hit free throws, so I can't pay you 180. Like, Ron, this discount, like I'm starting to look at you like Brock Aller, man. Like, do you kick? I'm trying to figure that part out. But either way, I genuinely think he's not. If you do want to put it all on production, he's not worth 180. I would give him like 5 years, 150. But again, you are also paying for all the intangibles. You are also paying for what he represents to investors, for season ticket holders, the jersey sale, and just what he represents. With that being said, I'm okay waiting an extra year because you still have the leverage. RJ's not pining to go to Utah or New Orleans and all this different stuff. Like, you can also wait until he hits restricted free agency, which is the same thing with Zion and Cam. Like, you can wait. No rush you gotta wait now. The only benefit to the front office actually paying him now is if you pay him earlier, you might get him at a discount. That's the only, if you pay him right now, then yes, all the figures and whatnot that you're throwing out may be justified to some degree. But if you wait until next year and he shows you all of these different things, there better not be no lip and better not be no,
That's what I'm saying. Ain't no conversation next year. You do what we ask you to do, you get it. But if you so bent on, hey, I got to get paid this year, this where we at, 125, man.
Hey, I think Ray made a really good point. If we pay him early, we might get a discount.
Hey,
Speaking on that, Yeah, speaking on that, like if say he accepted 5 years, 145, you don't think that that's a good discount? Like that's not worth the shot. Like that puts us in a much better spot financially long term than us giving him 5 years, 181. Like if he were to take 5 years, 145, that's a good discount. Like
yes, it is. It actually is, because again, what you're banking on with RJ is the methodical improvement that he's going to make year in and year out. And the evidence has already shown that that's what he does. Sure, he took a step back in efficiency. You know how many players in the NBA are really that efficient? Efficiency really doesn't really show up until like year
especially at 21 years old.
when you're thinking the game a little bit better than you did when you came in, you're like 21 years old or whatever. So I'm not, again, as I said earlier, you know, when we were talking about it, I'm not overly tripping on RJ's improvement or his development. He's going to get better. He's already shown you that. And if you're going to account for just the bare minimum of what he would do, well, then just attribute one thing he needs to improve on and count that as a year. He needs to improve on free throws. I guarantee you he will improve as a free throw shooter come next year.
What evidence you got when in the 4 years just about that the man been here that he haven't done that?
Yeah, but it don't have to be free throws. It could be any one of those. It could be anything.
Yeah, I mean, and just the efficiency also. You know what I mean? The efficiency in that mid-range game. I ain't leaving them stuff out neither.
Yeah, but
would you say his handle got better?
Oh, absolutely. The handles got better.
Well, there you go.
The ability to finish with the right hand got better. And
there you go.
The point shot got better.
There you go.
I agree with you, Ron, when you said that. Let the what's the name? Let them talk to the front office and say, you know, you give me this and I'll pay you for next season. But they also got to work with him to help him get that.
Yeah, they got to let him know where they stand. You can't just if they ain't gonna pay the man the 181, just don't have a conversation, because then that'll look bad.
But they got to do something with the roster to help them get to reach that point, though. Like you got to move players to, you know, maybe get rid of Mitch where it's in a sense of a way of like, all right, let's get the paint open more for him. Let's maybe get rid of a Mitch and help him spread the floor, or maybe a Randle that might be in his way from actually take, because you know Randle coming back if he's on the roster next year, he's coming back to redeem himself. You know that.
So, you know the funny thing about Randle's situation with the Knicks is y'all heard me say Randle is the best player on this team, which is true.
Yeah,
but he don't play good with this team.
He doesn't. You're right. He doesn't fit well with the player.
That's the thing about it. That's why I would have to move Randle.
He's not a basketball fit, and grant he's an individual talent. He's not a bum. He's not trash. He's not what you think he is on the worst end. He is a talented player. You also still have to look at the context of 2010 and 5 and everything else in between.
Absolutely.
There are some positives. There are some negatives. My thing is, under a Tom Thibodeau scheme / philosophy, Julius Randle does not fit because you have to stick. Listen, Tom Thibodeau's entire religion with basketball is protecting the paint. It's all about the paint. It's eliminating the paint, the option of the paint, which is why teams shoot so many threes against us and sometimes look wide open because it's all about protecting the paint. My thing is, if you got a traditional 5, that doesn't work for Randle's game. He needs a stretch 5 like a Cat or a Miles Turner or, you know, any one of the. If he was playing with Kristaps Porzingis in Washington, I think he would look better because there's spacing on the floor, but not to go too far off into the point of Julius Randle and just sticking on RJ Barrett. My thing with RJ Barrett is it's okay because your front office, number one, is not really anxious to just pay people. They're not out here just throwing money at people. They're gonna think.
Ray, say that again, because that's huge, and that was my point. Just because he's eligible, and the evidence we've seen with this front office suggests otherwise.
Yeah,
they can just pay money to pay money.
Listen, your capologist is Brock Aller. If you know anything about Brock Aller, you need to go study. You need to go study the stuff back in Cleveland and what he did. This man is not just throwing money out to players. It's all about cap flexibility. So I don't expect them to come out the woodworks and be like, "Here, RJ, here's 181." No, they're gonna find a way to discount that any way that they can, and that's where I'm coming up with the idea of 5 years, 150. Now, if RJ comes back and says, "No, I want 181," then I'm saying to RJ as a front office exec, then I'll see you in restricted free agency. Obviously, I got to be careful because that might rub him the wrong way. As we know, today's NBA player doesn't have the same psyche as the NBA player that we grew up on. That's my thing.
That's a good point, too.
If I could just say something with that, I think that mentality is dangerous, though. Like when you say, I'll see you in restricted free agents, this is a reason why we have trouble getting free agents to come to New York. We cannot put ourselves in a situation where we're looking at players like commodities. We have to really bring them in as like, this is a homegrown player. This is not a player that we found. Like this is us. This is our guy. Like if we're not even treating our guy with respect, at least in front of the media, you know how the New York media is. They take a small thing and they explode it all over every paper. So this could really blow out of proportion, even if it's not a bad conversation. It could blow itself out of proportion.
But guess how you handle it? Guess how RJ
make us
handle
look
it?
stupid.
Because you know the conversation, just like you said, they're gonna ask the question. Well, how come you haven't gotten the deal yet? We've had conversations about that. That's gonna take care of itself.
And I hope RJ is professional about it and doesn't, give any energy to that negative conversation with the media. But the media, Berman is going to ask that question that way to get something negative out of RJ. You know it's going to happen.
And RJ being the professional that he is, going to handle it in a professional way.
I don't see him complain. If it was Randle, then I'll be like maybe. But nah, I think RJ going to handle professional. I think he's going to say, I just want to win, and the team comes first, and then I'll get mine in the end.
He does that, bro.
And my contract is going to take care of itself. We've had conversations.
Yeah, because he's of course when he was asked on JJ Redick, of course he's going to say he want money. Anybody's going to be like, yeah, I hope so. So like, and he even said it in he said I wish or something like that. He said I wish, I hope. It's not like he was like, yeah, they better give me my money. He said I hope. So he's professional about it. He ain't going to OD.
No, that's one thing we ain't got to worry about him.
And maybe that's the reason we pay him. Right there, right what you just said. That's one thing we don't have to worry about with him. That's a player we need. We need players that you don't have to worry about stupid stuff like that.
He better than me. Don't ask me that question because I'm be like, give my bread.
Guess what RJ gonna say? I'm gonna make you give me the 181 next year. Because I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna do this, and that. Every year that guy got a goal of what he's trying to attain. This year he talking about.
So see, low key, Ron, you a fan? You a big fan?
Low key, you want to tell him? Low key.
I love him. I ain't gonna front. I love him, but guess what? Guess what? I love more than I love RJ. Because I always say I don't get attached to players. I love you.
I hear that.
Why you in that Knicks uniform? But I don't get attached to players. I learned my lesson with Patrick Ewing, man. That dude, when he left the Knicks, it almost caused me to stop watching the Knicks because I was hot mad that we got rid of him.
Yeah, but how much would your heart break?
It's a business, and when I had to start looking at Patrick Ewing and start analyzing this game, and this man, the last man coming up the court and breaks, it was time for Pat to go, and Pat ego was not going to allow him to go to no bench, and that was his biggest undoing, his ego, man. So I made my point. I say, hey, I'm going to like players. I'm going to give them their credit. I'm going to give them the game ball, but when they ain't balling, I'm going to give them the game stones.
Yeah, but how much your heart going to break if RJ go to Toronto and just become everything you wanted him to be?
It ain't going to break.
Mine will. I tell you that.
I tell you this: the only way it break is if we let $5 million or $10 million be the difference between them going elsewhere. That's the only way.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
I agree with that. But you know what also scares the you know what out of me? Making bad decisions. Especially when you have all the information in front of you and you still make a bad decision. Now, granted, this offseason is key. Want to know why? Because the whole concept of with great power comes great responsibility, that's us right now. We have the ability to turn up and flip the script and then some with all the assets we've collected, with the position that we are salary-wise. My biggest fear is us messing that up. Now I get you got to spend money to make money. You got to be aggressive and all this different stuff. My fear is New York Knicks in 20 plus years have not shown sort of a they haven't been financially responsible. And so we've thrown money, away because this player could be, the consolation star that we need because we didn't land the big fish and whatnot. That's my biggest fear. So when I look at RJ, yes, I want to pay him, but I don't know if I have all of the information to pay him $181 million. 150, cool. But yes, if we push it to restricted free agency, that's just part of doing business. It's okay to have a conversation. Like, why? That shouldn't be a deterrent for a guy like RJ Barrett, who's mentally shown us he's ready to be here and be in New York. We just here talking. I don't think they're worth 180. I think they're worth 150. Well, no, I think I'm worth 180. Okay, cool. Go into next year and show me you're worth 180. And then we can, have a different conversation about it. But we don't have to rush it.
Here's my thing, though. I don't know. All of this stuff is irrelevant. You know why? You know what's going to happen? LeBron going to be like, let me get off the Lakers and I want to go to the Mecca. That's what's going to happen.
Man,
you know what we going to do?
Man,
you know what the Knicks going to do? They're going to be like, okay, LeBron, we need LeBron just for the storyline, and they watch.
I might no longer be a Knicks fan if we sell LeBron.
That's what's going to happen. I need to be in the Mecca.
They better not bring that guy here, man. That should have been.
I love LeBron James to death, but he is too old to.
I would have been down for it.
All right, so let me do this right here. Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says RJ will get paid as a restricted free agent only, and Paris Duggar also said Tibbs blasted RJ for not working as hard. Stop.
Yeah, he did get on him. He did get on him.
Yeah, he did. And so I just wanted to say this one thing about the Brock Aller thing. When you start valuing executives over players, you become those teams that can't get out of their own way. Because at the end of the day, the executive, they do their thing, man, bring in talent, manage the cap, and those type of things. But let's not act like Brock Aller performed a miracle, right? Let's not act like Leon Rose performed a miracle, or R.C. Buford did not perform a miracle in San Antonio. Right, the San Antonio Spurs drafted David Robinson #1, and they earned that pick. Right, they drafted Tim Duncan #1, and they earned the #1 pick. Right, and so the Golden State Warriors, they didn't, they didn't do a magic formula. Like, they didn't just develop a core. Like, people say Golden State drafted exceptionally well. No, they didn't. Golden State missed on 14 draft picks, and they got lucky with 2 of them. Right. And trust me, I can bring up the list of draft picks that they missed on again and read it for like the 9th time of the dudes they drafted and had a whole bunch of misses, right?
Andre Biedrins.
Yeah, man.
They just revolutionized the game and had 2 of the greatest shooters at the 3-point shot line in the history of the game at the same time on the team.
And they were lucky that teams around them were getting injured. Let's not forget San Antonio had them on the ropes and Kawhi Leonard got hurt, right? Let's not forget. So the thing is, the thing with team building is not that a franchise gets it right off the rip. You know what I'm saying? They get a lot of things right, and then a lot of things go their way, right? With the Knicks, we have not gotten things right, and things have not gone our way. And so going to the RJ thing with the salary stuff is. RJ Barrett, if you feel RJ Barrett is a piece, you need to get other pieces to go with RJ. Right now, we're talking about RJ like he may be the franchise player, but who is the second best young piece in this franchise? Right? And if you say a name like Obi, you can't really be truthful because you hadn't seen enough of Obi to say Obi is that guy. I like Obi, but Obi has not had 2 15-point per game seasons or 120 point a game season or something like that where you feel like he's a long-term piece. We hope he is. Right? Who's the other guy? Is it Quickly? You hadn't seen enough of Quickly to say that he's that guy. Right? So if it's this thing of should we pay RJ? I think we should, but at the same time, I think what we should look at is the long-term thing. Like, who's the other piece to go with RJ?
And that's another thing too, Crazy. You pay him that 181, right? You signaling that he your #1 option, because you can't pay no man 181 and he your second or third option.
The Bucks did it.
That just won't cut
the Warriors.
And that's Milwaukee. Right. You know better than this. New York, man. Come on now.
Right.
You know better than that. It's two different animals.
Middleton got that money before they won the chip, though.
and RJ ain't living up to that 181, he averaging 20 points a game, you gonna be happy? Or even if he regress and you pay that 181, or you bring somebody here and they outperforming it, that ain't gonna be a good look. It's a lot to consider when you talk about paying somebody max money, man.
The way I look at it is, if he's getting paid max money, I don't care if his production goes all the way down, as long as we're winning game.
Oh, like, you don't care, huh? Okay. See how long that keep Leon in office.
I mean, I hear if we're winning, it's gonna keep winning there forever. That's the key. We got to win games, man. We got to win.
If his production go down, I'm telling you right now, if his production go down, we paying him 181. Don't be thinking about no playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. We're not gonna have the talent to get into the playoffs and win if his production goes down. I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to look at it like an individual player. We got to look at the core of the team. If we are moving in the right direction as a whole. I mean, the parts got to get paid. The parts of the team have to get paid. It's just not what normally happens on an NBA team. When you got a player that you as a homegrown player, you have to respect it and pay him. You know,
that's why and the other side of it, talking about this. That's why my gut instinct is telling me Randle gonna be here next year. Just for what?
Yeah, he is.
Just for what we're saying.
He is.
Morocco,
he's gonna be here next year.
Morocco, let me ask Morocco Joe this question. Morocco, this is just for you, bro. If you pay RJ, right?
Okay.
The 181, right? The salary cap next season. Now so even if you give RJ the max, say this summer, it won't kick in until the end of his rookie deal.
Yeah.
Right? Regardless of what happens, if you sign him today, if you sign him in a year and a half, it still doesn't kick in until his rookie contract is over, right? Next year, the salary cap is the luxury tax threshold is $149 million, right? So I'm asking you, do you feel confident that the Knicks front office can build a roster around RJ Barrett with $113 million?
So the reason why I say yes is not because of free agency. I say yes because we have a lot of draft picks and we have tradable contracts. We're not going to get a star through free agency. It's just not going to happen. I mean, no matter what we do, it's not happen. It's not.
So who are you saving the money for? Who are you saving the money for?
Exactly. That's my big like query here is like, what is the point of having cap? The point of having cap is to trade or is to free agency. Is free agency. That's the only reason to have cap is to find a player in free agency. I don't care. Like, free agency is not happening, bro. Like, if you look, every relevant free agent star is not even entertaining the Knicks with a meeting.
But Morocco, can you build a contender around RJ Barrett with $113 million in salary?
You won't have to use $113 million because you can go over the cap when you make a trade. You can go all the way up to the hard cap as long as the salaries match. That's my point of view. Is there's no point in having salary cap when we're not winning in free agency. We have to look at the landscape. We're not going to win in free agency. We can win in the trade round because we have assets that are tradable. We have contracts.
Let me ask Ray. I gotta.
If you know he speaks to me when I hear that. That's all the more reason why you continue drafting. Right there. What you saying?
100%. I'm not, because you can go over, if we get a star in the draft, we can go way over the cap to keep them. Like, you know what I'm saying? All these players that we have built here, we can pay. We don't have to worry about trying to find somebody and coming over to New York from free agency because they don't want to come here, first of all. And second of all, it's better to build it this way, man. It's the only way to do it is to build it this way.
Right.
Yeah, keep drafting. Keep drafting your own and hope you hit on one of them.
Right. Do you think Leon Rose and Brock Aller can build a championship contender around RJ Barrett with $113 million? Mind you, RJ's getting 36 of this, right? RJ's gonna be at 36. There's $113 million left. Can you build a contender around RJ Barrett with $113 million per season?
Man, damn, that's such a hard. Yeah, Yo, man, you posing a really good question, man. Is it possible? I mean, based on the data that I have right now, no. But the bigger question, behind that, just answering your question is what RJ will be when that extension comes in, when he's in year 2 of that extension. That's such a hard question to answer because the league is so filled with so many, like we have never seen this in our lifetime where the league is so heavily talented in every regard. So I don't know I don't know if you could.
Ray, it sounds like you dodging the question, bro.
Yeah, I'm dodging.
I dodged the question 100%.
No, hold on. I'm dodging the question only because it is. Listen, if you're asking me, you want a straight up answer? Okay, here's your straight up answer. You cannot build a championship contender with RJ Barrett being paid $181 million. But the context in my head is
Ray,
like,
but he doesn't make 181 per year. Now, what I gave you was the luxury tax threshold minus RJ Barrett's salary. Right. The luxury tax threshold minus RJ Barrett's salary, you'd have 113 remaining. And so you're telling me you can't pay a Giannis and a Steph Curry and then fill in with role players because you can. Because Giannis makes 47, Steph makes 50. That's $97 million. That leaves you $16 million left to fill out your roster. So the 3 players you had, Giannis, Steph Curry, RJ Barrett, and you still have $16 million left. So the reason why I bring that up is because the dollar amount that we're stuck on the word max, right? That's what I think. Every time I hear the conversation, I think we're stuck on the word max because we associate max with the great players in the league, right? I think RJ Barrett is a Chris Middleton level player. And Chris Middleton is making that money right now. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm thinking, right? But that's my opinion, right? So here's the other thing too. We also compare RJ Barrett to all these young players that have everything catered to their needs. We forget that RJ Barrett's points per game and offensive efficiency is not just solely on what RJ Barrett's ability. It has to do with a coach that runs the slowest pace in the game.
Yeah.
Right. An archaic offense. Right. All these factors work against RJ Barrett. Right. If RJ Barrett plays for the Sacramento Kings, he'd probably be averaging 24 points a game. In an up and down style that fits his style of play, but he doesn't
shoot the same free throws though.
Right, but
and they still be in the lottery.
Right, and it was right, but what I'm saying is I'm not equating that to winning. I'm only equating it to the way these players get their numbers. That's what I'm saying.
Can I answer your first question?
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
With 113 million, yes, you can build a team around RJ Barrett if he's that guy. Right. Because if he's that guy, you give him the Giannis money. You bring in a second guy, like you just said, Big Freezy. He give him 30, 40, whatever, and then you have enough left to fill in the roster. But the big question is if he's that guy. If he's not that guy, say he's your third option. He's taken up more of the salary cap than he's given out in production. And so now that limits. Now, if he's the number 3 making 36 million, now with that 113, you got to go out and find a number 1 and a number 2. That's the only thing I'm trying to say. But if you think he's a number 1 or number 2, definitely you can build the rest of the team out with 113. But if he's not, now you got all that money tied up in a number 3. And you got to take the rest of it, get a 1 and 2, and then that limits how you can fill out the rest of it.
But the hard part about what you're saying is not cutting the check. The hard part is finding a number 1. That has always
and possibly a number 2.
And possibly a number 2. That has
with limited money because it's tied up in a number 3.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
And so that's the problem that teams face all the time. It's
no doubt about it. No doubt about it.
Teams do make trades at the trade deadline every year because they're trying to establish pecking orders or reset so they can find the number one guy.
Right.
So the thing is, we know RJ is not the number one guy, right? We know that.
Right.
We've seen 3 years of RJ Barrett. I said 3 and put up 4 fingers. I'm sorry, I can't count.
Grown man on the fifth floor.
yeah. And so, but the thing about the Knicks and finding the number one guy is we know it's not easy. It's almost impossible, right? When we get a number one guy, we got Melo. We find out that he had hidden deficiencies, like effort defensively, selfish offensive plays. In the time, clutch time when the team needs a basket from anybody, Melo took it upon himself to go get it instead of playing team ball. Just small stuff, right? This team is almost impossible. We have to find us a number one guy. The thing with RJ Barrett is what we don't want to do is take all the good vibes that we built up, this cachet that we built up over RJ's young career, and threaten to have it go sour over a contract negotiation over a few $1 million in either direction.
A few $1 million, you're right. But it could be more than a few $1 million. And I think it's easier to rebuild your reputation than to rebuild the cap, depending on how much you pay him and how much in a hole you are, because it may be difficult to move it without giving up assets to do so. But it is possible. I've seen really bad contracts get moved if you're willing to give up an asset. So that's a good point. If we do make a mistake and he winds up being a number 3 and we want to clear the cap, we can put an asset toward it and we can move it out. So that's a fair point.
And plus you can rehab, and plus you can rehab a young player in another city. You can't rehab a vet in another city.
Freezy, you just made me think about something, man. So this is the conundrum for the New York Knicks. You pay RJ that 181. This team still ain't a playoff team. That's the thing too, and he's not a number 1 right now. That's all the more reason why I couldn't pay him 181, because we don't have an identity. We don't even know if the coach gonna be here past Valentine's Day.
But Ron, you're not paying him 181 all at one time, man. That's what's
I'm just 36 million.
I'm saying that that contract. If I'm paying him 181, I need to know that you that dude. Period. Just like Steph saying, you that dude, and I know you gonna be this guy I'm gonna build around. And this team got the potential to look like something. But even paying RJ 150, you looking at RJ right now with this team, where the light at the end of the tunnel to say we're gonna be a playoff team, even a play-in team.
Right.
Yeah.
We got a lot.
But 36 for a number 2 is not bad. If he can even be a number 2, it's not really that bad. But if he's not a number 2, you got 36 and a number 3.
Yeah, that's you talking about putting yourself back. What the New York Knicks need to do this offseason? Uncle Leon, all them picks you got, you need to package up and go get that dude. Go jump up in the lottery. I don't care what you do. Go get that dude. Don't be cheap. Don't be cheap.
That's my thing. Even with all the unanswered questions and whatnot, I do support that point. If you're going to pull the trigger and use all your assets and all this stuff to swing and get a star or whatnot, you better swing big. Like, this better be a top 10 player, like, use it for that. But don't bring me these mid-tier players and tell me, oh yeah, we're gonna make the playoffs. No, you're not in the loaded.
But you're not making the playoffs with RJ anyway. The bottom line is you got to get a star on this team and build around them. So even if you get a star, this has to be a star. I agree with you there, Rayology. Even if you get a star, you still got to build around them. Even if you sign RJ, you still got to build around them. No matter who you get, you're gonna have to build around. The issue for me is don't give up a lot of assets for over-the-hill guys. Don't give up a lot of assets for injury-prone guys. Don't give up a lot of assets for LeBron James just to get in the playoffs, possibly in the play-in for 1 year. But I don't think the Knicks organization is going to do that. They're going to be smart. Even if, and I'm not saying we're going to go for Donovan Mitchell. In my opinion, he's a star. You still got to put a team around him, just like you got to put a team around RJ. And this guy is 25 years old. He's young. So that's not the same as selling a farm for a LeBron James.
Yeah.
You know, it's another young player that you're still going to have to put a team around.
That's a fact.
I'm okay bringing in a star if that person is a star. I'm willing to give up my assets for that player if he's a star. I'm just not okay bringing in mid-tier players, and then you're trying to sell me on, RJ and this mid-tier player, and we're potentially going to do something. I'm not there, and it's also how.
But it's going to happen over time, though. You think they're going to bring in one player and put them even with or without RJ, and it's going to change the Knicks' fortunes in one offseason? It's not going to happen. No matter what trade they make, you got to take time.
I'm totally with that. You're not contending for anything next season. You're not contending for anything the season after that. You've got a ways to go before you contend. Listen, Giannis.
It depends on how they construct the roster. You could turn it around in one offseason depending on what you do.
But
it depends on what you do.
And a very good players.
So I'm asking you, are we ready for that? As currently constructed with Tibbs and Leon Rose and the philosophy of it.
It depends on who you bring in. Look what Brooklyn did in one year. People getting on them because they got swept. But they got two superstars, one star on that team, still got Seth Curry, still got Drummond. That team plays together. They still have an opportunity to be a championship contender, and they did that in one season. So it's possible.
And they didn't have chemistry because Kyrie missed a lot of time. Right. You
Right.
have to let this team gel.
They got to marinate.
Right. They got Seth Curry during the season. They got Ben Simmons during the season.
Right.
And it's the style of play too.
Yeah. And they got things that they need to figure out. But I heard somebody say earlier, and I couldn't even get on. I almost fell out my seat. Somebody said the Knicks are in a better position than the Nets.
No, that was me. I didn't say that we were in a better position. I said I'd rather be the Knicks than the Nets right now.
Not me. I'd rather be the Nets fan right now.
Right.
Well, let me. Can I explain why?
Absolutely.
I say that if the Nets don't win a championship in the next 3 years, which is possible they might, they're not going to win one for 25 or 30 years after that. Because they have hamstrung. Hold on a minute. They have hamstrung their entire future to win a championship within the next 3-4 years. If they don't do that, they have really sold the farm for everything for the next 25 to 30 years.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that long, though. Right. But what's wrong with that? It's a small window for most teams.
Yeah, but listen.
Go ahead. No, Big Freezy, you go ahead.
So I just want to say this. When you talk to your fan base, the thing you tell your fan base when you take the Brooklyn approach is we're selling out everything we have to win you guys a championship. And if we don't win it, it's not for a lack of trying. In the Knicks case, you hadn't won a championship or been close since John Starks had a shot in the air to win a championship.
Since the year I was born.
But not
99?
No.
Well, you talking about the shot? You mean the chance to win? Yeah, the chance.
Hear me out on that. Hear me out on this. John Starks, at the end of Game 6, had a shot in the air that if it had gone in, the Knicks would be the NBA champs. Yeah. Elijah Wan peels off of Pat Ewing and tips Starks' shot. We forget about small stuff like that because we move so fast in this Knicks universe. Right? What I'm saying is Brooklyn selling out this year to go all in for a chip is easier to explain to your fan base than a Knicks team that is saying, yo, we chanted MVP for Henry Ellison.
And our cap looks good. We don't know what we're going to be able to do with it in the next 25 years.
Somebody might take our money. Somebody might take our money one day. You know what I'm saying? You can't.
You got that opportunity, like Uncle Freezy said. You put your chips in the middle of the table because we're not even talking about a 1 year window. We're talking about a 3 or 4 year window. Come on, that's enough time to win a chip.
Is these players are not coming to the New York Knicks. So that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to.
But you could trade for them.
And that's what
I get what you're saying. You could trade for them. But I hear what you're.
Because you think about it, it's just like when I thought about, my Miami Dolphins, what we did getting Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill was not available. But guess what our front office did? We made it where he was available. When you throw stuff out there, it's a deal they can't refuse. If you trying to get better, that's where it's all on this front office this year, man. They got to do their job. They got to go out there and make this team better. Ain't no middle of the road, none of that. We got to get better. And Leon Rose and Tom Thibodeau, truth be told, they can't afford not to make the playoffs this year.
Yep.
They will be gone because it's going to be going in the year 4.
Right.
I think we forget about Dolan. Is Dolan okay rocking with these young players for another 2-3 years to see if they're going to pop? Are the season ticket holders okay with that? As fans, we might be okay waiting, but Dolan kicked out the last front office, brought in a new front office for this very reason.
Right.
He wasn't seeing progress. So I'm sure when he was interviewing Leon Rose put his plan on the table, and that helped him get the job.
Yeah.
So now what you gonna say?
Sure,
I'm sorry. We're gonna go back to the drawing board with what the old regime was doing, and we're gonna rock with these young players for another 2, 3, 4. He's gonna be out of a job too, and now the next regime is gonna come in.
He will be gone.
Right.
But I mean, I would say, do you think that Leon Rose and Scott Perry, their conversation with Dolan wasn't, we need 4 or 5 years, we need to develop some of these younger players? I'm
No,
pretty sure
because
that
at that time, those youngest players wasn't even part of the picture. Look at 2 years ago, they wasn't part of the picture.
Like Scott Perry's voice is quiet in the house right now.
Right. They didn't come in this year with these guys. They came in 2 years ago before Quickly and Obi and all of them guys popped. So that's not what they were selling him.
I do believe that they said that we're going to try to build through the draft. I do believe that Leon Rose's idea is to build through the draft. I don't think it wasn't that when he came here to begin with.
Listen,
I don't think he was thinking that Bobby Portis and Julius Randle were the answer to all the problems that the Knicks had. I don't think that the roster has to. I think that they told Dolan this is going to be a process. We're going to have to go through the draft. We're going to have to find assets through the draft, and we're going to have to trade, try to get a free agent or two. But this is a long-term process. Why do you think they give Tibbs the long-term deal? They gave Tibbs a really long deal.
But let me tell you this: if that's what he sold Dolan, you're not hiring Tibbs. If that's what you sold Dolan, this is going to be we building through the draft, then you would go with Atkinson. You're not bringing in a 64-year-old Tibbs to build through the draft. When you bringing in CAA prior agents, I'm sure they told him because of my connections, we may be able to fast track this rebuild. We might be able, because of our connections, to get some players to fast track it. Now, we're not going to do anything crazy. We're not going to sell out and have you in a terrible salary cap situation. We're going to be smart about it. But it's hard for me to believe that they chose Tibbs. They brought in CAA, former agent, to go the slow route. I don't think that's what they sold Dolan on.
Yeah, but that appears to be what's happening, though. I mean, like if we look
that's
at the
what's happening because they couldn't
maybe
get
that's
what
how
they meant to get, what they wanted.
I agree.
But I mean, if that's actually what's happening, I mean, how can we be disrespectful toward that? How do we know that's not what they sold? If that's what we can all agree is what's happening.
It's what's happening, but it may not be.
What's
happening, but some things could have fell through the hole.
Right.
What they sold him.
Right. And some things happened that were unexpected, right? Like Julius Randle being 8th in the MVP voting.
Because he
that happened. That
was
unexpected. The Knicks winning. The Knicks going 16-4 in the last 20 games of a season that they were 500. Right. That is unexpected.
Yeah, and get to the 4th seed.
Right, and get into the 4th seed when we should have been the 8th seed, right? So things happened. So some things fell through the cracks, but then at the same time, we were also fortunate that some things bounced our way, right?
No doubt.
And so what I'm getting at, because I agree with Steph, I think what was tough. Let me read this super chat real quick. I'll pay RJ if he's better than Obi in 2 years, says Paris Duggan. And I think he may be, but
yeah, I think so too.
But here's the thing. You don't bring in a Tom Thibodeau and a guy that's about around the same age in Leon Rose, right? You don't bring in a whole bunch of veterans. One guy you had to beg to come back in Elfrid Payton. You know what I'm saying? In order to do a rebuild through the draft. Right? Because remember the We 15, the We Here, Big 15 year, Alfred Payton, Reggie Bullock, Alec Burks, Derrick Rose, Julius Randle, Nerlens Noel. You know what I'm saying? You bought in veterans because you want to see how far you could push this thing, right? In the first season. That's my opinion. Now what happened is fans started to fall in love with the young players because it's something we hadn't seen before. We hadn't seen a group of young players this young contribute to a team that had made the playoffs. This is something new for us because either we were all veterans, Charles Oakley, John Starks, all them guys, or we were all young with lottery busts. Mario Hezonja, Trey Burke, Enes Kanter, Noah Vonleh,
Enes Freedom.
So we were like, okay, wait a minute, we are getting the best of both worlds. We are getting so mom's gonna make us eat asparagus, but she also giving us apple pie a la mode. We getting the same thing. We getting the best of both worlds. And so as Knicks fans, in my belief, instead of us looking at what Leon Rose in the front office is doing, and that is trying to make the championship. I mean, trying to push the franchise forward. In the beginning with Tibbs, we are looking at, well, RJ is only 21. Obi won the dunk contest. Quickly can ball. And so we looked at that stuff and trick ourselves that we have draft picks and young players. But listen, 17 draft picks over 3 years, you only have 15 roster spots. Right? Those, we are not taking all young guys. They are going to use those to consolidate and bring guys in to help this team make the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, we should. We should definitely do that.
But the only thing is this front office, everybody, the names, and listen, don't be fooled by just the names, right? The names are familiar names, but these people are in new roles. Brock Aller has never had this much responsibility in the front office before he came here.
Or this much attention.
Yeah. Walt Perrin, never this much cachet, right? Scott Perry, Leon Rose, these
he was on the Kings, bro.
Yeah. And he was also in Seattle. He was the dude that helped draft Kevin Durant. But these people were not in the roles that Scott Perry hadn't been a GM before he got here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So all these people are in new. Well, he's been a GM for a while now, but y'all get what I'm saying. And so my point is, these people are still learning on the job, learning how to do these things, and the approach that we should take as fans is be patient with these guys because we are rebuilding the front office just like we're rebuilding a roster, and hopefully these guys that we put in these places are going to make the right decisions. I still agree with Joe though that I don't think people are in a rush to take our money. Right?
They're not.
I wouldn't want
or our cast or our players.
It's all about winning, man. Winning solve everything, man. And if you ain't winning, ain't nobody lose. I don't care where you're playing at.
You know, if you think about the Nets before they got Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant, right? They went on a run with that. I forget Kenny. Forget the name of the coach.
Who get interviewed for the Charlotte job, by the way.
They did a great job of winning.
One of the coaches getting interviewed. Yeah.
Okay. That Nets team did a great job of being relevant and winning with a combination of young players and some veterans sprinkled in, like the Spencer Dinwiddie and just some veterans sprinkled in. They did a good job of getting to the playoffs, making some noise. And then all of a sudden, that following offseason, they were able to get Kevin Durant. And they were able to get Kyrie Irving just from making a little bit of noise, making a little stir. That did not happen for us, man. We get the 4th seed. We have a good roster, a sprinkle of some young players. Randle looks good. We get nobody. This is what I'm trying to say.
And we had money.
And we get nobody. And that's what I'm trying to make clear to everybody. It is a very difficult position to be in as a New York Knicks fan when we have flexibility and money and no players are coming here. So when that happens, we have to shift focus. So you can't blame a Leon Rose when they're shifting focus. You know, maybe he wanted to speed up and fast track it with getting some players in here, but that's not working. That's not happening. So we have to shift focus. I give them immense credit for actually shifting focus and maybe building longer term through the draft. At least they
don't know that yet.
But I'll tell you,
this off season. Let's see.
We hope so, but we don't know.
I tell you,
we don't know that.
that shift in focus was on him. That shift in focus was on Leon Rose, man. Coming off that 4 seed, you ain't gonna tell me that kind of money they had because the buzz was back in the city. They was about to riot in this out there. You know what I mean?
Off of one win.
The streets was off
of one win.
With that playoff season. After hitting that 4 seed, people wanted to come here. Your man Leon Rose was doing what Leon Rose do. Pinch pennies. Being cheap.
Who wanted to come here? What reports did you hear, Ron? I didn't hear nobody wanted to come here.
Let me shake the tree leaves for you. DeRozan wanted to come here. It's reported. He wanted to come to the Knicks.
He underbid for DeRozan.
I'm gonna tell you who else wanted to come here. Lonzo wanted to come here. Don't sit there and let nobody tell you otherwise. That man wanted to come here. His daddy wanted him here. Yep. So Leon Rose got cheap. And the same thing, instead of paying money, you went and got an Evan Fournier. And then you went and Kemba Walker fell in our lap and you brought him here. So
you think you blame the Leon Rose in the front office?
I blame him
for not getting Lonzo Ball.
I'm gonna blame him for the same reason what you was telling me about how I want to pay RJ.
Yeah, because to Ron's point, Chicago signed him soon after free agency, but that's because the chatter was already out there that the Knicks weren't going to pay that type of money.
Exactly.
See, I don't know if that's accurate or not, though. Like, we hear the chatter, but
part of the front office was divided on Lonzo. Half wanted him, half didn't want him. Yeah. And DeRozan wanted, and this is the sad thing about the DeRozan piece, and this is for the people who they looking full circle that wanted Dame here. That was the plan. If DeRozan would have came here, Dame was gonna tell him go ahead and trade me to the Knicks. That was
absolutely. In the works. I do believe that. I want Dame too, really bad.
Your man played cheap.
I wanted him.
Your man played cheap, and that's why we ain't got him. And it's proven just like right now.
Yeah.
We one of the lowest paying teams in the league and trying to win games. You can't win cheap. You gotta win.
And it's the same man thing. Don't pay RJ. How you gonna say that,
bro? What I told you when I'm on paying.
How can you say that, bro?
I'm not paying him this year. I'm not paying him 181.
Hey,
what he's doing right now.
I think I'm about to break the internet.
That's front office malpractice. If I'm gonna pay RJ 181 right now, and this man came and shoot a free throw the same as like he ain't got a consistent mid range, ain't consistent, a volume shooter. No.
Hey, I'm gonna just say this right now, and I know it's gonna break the internet, right? And I'm sorry, internet, for breaking you, but I think if the Knicks trade for Damian Lillard, it automatically
and Oubre wanted to come in. Awesome.
That automatically vaults us to Eastern Conference Finals contenders.
Come on now.
Nah.
Smoking crack over
there. So here's why.
Okay.
So you bring in a Hall of Fame caliber point guard.
That's a scorer.
To play.
Not a facilitator. Scorer.
Boy, y'all done made me burn 500 calories on this.
So Joe, let me finish my point, man, because I was good. Let me finish my point, man. So here's the thing. You bring in a Hall of Fame caliber point guard to play alongside RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish and Obi Toppin. What that does automatically is slide them down in the pecking order, probably where they should be. Because Obi Toppin is not a number 2 option or number 1 option. But if you slide him into
number 3.
I get it. I'm saying. So what you do is you take RJ, you slide him down, and now Obi is in that 4 option where if you double team Damian Lillard up top, if you try to trap the pick and roll, now you have Obi Toppin in 1-on-1s at the rim. Right, at the rim. Right? Now, and if you trap the pick and roll with Damian Lillard, you cut off the rim, you sag to the rim. Now you have RJ Barrett and Cam Reddish on either wing, going towards the basket or pulling up for their end. Now they get 1-on-1 coverage all game long, right? So what that does is it unlocks their game. The addition of Damian Lillard is just not what you see in the box score, but what his gravity brings to an offense that lacked gravity because Julius Randle was your best player, right? So now, then also you have the other guys. You have got spot up shooters that can't create his own shot. Quentin Grimes, all of a sudden, gets more open looks from three, right? And then when you play Grimes and Lillard together, you have Lillard excel on the offensive end. You have Grimes excel on the defensive end against scoring guards, regardless who they are. The point guard, the shooting guard, whoever. You know what I'm saying? You have Grimes guarding Bradley Beal instead of Damian Lillard. You have Grimes guarding your Ja Morant or whoever. And I know Ja is an excellent player, but imagine what Ja would do to Lillard compared to what Ja would do to Grimes, right? So you paid that $47 million in salary that you were going to pay Fournier, Burks, Rose, all those guys for a Damian Lillard. And now you unlock your youth. Your youth get to grow with a certified, bona fide Hall of Famer taking the bullets from them. So now RJ Barrett doesn't have to shoulder the load every game. RJ Barrett gets to be the complementary player that he is, right? So now RJ Barrett's defense gets better because he doesn't have to facilitate on the offensive end, still get his 20, and now he can go back and do the stuff that he did in the Big 15 year. Guard your Kawhi Leonards, your Paul Georges, and do it at the third best rate for a wing player in the NBA, right? And what it does is by getting Lillard, you don't give them the whole kit and caboodle, but you have 17 draft picks over the next 3 years that you can't use on players, right? You can't draft all those guys and keep them. You give Portland the whole kit and caboodle, right? So what? You don't get a rookie this year or next year, so what? You have Damian Lillard. And your young guys that you would have to package to move up in the draft, you keep them. Now you get your Miles McBride developed as a backup to Damian Lillard. You know what I'm saying? Your Jericho Sims does get minutes because Nerlens Noel, Taj Gibson are not here, right? You get your boy from Cross Seas to come in and play because now he knows the young guys are going to be your Jokibitis because he knows he's going to get, not only is he going to get minutes, but he's going to get minutes on a playoff team behind a Hall of Fame point guard where he can hone his craft. And all you paid was the excess of draft picks that you were not going to use anyway and veteran salary to match Damian Lillard's salary.
If we can do that, that would be great. I think they're going to want more. I think they're going to want young players. But this is the thing, though. Even with Dame, remember, the window was short when you got maybe, 3 years? It's a short window.
I'm thinking 2 years with Dame.
So with Dame and these young guys, I still don't think it's enough with those teams that's ahead of us. I still don't think it's enough.
But think about what we have right now. If we were to play Brooklyn in the playoffs right now, so we would go against Kyrie Irving with Alec Burks and Emmanuel Quickly. Right now, right now, as the roster looks right now, we go against Brooklyn, right? Right now, that's what we'd be facing them with.
Mm-hmm.
So if we move Burks, Fournier, and them guys, we would be going Dame Lillard versus Kyrie Irving.
Right.
Or not even that. Who does James Harden? Philly. So we'd be going against James Harden. We'd be, instead of Alec Burks and Emmanuel Quickly, we'd be going Damian Lillard versus James Harden. You know what I'm saying? So
I get what you're saying, but now we're talking about Embiid and Sims. I just think we're gonna need more.
Right,
with Dame.
We will have. Right now we have the defense to beat them. We don't have the offense to beat them because defensively, the Knicks have a pretty good defense since. So we started out the season 27th in defense. We finished the season 6th in defense, I think.
11th. In terms of defensive rating, but the other indicators were better. Field goal percentage defense, 3-point percentage defense was better. Defensive rating was 11.
Right. Exactly. So field goal percentage defense is what I was thinking about.
Was good. It was
right.
Good.
Right. And so we can. I'm sorry, Ray. Just let me get this. I just want to get this last little bit out, and I promise I'll slide out of the way.
No. I'm sorry. No, you good. You good. Sorry.
So defensively, we can match those teams and hold those teams within striking range. Now, the thing about the playoffs is 1 through 8. There is not significant gaps between, say, 3 through 8. 1 and 2 are always going to be elite teams. But 3 through 8, it depends on the matchup and a team having a puncher's chance, somebody getting hot, a coach having a strategy or something like that, where 4 can beat 5, You know what I'm saying? 3 could be 6, something like that. So that's where we want to be in the first place, because defensively, we know Tibbs can get you there. All you need is an offensive player to carry you in those games where those possessions are going to be grinded out every possession. And Damian Lillard has proven that he can get you that. Now, the thing is with Knicks fans is the asking price. Like, are we going to be comfortable with what Portland asks us for? Because Portland may ask us for all those picks. You know, so they may, hey, we want the first this year, the 2 next year, and the first round pick the year after that, or the following year, because you can't, because of the Stepien rule, you can't trade all your picks to blah, blah, blah.
Right. They're gonna want players too. They're gonna want players too.
Yeah, and we'll have to give them that for multiple reasons, because for one, they're gonna want more talent, and 2, we're gonna have to match salary. You know what I'm saying? So we have to give. So we'll have to give them the players anyway. But what I'm saying is, would you be comfortable with the talent consolidation and the draft picks, knowing that Damian Lillard will improve Emmanuel Quickly, Obi Toppin, RJ Barrett, Cam Reddish, these young players that we want to be somebody? Because the difference between
So you're saying not to win a championship, but to make them better, so that when he leaves, similar to Chris Paul, they're better players.
Right. Now you see where I'm going, because
not to win it, because you're not winning no championships.
No, but what happens is you take a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander who lost at times with the Clippers, trade him to OKC with Dennis Schroeder and Chris Paul. All of a sudden, he looks like a franchise player. Devin Booker, who was a high volume shooter and scorer, right, looks different alongside of Chris Paul, right?
No doubt.
And so it's a lot of young players in this league that Jordan Poole looks like a monster now, that he's in a facility with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson.
No doubt.
Right. And so imagine when are our young players going to get that wind beneath their wings? Because they hadn't had that, because the guys that were in that role were dudes like Elfrid Payton. Right. And so we say our young players don't develop, but you bring in a Damian Lillard, you know what I'm saying, for your young point guards, for Rokas, for Miles, for Quickly, if you consider him that, and just the gravity that he brings, not just on the court, but everywhere. Hey, RJ, instead of eating pizza, you know what I'm saying, during break, man, you need to eat a salad so you can have wind in the fourth quarter. Anybody in here played a sport at a high level? Like, I boxed at a high level, right? Right. And so the older boxers used to tell me small stuff, like, Uncle Freezy, why you eating a number 7, bro? You know you got to match such and such day. You need to be eating greens to keep your wind up. Right? But when I'm around other young guys, they was like, yo, Uncle Freezy, you want to order a pizza? You know what I'm saying? It's small stuff. All right, Ray, I'm out the way, Ray.
No. It wasn't me going to talk. It was just me wanting to ask you a question, which was, and you already answered it. It was just, okay, so why are you doing that move? Is it to be playoffs, play-in? Is it lottery? Are you just trying to focus on developing the young guys? That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to ask you that question.
Yeah, and you know what it is? And the main reason is because of the Golden State example, right? So Golden State took a huge step out of the doldrums with a combo guard named Monte Ellis. Golden State went from a garbage franchise with Monte Ellis pulling them out of that and being respectable. They couldn't always win, but instead of you playing your bench against Golden State knowing you're going to win by 20, you had to play your starters deep into the fourth quarter, right? Until Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Draymond Green and Harrison Ball, all them guys got their legs, right? And then they make a change. They change the coach. They trade Ellis for a position of need at center, right? They bring in Andrew Bogut. All of a sudden, this team takes off. But you can't discount the impact of what Monte Ellis did by pulling that team. You remember the Rocket teams, not the Rockets, but the old jerseys, the blue, the Thunderman. You remember those jerseys and stuff? That Golden State.
Absolutely.
You can't discount what Monte Ellis did, pulling that team out of a deep top 5 lottery team to just a fringe playoff / lottery team.
Yeah.
And then
Steven Jackson was over there.
Yeah. And then the young guys, after they got their bearings, they took off. And so what I'm saying is our young guys need somebody, not Julius Randle, because Julius Randle ain't that guy. For those that want to say that, well, what about Julius Randle? He drove them to the playoff.
Right.
No. What I'm saying is a certified, bona fide Hall of Fame type guy come in and help elevate these guys because they don't. Because the thing, an old preacher told me one time, you can't take people to places you ain't never been. Right?
Fact.
And so with Julius Randle ain't never been to the Eastern Conference Finals. How's he going to elevate a franchise to go there? He ain't never been. Right? So the thing is, when you bring in a Lillard, of course Lillard is going to miss some games, and that's okay because you have young guys that need minutes anyway. You want Miles McBride getting minutes. You want your young point guards getting minutes, right? But when the playoffs get here, and Jason Tatum, say in the previous series, Jason Tatum went off of 50 a couple times. You want a guy that, okay, he's going to try to go off of 50 against our defense. I know somebody. It's like when the Avengers was like, oh man, look at all those bad guys they got over there. And Captain America was like, that's okay, because we got a Hulk. You know what I'm saying? And so it's a difference, man. Like, so when you trade for Lillard, you give them players, they're gonna probably ask, they're gonna be like, give us Grimes. We like Grimes and Sims and Miles McBride and 4 first-round picks.
But Freezy, you can get that with Rondo. Why pay all that money? You can get that with Rondo.
Rondo is not scoring 50 points, dog.
He don't have to. We need a facilitator, and we need somebody with championship experience. You don't need nobody to score 50. You need somebody to show these cats how to pass the ball and how to run a team.
Okay.
That's a valid point.
All of that when I can get Rondo and keep my whole team intact.
How did that work? How did that work out last year? How did that work out last year? That worked out last year.
I see
but you got a specific job for him to do that he's well versed at doing.
Rondo,
it's not a matter about how it worked out for him. He's an NBA champion.
So is Robert Horry, bro.
But Damian Lillard is not. You just said taking somebody someplace you've never been.
Right.
Damian ain't never been there.
To what?
No.
To the championship.
No, I didn't say championship. I never said championship. Bro.
No, I said that. I said you said taking somebody to a place you never been.
Right.
Damian ain't never been to the championship.
No,
Rondo has.
OG, I understand exactly what Uncle Freezy is saying. Right. You need to add star impact player level talent. Now, Rondo, for what he is right now, is obviously one of the greatest point guard minds that has played the game. One of, not the greatest. I don't know if Rajon Rondo is ready to take on of a teacher role. I think he's coming in to play how he plays because that's how he plays. But Damian Lillard can have a bigger impact on a guy like RJ than Rondo can have on, on the team, in my opinion, because when you bring the star level talent into the locker room, everybody's gonna fold. And I get it. Rondo has,
but he's still a volume shooter anyway. So what type of real effect besides putting the ball in the air? Because if you really look at him at a point guard, he's not the traditional point guard anyway. So I don't see how he would help to the point of just putting up more shots.
Well, because you still need to listen. We've all heard it so many times. Winning a development is not linear, right? So you still want to be able to be competitive in a loaded Eastern Conference. I don't know if you add a Rajon Rondo that elevates or even gets the young core, even get close to that. Now with Damian Lillard, that changes things. Because now you have a closer who can teach RJ how to be a closer. You have a player that can teach IQ. This is where you need to get your.
I just don't think $47 million is worth that lesson when you can get that with experience playing.
But you're gonna pay $47 million anyway.
Well, we're playing Nets and one player. Freezy, we've been over this before. This one player thing versus 3 players. I could move. I can move one player as an asset to get something else coming in. But when you got $47 million for like the next 2 years, I think that's going to handicap you in any other type of move that you may make.
But why would you want to move Damian Lillard after you get him, though?
It might be due to injury, lack of nutrition at the end, because he has been getting hurt lately. It might be anything with him. He's on the other side of 30.
Right.
You know, so we have to take into consideration will he be a coach from the bench if he get hurt? You know, we can find that. I'm just saying right now, my main thing with the Knicks right now is team building. You know, I'm not a big component of, even like I told you, Freezer, even getting Donovan right now for that money, because with the team that we has is not helping unless you're changing the stage of the team. And you know how I feel about that. I feel as though that, you know, that's not the way to go. And it's Tibbs, something that the Queen said that I totally don't agree with. And that's more like Tim, you know how I feel about Tibbs as a win now coach. You have to win to be a win now coach. He went into Chicago. They had a 41-41 record before he got there. He went to Minnesota. They was on the cusp of doing something. But a win now coach, you have to reserve that for the coaches that won. Is he a culture setter? Yes, I'll call him that. He's a culture setter. He'll lead you to the right direction. But I think we throw around too loosely win now coaches.
I never said win now coaching, but this is what I will say. The Knicks had an opportunity to get any coach they want. They chose Tibbs.
Right.
They could have gotten a developmental coach. They chose Tibbs because, in my opinion, they weren't going a developmental route. Now, the way things have broken, they may reconsider that. And if they do that, then they do need to change the coach. I don't think he's a match for if you're going young. But when they put this all together, it wasn't with the thought of being developmental, because if that was the case, you would have went with Atkinson.
I disagree. I think that was always a path that they had where they had they always set
But
that
why
as an
bring in
option.
Tibbs then?
Why bring in Tibbs, bro?
You bring in Tibbs because Tibbs is going to set the culture, as far as I'm concerned. I think it doesn't have to come down to win now with Tibbs. It has to come down to he's going to point you in where the culture is going to be set, and like as far as like the defense, and then it's always going to stick. So I think
if that's the case, then we should be good with Tibbs going forward if we're going young.
Oh, look,
if he's a culture setting, they still need culture setting.
But
then keep him.
But I also say with this to be, did I always think that Tibbs would be the coach would get them to the championship? No. But I think once you set the culture and you have that defense instilled into the young players, that you can move accordingly with another coach because it's embedded in the players now. That you draft.
Depends. If you follow up Tibbs with a D'Antoni, they can lose all of that.
You say what?
Because if you follow, I said it depends. If you follow up Tibbs with a D'Antoni, culture changes as the coach change. You follow up Tibbs with a D'Antoni, they may know how to play defense, but if you're not following that up right with a defensive coach,
but if you
can know all
Tibbs,
you want, you're not going to be using those schemes and those skills.
But if you follow up a Tibbs with a Mark Jackson, you're still staying along the course.
I don't know about that.
You know, it doesn't have to be.
I don't know about Mark Jackson though.
I don't know about that. But if you get a Dame, but guess what? If you get a Dame, the culture doesn't necessarily change that much in the locker room. Coaches do change. Cultures do change as you go from culture to culture to culture. But the player becomes consistent, and I think that's what I understand about Uncle Freezy's point. Damian Lillard to an RJ is colossal. That is big time major for his development on the floor.
Yes.
It
just is, regardless of whether you think,
but I'm sorry, RJ is not the only one to worry about, because like right now, he's just like pretty much from what we're looking at now, he's average. He hasn't doing anything besides shoot a lot, show that he's willing to take a shot this year. Other than that, everything else has been down. So when you talk about the New York Knicks, when I'm talking, you got to just talk more than about just RJ. That we're setting the table for RJ, where RJ has not shown that he's ready.
But OG, we said, so the Dame Lillard point was a rising tide raises all boats. That was
just RJ.
Yeah, that was my point with bringing in Dame. Like, it's not just about RJ. It's about guys being placed in their correct roles and pecking order. And now Cam Reddish is free to develop on the wing. RJ's free to develop on the wing. Quickly, McBride, Jokic can all develop behind Damian Lillard in certain roles, right? And then, and whoever you give up, because you're gonna have to, like Queen Steph said, you're gonna have to give up some combination of picks, vets, and young players, right? So whoever's left, you know what I'm saying? They develop behind Damian Lillard as the franchise player for these next couple of years until these young players get to be 24, 25, 26 years old, especially Obi, right? And then and at that place, if Obi hadn't developed into what he think he is, then we don't re-sign him, right? But then think about what the defensive attention that Obi doesn't get when Damian Lillard is on the floor, right? Nobody's paying attention to Obi Toppin leaking out because they have to pay attention to Dame, right? Nobody's paying attention to RJ Barrett on at the top of the key for three because they have to pay attention to Dame. Nobody paying attention to Cam Reddish going to the basket because if they trap up top, like a lot of teams like this, Miami, the reason why we can't beat the Miami Heat is because the Miami Heat traps our pick and roll as soon as we cross half court, and they've been doing it since Jeremy Lin was here. But we ain't never had the point guard talent to beat it, right? But now that Damian Lillard is here, Damian Lillard can split the trap, or he can kick that ball out and just a 3-on-2 going to the basket, right?
But we did beat Miami without him this year, didn't we?
But we lost 14 in a row before that.
Okay,
and
so
RJ
now
had to
the
drop
time is
46 in order for us to do it.
No, RJ lost that. We lost that game when RJ dropped 46. We won the game at the last of the season.
The last
right,
season.
Yeah. You're right. And I'm not disputing that, OG. But what I'm saying is by bringing in Damian Lillard, a lot of the questions that you ask, a lot of the stuff that you say, man, we need a point guard, man, we need a playmaker, we need to keep blowing these 20-point leads, all these things that we keep saying over and over again. When you bring in Damian Lillard, you have no threat of that stuff. All that stuff is going out the window.
But I think we're gonna have to give up. They not
a lot.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
We talking about how he's gonna raise the game of Obi and this and this. They might be going in the trade. Right. In order to get him. I don't think they're giving him up for nothing.
Right. No, I got you.
But I get your point. You're not talking about winning the championship. Because think about, Shai Alexander-Gilgeous, he's better after playing, with Paul. I'm pretty sure that accelerated his development. But I hear what you're saying as well, OG, that's an expensive. Is there another way? Is there another way to do it? As long as you're not talking about bringing them in for a championship, because that's not going to happen. But just for them, because that does help development. It does help development. Being on a losing team year in and year out, that doesn't really help development.
Yeah. Listen. Yeah. And so I agree. Like for instance, I'll give you another example. Bradley Beal today did not look like the Bradley Beal his first couple of seasons in the NBA, right? But it took the combination of John Wall and Bradley Beal playing together. They took off. CJ McCollum did not look like the star that he is today, but he developed with Damian Lillard, right? What's the Simons boy? The Simons kid that's important right now. Anthony Simons. Early on looked like a bust, but he played with Damian Lillard and got better. Now and then for Emmanuel Quickly played with Elfrid Payton and Alec Burks. I mean, come on. These are the last year, what's the name played with Ben Simmons at point? Tyrese Maxey played with Ben Simmons at point. This year he played with James Harden at point, bro. Look at him. All I'm saying is this: we have to get into whether we want to realize this or not. But there is something to having all-time greats around your young core, right? It's something to that, right? It's something to that. These young guys don't always get better on their own. Sometimes they need time to be in the shadows, in the wings a little bit before they take off. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and while we don't want to admit that because we are the Knicks, we're like we don't need such and such. This is the such and such a basketball. This is the Mecca. I can grab a guy. He can go out there playing Tim's. All that stuff. Nah. In today's game, you need guys that's gonna set the culture. You know what I'm saying? Like Chris Paul. When Chris Paul goes somewhere and people get better, that's not what do you call it when things happen randomly? That's not a I forget what you call it, but yeah. What's up, man?
Impact and effect.
Yeah.
Impact and effect.
Yeah. Andy, I know you want to rip my head off about Damian Lillard, bro. You want me to just take it off and just send it to you, or you want to chop it off?
No, I actually, Freezy, I agree with you, bro. So to the panel, first of all, and to you, Freezy, I agree with the, veteran ship around. That's why I join podcasts and listen, to guys like you, Steph, whatever. So one day I'm going to come out of the shadows.
Oh, man.
That's why I'm here. I'm learning. I'm soaking all this up.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Good job, Reality.
Freezy, listen, I understand the veteranship around the young guys. Only thing that didn't match with what you said, that Anthony Simons kid, he picked up some offense, playing with Dame, right? Maxey, he picked up plenty of offense from Harden. IQ, he didn't pick up any defense from Elfrid Payton, though.
No, not at all.
See?
Not
so maybe we can blame IQ a little bit for that.
IQ's defense is good, though.
Yeah. So, I'm joking, of course. He picked up. I'm not gonna lie. He's improving on defense.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie. He's improving. And listen, and defense is a thing that people only look at the offensive side of the game, right? They look at the tempo of the game coming from college, that you need to adjust, that you need to realize the pace, that it's way more faster than in college, right? I think it's even worse on defense to adjust, because these guys are playing way more physical, way more faster, with way more experience. They know how to play versus rookies, that they know that they don't have these kind of tendencies. They literally look past their defender and look who's backing up that defender and know which way you can go, so there's not going to be any help defense and stuff like that. So veteran players can dissect these rookies. So that's why I think better defense comes with experience in the league.
Okay. Our biggest question as an organization is what we're going to pay RJ Barrett. And if I'm a front office exec, bringing in someone like Damian Lillard will help me finalize this is what I'm paying RJ Barrett, because Damian Lillard's impact and effect on RJ may actually just bring RJ up to a 181. Now, right now as it stands, much of us, a large part of the fan base is not in agreement that he's worth the max at 181. But who's to say that if you bring in a vet like a Damian Lillard and, RJ is able to take his game to another level because of the impact of Damian Lillard, that you can no longer justify. I mean, he'll have more in the tank to justify a 181 by adding the impact of someone like, Damian Lillard. So I'm actually for it. I know, listen, we all have a first option, second option, third option of what we want to do this offseason, but I'm definitely on board with, Uncle Freezy in bringing in that player to impact our core or to unlock it, activate these guys so we know what we have. I'm okay with that.
Right. Because
guys,
go ahead.
Yeah, Freezy, I was just gonna say, because I think you could make out of this question that I'm gonna ask to the panel, you could probably make episode or two even, as long as this episode is. Listen, I think Knicks fans don't listen. We are all talking about Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson this offseason, because this offseason is most important. We need to look like 3, 4, 5 years ahead. Why do we need that? Because guys like Quickly, guys like Obi, guys like Grimes, they're going to have to be re-signed. We are all like, okay, we don't want to trade these guys. We're going to develop these guys. Why are you going to develop them if you're going to trade them, right? You're going to see, like, you're going to give these guys minutes on the court now, and then you're going to have to trade them, right? because you're going to have cap space literally after RJ's contract kicks in. You're going to be capped out. So, unless you move those guys, then listen, and Knicks fans only thinking about, we got to get this one guy to, I'm not blaming them because, everybody has their philosophy of rebuilding the team, building the team, whatever. Yeah. I just think, fans are talking, oh, we got to trade this guy make space for this guy only, right? Meanwhile, after we get a Donovan Mitchell, after we get a Jalen Brunson, even if we clear the cap space, we are only going to be limited to get a mid-level exception guy. That's going to be like a $6.5 million and probably, or maybe even the mini mid-level, which is like $3.5 million. And then it's 1.6 million vets.
Right. You mean after we sign RJ to the extension?
Yeah, after that extension kicks in, because we can sign him, this offseason, but after the extension kicks in, right? So we need to take in account that if we get that star, he better be on a longer deal, because if his deal runs out, then we're stuck without a star, without anything, right?
And capped out.
Yeah, and we're capped out. So then you have to have movable contracts. Then you have to have those players around that you literally feel like 1-2 moves is going to get you like to the mountaintop almost, right? And that's why there's only one winner in the NBA season.
Yeah.
No, you rarely
and 29 losers.
Yeah, 29 losers. Right. And you rarely remember who's the fourth team, fifth team that they didn't make to the Eastern Conference Finals or Western Conference Finals. You don't remember those teams even.
Right.
And then might have been a one move away, right?
But I understand what you're saying. But in the case you're talking about with the RJ Barrett extension, right? At the same time, the Rose, Burks, 48 contracts are lined up to expire when RJ Barrett's extension kicks in.
Yeah,
right.
And then you got to sign quickly. OB, you're gonna have Mitch re-signed, so that's gonna easily take up the same amount of money if you lose. That you're going to have to resign those guys, because I don't think IQ is going to take like $8 million.
No,
Toppin is going to. Yeah.
No,
so listen,
they're going to take more than the guys that's leaving.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah. So that means
we're going to be capped out.
But Andy, but you missed an important. But I think what we're not looking at is an important step here. So in order for us to consider re-signing quickly, OB,
Grimes.
All those guys, that means those guys have gotten better while they were here. So if they're good players, then we want to try to resign them. And so, because what's going to happen is no team is going to have 6 or 7 stars on one team, right?
Yeah.
You'll have 2 stars. And if you're a contender, you'll have 2 stars. If you're fortunate, you'll have 3 stars, which is rare, right?
Mm-hmm.
But most teams has that, they're in that 1-ish type great player. Then certain playoff teams have 2, and then what happens is guys on really good contracts, like maybe a rookie will step up and he's on a rookie contract, and you get him on that rookie deal and he's playing out of his mind until his payday comes. But by that time, another contract runs out, right? So I man, listen, I understand it, man, but I'm really considering the Damian Lillard thing if I'm the Knicks front office. That I have to at least consider it, because I don't want to leave the development of said young player X, right? We don't have to name the player, just player X. I don't want to have that just in the hands of Tom Thibodeau, Johnny Bryant, or the player himself. Right, there's a formula out there. If you get a great player around a young great player with potential, they are always unlocked. If you get a great player with nobody around, they develop so many flaws and bad habits that they become a flawed player.
Okay, Freezy, I'm going to throw you examples at you. What about the Cavs this year?
Right.
What about the Grizzlies this year? They didn't have like great vets on their positions. Cavs have so many big men. They don't have literally I don't know if you can ask Kevin Love to be a big man, because they literally didn't learn anything from him.
Right.
They do totally the opposite. Like athletic Kevin Love can't even.
But that's on the court though. That's on the court. We're not talking. We're not accounting for stuff behind the scenes.
Yeah,
right?
but that's the same thing like with D-Rose. We don't know with, for example, McBride, quickly, they might pick D-Rose brain. And I think he's one of those vets. I like I mentioned a couple of streams ago, I would love vets and like a guard or like a combo guard, like a wing, like a combo wing, and like a center to be purely vets that don't require playing time.
Right.
Yeah, complimentary.
They like a Taj, right? He can fill out if someone gets injured, suspended, whatever. He can play a couple of minutes and save your life if you're a coach. But
Right.
he's not like, oh, listen, I gotta be playing. If I'm wearing the jersey, I gotta be playing. He doesn't care, bro.
Right.
He's happy. He got those plane tickets, first row seats to the games, and he's happy, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, they're gonna be vets like Carmelo, like when he went to OKC. Remember that interview?
Right.
He was like, "Listen, yo, they want me coming off the bench. You hear that?"
I'm not a bench player. Yeah.
Yeah. And meanwhile, if he went from the bench and he was playing like he was playing now with the Lakers back then, bro, I'm not gonna lie, they would probably have success. Maybe not a chip, but they would definitely go, way higher than.
You mean Vince Carter? Remember Vince Carter was in that role with Memphis and Atlanta? Yeah. Yeah, and I understand that, but at the same time, a lot of these teams that added, say, a Vince Carter already had requisite pieces in place, young core ascending and all that stuff. What we have, what the Knicks are right now, and this is, I bet you, I'm the only person that thinks this. In my opinion, the Knicks are a playoff team that missed the playoffs. I don't think the Knicks are a lottery team that got lucky to make the playoffs, right? I think that the Knicks are a playoff team that missed the playoffs, and here's the reason.
This team right here, last year's team.
Yep, the season just passed. The season just ended, and the reason why I think we missed the playoffs, and I say it all the time, and I probably am beating a dead horse, but I think this team is this season that just passed is one veteran point guard away from salvaging the season. You know what I'm saying? When Tibbs was playing Alec Burks at point guard, he should have left Burks in his role coming off the bench. And we should have signed a veteran point guard to play point guard while Kemba and Derrick Rose was out in order to keep the season afloat and let the young guys progress. You know what I'm saying? Because we didn't need, and a lot of the games that we lost this year were not because teams were just blowing us out of the building. But if you remember the Charlotte game, the Minnesota game, the Pelicans game, the Orlando game, a lot of these games that we lost, it's because teams just had more horses in places that we never had a horse.
That's and they could close, and we couldn't close.
And we couldn't close because we didn't have continuity or experience to address what the other team was doing to us on the fly. When Tibbs called the timeout, we were already down by 5. Now we got to dig out of a hole and then try to take the lead. But if you have a veteran, say for instance, if you had a veteran point guard on the floor, I'm telling RJ off rip, hey, listen, I know Tibbs wants you to tag the big and cover the corner. Stay in the corner. I'm just going to sag because I know this dude has been cold from 3. Well, Tibbs is calling strategy that he saw on film. I'm in the game. I'm in the flow of the game, right? I understand that my man has missed 3 shots in a row. And listen, I think he's going to miss 5 shots in a row. So, RJ, don't tag this big. Stay in the corner with your guy, right? Tibbs calls the play, right? The point guard penetrates. The dude is wide open in the corner. RJ get out there late. They hit a 3. The lead go from 2 to 5, right? A bigger hole. Now, we can come down and hit a 3, or we can miss, and they can get a long rebound and get in transition and push the lead to 7.
Right.
That's what the Memphis Grizzlies did to us on that Friday night game where we had the Grizzlies right where we wanted them. We ran out of gas. We didn't have a veteran to slow the pace down. No, quickly, don't jack this 3.
Right.
Quickly jacks the 3. They get the rebound and they give the outlet pass to the fastest dude in the NBA. And he go down to the other end and dunk. Now,
I'm sorry, go ahead, finish it.
And so my point, give you another example. We had the Phoenix Suns beat, right? Alec Burks is at the free throw line. All he has to do is make his free throw or box out people trying to crash the boards for the rebound, right? He does neither. They get the ball, push it up in transition. Alec Burks doesn't direct traffic because he doesn't even know where his man is, right? But he's your point guard, right? He guards the point, right? People think point guard means offense of such and such and such. The history of the name is he guards the point of attack. That's where point guard comes from. He doesn't find his man in transition. Cam Johnson, the hottest dude in the fourth quarter, gets an open look for three and hits it, and the Knicks lose. Right? If you had a veteran in that situation, before he shoots his free throw, he like, yo, on a make, get back. On a make, get back. On a miss, crash. Right? Right? That's what he's saying, right? Because he committed. Alec Burks is not a point guard. He don't say none of that. Alec Burks. I'm sorry.
You talking about the point guard position? We should have got a veteran point guard at that point. That mistake was done in the last offseason, when the Knicks had a glaring hole at the number one and cap space and money to fix the position. And they coming back with broken down Kemba Walker that everybody was very excited about
at the time.
But me.
At the time.
But me. But me.
Right.
I got my receipts.
Right.
You cannot take that chance with an injury-prone Rose and Kemba when you have money and cap space. You shopping at the 99-cent store when you don't have to. And I said, if Kemba and Rose go down, now we're in a situation of Burks, McBride, and Quickly, and that's exactly what happened. So this issue, and everybody was saying, well, even if it does happen, it's low risk. Financially is low risk, but in terms of wins in the season, it was high risk. And that's the risk they took with our winning season when they signed those guys, taking the risk that they're going to be healthy. We could have went in a different direction. I'll get to you, Andy. Now, I'm not saying Schroeder is the best guard. I'm not saying any of them guys are championship franchise guard, but they were better than who we signed. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Yeah, Steph, just two things to what you said. Guillermo is the second person that was talking about Kemba. He was talking about his hips.
We were on an island by ourselves getting a lot of smoke.
Yeah. But Guillermo was talking about Kemba's hips, like, they were dancing salsa together. I don't know where he got that info from. but that was Guillermo too. And the second thing, Steph, but listen, because I was happy with the Kemba move because it was so unexpected, and I think that the contract was still reasonable if he didn't get injured, or we used, but even though, Steph, like you said, it was a low risk, maybe high risk, low reward, right? But even though if Tibbs, those injuries happen, D-Rose goes down, Kemba goes down, if he would go with a player more suited for the point guard position, even as quickly, even as McBride, than as Burks.
There's no way McBride over Burks, and we would have went to the playoffs.
No. I'm not saying playoffs, but I think it would still maybe it would still look different. And I'm not saying because Burks has, fans are gonna say that Burks was crap at point guard and stuff like that. He was playing out of position, but when you look at the numbers, they aren't that bad that fans think. They really aren't. But, I saw his really bad defense, and I was nagging his defense, RJ's defense, because everybody was going at Fournier's defense. Then we got three guys playing weak defense.
But his defensive rating was pretty good, Burks.
That's why I'm saying. And I was seeing so many times that, and I think it was more of a, mistake on the defensive scheme, because I don't think you can blame one player for the whole defense to collapse, right? No. Because this is a team game. Right. So for me, it's like it's hard to blame one player. Of course, you're gonna get beat on a play or two, right? But that happens to the best of the Knicks. People are naming RJ, defensive player of the year, like he's gonna go after that, award. He played like 3 good defensive games. The rest, he got beat literally once a game on the back door, or even twice a game on the back door. Right. So, you can't get that award. That plays erases your defensive, stature. So there were plenty of mistakes.
Andy, so what I'm getting at is something small, right? Something small, but like at the time, TJ McConnell was healthy, and his team was looking to trade away vets and acquire assets, right? So just a small thing, just something to hold it in. Andy, you remember you
made a mistake, but how can you cover up the mistake for? Okay, yeah,
right.
Understood.
Like Andy, I know you probably know a lot of down south black folk, right? Down south black folk, they used to say, "Man, just hold it in the road," right? That's all. They just hold it in the road, right? So the thing is all we needed was that guy to just hold it in the road until because you knew Derrick Rose was going out with ankle surgery because Derrick Rose couldn't finish a game, and he kept saying his ankle is clicky and he day to day. Remember, he was missing games before they made the decision to do ankle surgery. Knowing this, they did not go get a guy. They signed Damian Dotson to a 10-day contract.
So you mean like even like a third stringer, like but I guess you're right, because even Alfred Payton would have been all right in that role over Burks.
Why not? Why not? And listen, and Queen B, why not bring him back? It's not like he don't know the system, right?
Yeah.
Right. You get what I'm saying? Why not bring him back? He ain't getting no run on his current team. Bring him back.
And listen, and other names were like the DJ Augustines of the league. What's Clyde's favorite point guard? The one that's a journeyman.
Ish Smith.
Yeah. Those guys would fit the bill. Just to write it out, they would fit the bill.
And so you do that. So Andy, you do that. So instead of only winning one game in February, say you win 5 games in February. Not changing the world. But say instead of just winning one game, say you win 5. Now all of a sudden down the stretch, you have something to play for because you're only 2 games away from Charlotte and Atlanta instead of 5 games.
Yeah.
Or 6 games. You know what I'm saying? Now that game in Atlanta, that means the game against Charlotte, that means something. Tibbs is coaching his behind off in this game, right? Instead of, you know what I'm saying, us like, yeah, we just saw this far back, man, such and such, blah, blah, blah. So my point is the end result may not have been different, right? We still may have missed the playoffs, but at least you make an effort, bro. You know what I'm saying? You make you make an effort because I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like I'm a big person. I got measured yesterday. Hey, Race, I got measured yesterday at 6'5" and 5'8", right? 6'5". Yeah, and so my weight is down. So I'm down to 352. So I'm proud of myself, right? Some gym, some vegan lifestyle and all that stuff. But the thing that I hate the most with playing ball is you play with guards and stuff. As a big, you play with guards, right? You rebound, you do all this stuff, and then on offense, they don't even see you. They don't even get out the way, man. All this stuff.
But I got to give you pushback. You know that every time you make that point, here I come. You know that same point that you always make about get that other point guard, and I always got pushback. And my pushback is the same as what I always told you, what I thought the way that it was. I felt as though in the beginning of the season, Tibbs spoke up for Rose for the clicky ankle, and he also gave him Grimes. Now, if your guard go down, before I do anything for you, play your roster. Tibbs decided not to play his roster. So therefore, he suffered the games that he could have probably won by playing his roster. If you show me that what you asked him for is not on your roster, me as the front office, by all means, it's time for me to go find you something to see what I can do. But if I see that you didn't play your roster and you asking me for something now, I'm not giving it to you because you asked me for that in the draft. I gave you McBride. You asked me to sign Rose. I gave you Rose. Now, just because Rose went down and you still got McBride and you don't play him, I can't see me going out there to do anything for you. I'm going to do something for the team, like go get Cam Reddish. That's for the team. But I'm not going to do something for you just because you lost what you thought that you had. I can't see that as a front office. I can't see giving you that. That's why I feel as though the Knicks did not give him any assistance on that.
But it's not Tibbs versus the front office. They're a team as well. So when you're not going to go get Tibbs, what Tibbs needs, that's hurting the team.
No, but I'm just saying, Queen, in this particular instance, you did not play the guard that you asked for in the draft.
Because but sometimes, do you agree though that you can ask for something, you know that person is not ready yet, but you want him now because you want him in your system so you can develop him?
Okay, yeah, that may be true too, but Tibbs did not always show that he was a good judge of talent. And let me
all of them really look good when they finally got into the game. That means they was doing something behind the scenes.
This is the same guy that said this. When the starting quarterback, when the starting quarterback is not playing, so you took a shot at Obi when you said that, even though Obi still gave you 20 points that game.
Me?
No, Tibbs.
No,
Tibbs.
Tibbs.
Oh, okay.
Tibbs. And then when he shined, you want to take credit for it. No, I'm not giving Tibbs that. I'm sorry. Every press conference that Tibbs had is always was a shot there at the youth until he needed them. And then at the end, when they shined, he want to say, "Oh well, I see this." And when Tibbs said at the end of the season that maybe he should have done this, we as fans seen it all along. What took him? Why was he slow to the gate?
But OG,
we saw flashes though. He's with them game in and game out. And just because somebody pops at the end, don't mean they would have popped, early.
But Steph, he did say that he should have played them, so he didn't trust his instinct because he said that he should have played them. So therefore, that falls on him.
Okay. But what I'm getting,
Rob, that was what I was saying. Listen, he had point guards. He just didn't play them. So if you pick into Freezy, he could have reverted literally to Randle bringing up the ball up court. He could have gone that route even.
Okay. I'm just saying you had Brandon Knight around your team, right? You had Brandon Knight here, right? And you didn't even offer him a 10-day contract to fill in for 10 days. You know what I'm saying? Brandon Knight is it? Huh?
Play McBride 10 days.
Yeah, but you brought in Tyler Hall, Matt Mooney, Damian Dotson, Richie A. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think McBride is ready. If you do a deep dive on McBride and what his weaknesses were coming into this season, one of them was his feel for the game, his ability to run a team, those sorts of things. So once I saw that could be one of the reasons why they didn't want to start him at point guard his first season in the league when he's coming in with those deficiencies.
And he's a second round pick for a reason.
Now, I think he should have got some more spot minutes, but that's a lot to throw a rookie in a starting point guard position when he's coming in with those type of deficiencies.
They do it all the time.
No,
they do it all the time.
Not second round picks, man.
Hey, look at here. They do it all the time. That's what they threw Mitch in like that second round pick. They do it all the time.
Look at the position he played though. He didn't have to organize the entire team though.
Look, he would have found out a whole lot in them 10 days that would have took him going forward to the All-Star break, and then that would have determined whether he got his guard or not. But he didn't even do that.
Right, he didn't.
And listen, guys, with McBride, I think there's more of a problem
with
everybody because
I know who this is. CWC in the house in the building.
Yeah, listen, with McBride, I think that was a different problem.
Hey, hold on.
I think the problem with McBride is that some players need to be more time on the floor to see their game impact the team. And I think McBride, because he's more of a defensive player, so he needs time on the court to get that one stop, to get that second stop, whatever. Yeah, yes. We got you, CWC. And I think that was because listen, like even like Frank, whatever, those guys need to be on the court to get that impact, for the team on the offense or on the defense. And we saw McBride getting, busy in the G League. And I understand that G League is not the same thing that the NBA, but still he was playing like 34, 35, 38 minutes there. And that's when his game was, like evolving and you could see what he can do. Meanwhile, Quickly is a totally opposite guy, right? He can come into the game and his Quickly's 3-5 minutes. If he's hot, if he's not, if he's going to be worthless this game, if he's going to be, hot this game. You literally know that. That's why they're totally different players. And you need these players, both kind of players. I just think that the guys that a little play more on the defensive end than on the offense, they need way more time on the court for them to get that impact on the game, because you can't get
it's not
like
one side. They got to play both sides, Andy. That was the same thing with Ntilikina. McBride gives me these Ntilikina vibes. He's good on one end, but what are you bringing on the other end as well? And I'm not even talking about scoring, just organizing the team, getting people organized.
See, and those are the nuances. Those are the nuanced things that
makes a difference.
Because the thing about being a big, when you're a big, it's nuance. You got to have a big mentality to play. You know what I'm saying, in the post. Like when you're a point guard, you got to have a point guard mentality, like coming up. Just because you have handles and can pass, don't mean you have a good feel for the game, right? And like being like Ray, I'm gonna take Ray. So my thing with being a big playing in the post, right? For one, I thought every ball belonged to me, right? That's me, right? Every ball done, miss shot, yo shot, whoever, all that stuff is mine, right? And if I'm setting a screen, I want you to run into a wall. I want you to feel the physicality of this game, right? That was me. Now, just because you 6'11" or whatever, like for instance, Mitch sets the worst screens you ever saw in your life. You're like, why are you even over here?
Absolutely.
Right? But to the point about McBride is I don't want to compare McBride to Frank. I would rather compare him to Kyle Lowry. And here's why. Because a little of the stuff with Kyle Lowry is the same stuff McBride is trying to figure out now. The feel for the game, when to assert yourself, when not to, when to take your shot, when to get others involved, all these small things, when to take a risk on a pass, when not to, time and score, what shot is a good shot, when to.
We talking about McBride or Quickly?
Both. Let's talk about both in that sense.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And so the thing is throwing McBride in there. Throwing McBride in there to get significant minutes on a team that just came off a playoff berth that feel like all they have to do is catch their wind and they can make the playoffs may not have been the best move. You know what I'm saying? I understand McBride needed minutes, right? But what I'm saying is there's a difference between McBride getting minutes in blowouts to kind of cut his teeth and the Knicks down by 7 going into the fourth quarter where every possession is valuable, and we have Miles McBride out there. I don't want to see the lead go from the deficit go from 7 to 14, and then Miles McBride is on the bench with his confidence hurt, and your veterans are mad because you put him in the game.
Yeah, and he's gonna get the blame, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, we just had a conversation about this the other day, Uncle Freezy, where we talked about gems in the draft. Now, I'm not saying that that's who McBride is, but one of the things we severely lack as an organization is proper development. For everything that Andy is saying towards McBride, the biggest problem that I have is you selected him, you wanted him, you advocated for him. So it's when you get selected in this draft, there's something that you do really well versus obviously there are things that you don't do well, and it's all part of the development process to fix those things. But there is something you do well, and what does McBride do well? And that's
defend.
Defend. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. Right. So why wouldn't I exploit that strength to my benefit as a coach to figure out, to give myself an
because
advantage?
it's so many of us. It's so many of us. It's so many young players that you got to find minutes for. But I agree he could have used them in spot minutes. But we were talking about starting him at the point guard and not going out and getting somebody because when Kemba and Rose went down, I think that's different than giving him spot minutes against, when we needed him defensively. I think that's two different things.
Andy, she said so many of us. I just want to back up a little bit. I'm in the senior league. I'm in the so listen. I'm saying this as a older guy trying to be relevant. Like I'm trying to be cool. Look, I got a tattoo. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be, but I know y'all don't understand this kind of me and OG are probably in the group that's at the big 5-0 and over. OG way older. Rob the Nick is probably 30 years older than me. You know what I'm saying? You know, 35.
No, I'm in that range too.
Now, you in your 30s just like me. You're good.
Yeah. But the thing is, I get it. Like the thing is with youth don't understand that they have time. So this year, Miles McBride didn't get all the minutes that he wanted to get, sure. But guess what? The sun is gonna come up tomorrow, bro. You are gonna play season 2. You know what I'm saying? You can't rewrite history. There's nothing you can do to change what has happened in your rookie season. Now, but what you can do is going forward, fix your deficiencies. You want want more minutes? Be a two-way player. You want to get more minutes? You want to stay on the floor? Understand time and score. Manipulate the offense. Manipulate the defenders, right? Move defenders out of the way. You know what I'm saying? Run the screen and roll. Don't give up the ball. I saw Miles McBride give up the ball to Obi Toppin in the open floor. Right? So that is a no-no. You never give up a point guard never gives up the basketball to a big in the open floor unless it's transition or break or something like that. But just coming up the floor and it's just a little bit of defense on you. You don't give up the ball to no big. Miles McBride, those are small things. When the coach see that, he's like, okay, he ain't ready. He ain't ready. A little bit of ball pressure by the Miami Heat have him give up the ball to Obi. No, I don't do that. Now, did he come up clutch at the end of that game? Sure, he did. But that's after Tibbs pulled him to the side and reamed him up one side and down the other, and he deserved it. So what I'm saying is Miles McBride was not completely ready. We can't rewrite what happened here. Like my point was going out and getting a veteran point guard. Maybe they did that so McBride and them can get more minutes, but I think they would have salvaged the season if we had more leadership on the floor during those close games, especially the Portland game that Saturday afternoon, where Portland came all the way back. All we needed was a floor general. Stop coming down shooting threes. Stop ISOing. You know what I'm saying? Run your best play. Like we had a play called Cadillac. We called it Cadillac because it was money. You know what I'm saying? All you do, you know what I'm saying? That's all we run your best play and get your best shot off of it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And instead of coming down shooting a three, quickly shot a three over two people, and Obi was by himself under the rim.
Well, I agree with that play was ridiculous. Well, I agree with Uncle Freezy on that regard. I mean, I'm going into next season. I'm not contending for anything. My conference is completely loaded. If I'm going to make moves to do something, then I need to swing for the fences, like for real, not bring in, again, as I said, these mid-tier players. So yes, bringing in Damian Lillard, especially with RJ in a contract year, I need to figure out what Cam is. I need those questions answered. And if Damian Lillard brings, or at least helps answer some of those questions on the floor, then I'm okay. Because again, you're not contending. I don't know if we're even going to be in the play-in, much less. I mean, teams are coming. I don't think people understand how loaded this conference is. Like, you still have Washington that had Bradley Beal injured, who will be coming back. I expect Indiana. Right. Like, it's going to be out of this world crazy. Don't be surprised if we're back in this lottery position again. Now, if you added Damian Lillard, maybe you make a little bit of noise, but in a contract there for RJ, I got to pay him. Why not bring in someone who is going to scale?
Can I say something? Let me say this. Why is it that, okay, we made the playoffs last year and then we didn't make it this year, but teams like Charlotte didn't make it last year, Cleveland didn't make it last year, Indiana didn't make it last year. So why are there like we act like these teams that made it and we didn't are mainstays, like they can't be jumped right back.
Right.
We had a season. Right. We had a season just like they had a season. And just because they in the playoffs this year doesn't make them better than us.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
You know why?
No, they're not.
Here's why.
But they may have had a better season this year.
Than we did.
Nah, they have franchise point guards.
No, they don't. They got
Charlotte doesn't have. Charlotte doesn't. Atlanta.
Cleveland doesn't.
Darius Garland.
They just figured out not franchise. He can be moved in a year or two. They just figured out what point guard that they want to go with.
He an all-star, bro.
They just figured out what point guard that Julius was an all-star. What did that give us? But they just figured out what point guard that they wanted to go with. That's it. But that doesn't put them in any different light than us.
But the only thing the only slight pushback I'll say is you're right in terms of franchise point guard, but all of them had at least a star, superstar, budding star, and I don't think we have that.
But yet. Who was their superstar, budding star on Cleveland?
Garland.
No, we did not know.
What?
The rookie.
Mobley.
Mobley.
But we have seen players that had one good rookie season. We have seen that in the league. They came in, they had one good season, and then they fell back down because his second half was not like his first half. If we just want to compare things. Okay. So I look at it like this here. They made a decision because one point guard got hurt about which one they was going to go with. It worked out for them.
Right.
Now in our situation is this here. Yeah, we had the same injuries down the line. Nobody knows what the season would have went if Derrick Rose didn't get hurt. We don't know where we would have wound up at.
Yeah,
so I'm looking at this here. Nobody is just a mainstay in the playoffs in the East. The East may be getting better, but like continuity and chemistry on our part also counts too. We're going to be the same team playing.
If we bring this team back, we're going to be okay?
You say what?
You think if we bring this, I'm talking to OG, you think if we bring this team back with no changes or minor changes that we can get in?
I look at it like this here, Steph. I know what your point is on that, but I say, yeah, we can make a run for it. And this is the reason why I tell you why. Memphis made the same, made a jump. And then people don't notice this. John Morant missed 22 games this year. So you can't say, because they got John Morant. They was 23-3 without him. And that was chemistry of the team. Can we make that same jump? I'm confident in that situation that we can. So I would have to say yes to your question.
Okay.
I agree with Rob. At least the play-ins. And that's like at least like the play-ins, like the 8 seed, not like the 10 seed, like scratching. I think we can be like 6, 8.
A lot would have to break right. Uncle Freezy, do you mind if I drop this link to my panel discussion last night about the Knicks?
Okay, do your thing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, a lot of that.
Well, I want to be respectful. I don't want to come in here dropping.
This like that. So Queen B, this is like the soul food place. You can come in and hang your posters up. I don't care. We'll never be McDonald's. We'll never be McDonald's. But on Friday we gonna fry the hell out of some fish. We the soul food place. You know what I'm saying? That's our place in Knicks universe. So
I mean, I will agree with OG in the sense that there was so many games we dropped. I think we led the league in the history of the league in how many games we lost when being up by 20, how many games we lost by being up by at least 15. If certain things break right for this team, we could have been in the play-in. So I get it. He makes also a good point about, we were in it last year. We were out this year. Somebody that's in it this year may be out, next year. I still think we need to shore up that point guard position. I think that would give us the best shot at being able to do that.
Ray, I have a point guard theory that I could share. Oh, wait a minute. Did I share that with y'all already?
Because quickly you might make another jump at
Damian
Lillard.
He might, no doubt about it.
Yeah,
I don't even want the Mike show. Like OG, no disrespect, because I understand what you're saying.
Well, he's jumping. He's moving forward. So he's moving forward in that position. We're seeing something. So we're not just saying that maybe if he done what he done the year before with another year maturity. I'm big on that in teams. I'm big on chemistry. That's my number one thing with the team. The longer they play together, the better they're gonna be. You add talent there with a team that's playing good, and then you're going places.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
About quickly, you think the jump he needs to make is in terms of his talent and his shot making, or in terms of his leadership and shot selection and decision making?
The shot selection, leadership. And that
and decision making.
yeah,
Okay, I
most
agree with
definitely.
you. That's what he needs to make. That's the
Yeah,
difference between him being a point guard or not.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's easy
a
for him.
starter or not.
And a starter or
Mhm.
not.
And you know, with Obi making the jump, Queen, this is something that you said, you and Tony Crow, and I was looking for his number, but I lost it because I was going to call him and blast him, but I couldn't find his number.
I'll take the bullets.
All right, and Sims is part of this too. When you guys be referring to Obi, you guys I always hear what he can't do. Now, I look at it like totally different. That has he been given a chance to do it? Before we say he can't do it, has he been given a chance? And then I would have to say that Tibbs didn't give him the chance until late. And I say this is another thing that I had against Tibbs. When he made that comment about the backup quarterback, which we all know, I've heard him about that. And then when Obi made his comment about, if people would have listened to what the question was, I don't think that it was a confidence question. It was like, where was this game at before? He said, look, I'm always looking over my shoulder to get pulled out. Me and Freezy witnessed in Charlotte that at the commercial break, Obi went off. He went off like, yo, you just pulled me out the game. Like, and you know, like, look, for what reason? I'm saying if you're going to hold me accountable to a defensive standard on the floor for a whole 82 games, but you let this man run around and do what he want to do, but then I'm the one who getting snapped. So I'm looking at it like it was an indictment on Tibbs where Obi was saying that, look, I could have been doing this if this guy would have let me play. And Tibbs was not letting him play. So at the end, when he had a chance, to me, it was a shot at Tibbs on what he said about the backup quarterback. Obi remembered it, and it was a chance for him to give it back. He gave it back because
but this is what I'll say. I hear what you're saying. This is my little pushback. When you look at Obi as a skilled player, right? At a skilled player, we're talking about a 5-game sample size. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. Over the course of the season, there was a point he was shooting 11% from the three-point line, 18% from the three-point line. He needs to develop his game because he needs another player to unlock him. He needs somebody. He needs to be able to develop his own, to be able to create his own shot. So sure, if we're running and gunning and we got that point guard, Obi can be successful offensively. His rebounding still needs to get better. So I'm not a proponent of a coach holding you back. There was something that was seen, you know, and when you look at Obi's draft profile coming out of college, it's the same thing we're seeing. He's very good efficiently. He's an efficient player. He's good in transition. He can finish around the basket. But his defensive awareness, his defensive IQ, his lateral quickness is a problem in college. And we're seeing the same thing. So you can't blame a defensive coach for saying, you know, because of that, you getting lost and whatever. I'm not going to just unleash you to do what you can do on the offensive end. Now, to your point, and I agree with you, Randle does have a longer leash than the other players. And I can't argue with the fan base who says you got to hold everybody to the same standard. I can't argue with that, but I've been in sports a long time, and I've seen that stars always get and I put that in quotes. I put that in quotes.
That extra credit.
Always get a longer leash than rookies, whether we think it's right or not. So I'm not of the opinion that he would have done the same thing early in the season, because when Randle was down with COVID, he had an opportunity to do the same thing. And he
scored 20 both games.
He scored 20 and right, but it's not just about scoring though. It's about both sides, and it's about knowing where you're supposed to be. So you're giving me 20 on the offensive end, but on the defensive end, you don't even know where you're supposed to be. I don't have a problem with Obi. I want Obi to get his shine, but to me, Obi has to develop his offensive game if he wants to be more than a rim runner, and if he wants to be able to create his own shot. That's what's going to turn him into a star, not just running and jumping.
Okay, so this is what I say to that. Is this it? When you only got me playing in the beginning of the season 11 I may play 11 minutes one game. I'm just lathering up to get going.
But you're playing the same position as Randle.
But look, everybody is not a microwave. Everybody's
No
not
doubt about
microwave. Johnson just come in and ready to make buckets. Sometimes you just got to lather up, play the game, and get into the flow of the game. So that if you can shoot, you can shoot. Obi showed in college that he could shoot. So that was no factor on anything else as far as what I'm watching. I seen him put the ball on the floor. And even when he put the ball on the floor, as far as like in games, it doesn't look like it's new to him. It's nothing that he developed. Like he said, this I already got this. If you want to see my bag of what things that I can do, put me on the floor. The defense, I can understand if you're going to pull me on. But he wasn't that bad this year for Tibbs to treat him the way that he did. He wasn't that bad.
I will say this. You got Randle and you got Obi playing the exact same position. As a coach, you don't believe in playing small ball because you like to have your rim protection. We could agree or disagree. Where are you getting more of those minutes for Obi? Even if you play Randle 30, he's still only getting 18. Like, where are you getting the minutes from?
Well, even if you take the 30 to 18, it's better than 6 and then 15. Give me
I'm
the
not
18.
playing he was all second team NBA. You can't just play him 30 minutes. But this is what I will say, OG. There was plenty of opportunity, though, for him to get more minutes. Them games in which Randle imploded, those are opportunity to get more minutes. Yeah. Those games in which Randle seemed disengaged, not with it, those were opportunities to get more minutes.
Well,
so I agree with that. Right, but hold up. But on the regular, you can't just say I'm a split minutes with Randle. On the regular, you can't say you getting 30, you getting 18.
Hey, look,
but there were moments he could have got more minutes. I agree with that.
Look, I looked at it like this here. It was like you remember AC Green and Canvas split minutes for 3 years with the Lakers, and then they finally traded Rambis. So if you're going to institute that into your offense, that look, this is how we're going to split minutes, and then you move on from it. And then at the end of the day, when you want to make a decision who you're going to move, that's what you do. You know, it's not like it's impossible that Randle has to play 40 minutes.
At this point in their development, Randle is a better player. That's all I'm saying. But I agree with you. Obi can get to the point where he's forcing Randle out the door. I just don't think he's at that point yet. Randle is forcing himself out the door for different reasons, not because Obi is forcing him out the door. But and I've said that it's possible that Obi becomes a better player than Randle. I'm just saying right now, I don't think he's done enough to push Randle out the door.
Yeah, I'm not saying that right now that he needs to put Randle out the door, because I'm putting more onus on Tibbs to recognize what situation that these players are in and try to adapt. I'm just saying, if you're going to be with, it's okay to be like, okay, yeah, you with Randle, but still understand what you also have, and don't just shuck it to the side until the season is gone, and then come back to it. And then come back to it and just be like, okay, well, everything is okay now, this, that, and the third. Because us as fans, we see certain things that we could at least grab the play-in. You know, we won one game in February. One game in the whole February. That's more towards coaching than anything. I'm sorry. No, you should not win one game in any NBA season and you have vets on your team. And you have a team that played together. You don't do that. No, you don't go 1-16 in the month of February.
But they had a lot of turmoil, though. I don't think the chemistry was great with the Kemba thing, the Fournier thing, moving Burks. I don't think we had that same lineup throughout. So I think the Knicks really didn't start coming into their own till after the All-Star break in terms of chemistry. Once they decided to cut bait with Kemba and just stick with a rotation. But listen, I'm not going to argue with you that Obi could have gotten more minutes. All I'm saying is just because somebody pops in the end doesn't mean they would have popped all along. Sometimes when you get more minutes, you show what you can do. Sometimes when you get more minutes, you get exposed. It could go either way.
Only thing I can say, like as far as Randle is concerned, and I always tell Freezy this, if you having a baby and you show up the next game after your baby is born, it's something that player is seeing in practice.
Randall seen something. You saying he felt threatened?
Of course, you don't have a
The
baby
same.
one day and you take one day out and it's a preseason game and you come back.
And OG,
You
the same with
feeling
the COVID
something you
situation. Remember, he was only like literally out like 2 games. He was like, I gotta get back.
Everybody else took a week.
He was playing every single game. No hell high water. I mean, I don't know why Obi hasn't earned. You know, I understand what Queen is saying. I really do. But what I just can't get in my mind is, if you want to find out what a player is, then sure, put him in. So you're saying that, oh yeah, he pops in the end, doesn't mean that he would be that in the beginning. Okay, fine. But at least if you put him out on the floor so I can see what the product is as a front office exec, that makes my job easier. So I'm not.
But they did. He averaged 18 minutes a game. If you want to say they could have used him differently during that time, fine. You're not changing the offense for Obi in his second year in the league. You're not putting him in the situations you're putting Randle in his second year because he doesn't have that skill set.
He didn't average 18 minutes per game. He averaged spot minutes that were.
Look at the minutes down. Sam went through this on nothing but look at him down. It wasn't like 50, 48 minutes, 2 minutes, 8 minutes. Look at the minutes down. They were pretty around the same thing. Listen, time shall tell. Time shall tell. I hope Obi is working on his mid-range game. I hope he's working on that 3-point shot because 30% ain't gonna get it.
Right.
I hope he's working on being able to get the ball thrown to in the post, because if he doesn't develop his skills, you're going to have a strong starting lineup around him where you're not really counting on him to do anything but run, get rebounds, things like that. If you want to be able to go to Obi at some point in his career, he's going to have to develop offensively. And if you're saying he already has it, he needs to get better at it.
Right.
No, and he will. He will. I mean, that's the beauty. He's in year 2. So as time goes on, I know,
year 2 at 24.
Sure, that
he got to develop quickly to have enough time to at least show it.
Understood, but he's only been on the job for 2 years, and the amount of minutes he has played has not been a consistent 15, 18, 20, 15, 18, 20. Like, it's not been that. It's been sporadic at best, where he gets 8 minutes and then all of a sudden he gets,
he's
4
playing
minutes
behind Randle.
That.
But that's what it's gonna be.
Right.
Well,
that's what it's gonna be, unless they move him. That's what the Knicks got to do. If they really believe in Obi, move Randle. But you can't look what we could say, whatever we want to say with Randle's trash season. He was still 20, 10, and 5. He was still one of the best defensive players on the team. To ask a coach whose job is predicated on wins and losses to cut his minutes so Obi can get more time, you're asking a lot.
I've heard
but if Obi is contributing to winning, and Obi is it's certain things on the court that Obi does better than Randle.
No doubt about it. I'm not even going to argue that.
And it contributes to winning. So sometimes, a 20 and 10 is just.
How did it contribute to winning? We still lost.
No, but I'm just saying. But you can't say if you're not getting the minutes, okay, then. But when I'm doing winning things, but I'm just not consistently on the floor. And this guy's coming in with his 20 and 10 and turning the ball over 8 times. But
what's the winning things that Obi is doing?
Obi is a better passer. Obi recognizes the floor. He recognizes spacing. Mm-hmm. He knows when to shoot, when to pass. He doesn't turn the ball over. A lot of things that contribute to winning that Randle does that put us in the position of losing, Obi doesn't do.
Okay, but would you agree that his sample size is small? That if he had a 30-minute sample size, that we may be seeing the same thing, especially if teams are game planning against him. He's in a very different position than Randle is in, and Randle had a trash season, in my opinion. So I'm not.
Most definitely.
But he would. It's possible, and I believe he would have been exposed if he got 30 minutes a game and teams were game planning against him. He's not there yet.
I don't. But see, and that's where we're different, because, like you say, you can't take being 24 years old as a deterrent. But then that experience that you have being 24 years old in the maturity may factor into what you're talking about.
So you
I'm
think
thinking
if
that
teams was game planning against him and he in that same role as Randle, he would
I'm
have been
passing
able.
because I'm not going to be running
Wow.
it. My game shows as though that I'm not going to be running into double teams, that I know when to give the ball up. So certain things that I look at when I see Obi play, because if you have a skill set, it's different levels that you may play the game on, but your skill set will always come, and his skill set works in the NBA. The more of it that we get, I think we'll be in a better position.
I'm not arguing with you eventually. But I can't get with right now. Obi's game is where Randle's is, and if we swap out Randle for Obi, and teams are game planning for Obi, that he's gonna be as successful as. It's a different game when teams are game planning for you. It's different.
If you did the minute swap, this is what I think that will happen from Obi. Will Obi get 20 and 10 going down there? No, I don't think so. But I think that it will unlock RJ being better. Maybe RJ get more passes going towards the basket because you have a willing passer. I don't think that Obi will just automatically be that scorer, but I think that it'll help the team out in its entirety.
That's different. Basically, what you're saying is and that's more about taking Randle out and the gravity that he has than it is about Obi and what he's gonna bring. That's more about taking out the gravity.
I'm just feeling as though the same plays in the same situations you put Obi in versus Randle, Obi going to be making better decisions to help the team. So it's not about Randle. It's about what Obi will be doing in that position. He won't be trying to force the ball to score. He won't be turning the ball over. People will be getting more shots at the basket with Obi in I think that Obi scores. I feel as though Obi also to make shots, but he won't be doing the things that's detrimental to team ball.
But I get it. But you're talking about what he's not going to do. I'm talking about what he's going to do.
Hey, OG, you're breaking up really bad.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Hey, Rob, you breaking up, bro.
I mean, we shall see. I'm not hating on Obi. I think he's going to be a good player over time.
Hey,
I just
Rob,
think at this point, you're not switching him out for Randle, and you're going to be better.
We're not comparing the individual talent because yes, it can be said that Randle is a more talented individual.
Even on the team, he changes the dynamics on the team as well.
Not Julius Randle. Obi Toppin, I think, changes the impact of how you game.
You're not winning. You're not. You swap them out, Rayology. You getting you got the best chance of getting the number 1 pick in this year's draft. And it's not even close. It's not even close. If you switch them out, it changes how the team approaches you. It changes what they do with RJ. They're gonna load up on RJ, and there's nothing Obi's gonna be able to do to take that pressure away.
Well,
unless run like Forrest Gump.
His athleticism and ability to move is what changes the entire dynamic of the offense in any case.
But we play the slowest pace in the game. So we played it. So that's not good. That's not gonna help him. And can I just say this one thing?
Sure.
I'm so over athleticism and wingspan and being able to dunk. I'm so over it. You gotta have game. Even if you're not athletic, there's many players in this game that's not athletic and they know how to get to their spots and they know how to get their shots off. You being athletic means absolutely nothing. Now, if you have skill and you're athletic, different story. But just being athletic means nothing. You can get taken out of the game. If Obi doesn't develop his offensive game, you could take him out of the game by slowing the pace down, which is what happens in the playoffs. And you could take him right out of the game. No,
I understand everything you're saying, Queen. All I'm simply saying is that athleticism is not everything, but it plays a huge role in how teams on this level actually play you. You can't afford, if you're an opposing defense, to fall asleep on Obi or even. And
they won't, and that'll take them right out of the game. They won't, and it'll take them right out of the game.
how does it take him out of the game if he has the ability to actually stretch the floor and shoot? If he has the ability to cut on a dime and you're able to move the ball with it? But listen,
two different things. Being able to shoot is a skill. That's what I'm saying. He needs to up his skill level. I'm just talking about his athleticism and people getting all hyped because he can run and jump. It means nothing. You could take him out of the game with just that. But what you mentioned was a skill. Him being able to shoot. That's a skill. When they close out on him being able to put the ball on the floor and get into the lane. Now we talking about something. Now we talking the same language. That's what he needs to do. He's a different player if he does that. I'm just talking about people getting excited because he can run and he can jump and he can stretch the floor. They can stop you from stretching the floor if you don't have anything else. That's all I'm saying. He needs to develop his game.
Queen B, I'm gonna say this and then I'll cede to Andy. Right, Andy, all I'll do is jump in and say this, bro. Obi Toppin has significant fundamental flaws in his game offensively.
Sure.
Flaw number one, on dribble handoffs, he does not make himself an offensive threat. He stares down the receiver of the handoff, right? So now one guy can defend two players, right? Two, notice I put up one finger and not two when I said two because I can't count and my hands don't work for some reason. Two.
That's the second time.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So two, Obi Toppin does not attack closeout on three-pointers. Like when people come and contest the three, he does not put the ball on the floor and make a basketball move towards the rim, towards the basket, right? Three, Obi doesn't set significant enough screens where his man has to pay attention to a called defense. Excuse me, right? Does a man go over the top, go under all this stuff? One man can defend two people. And that's one of the things that I'm frustrated with about Tibbs' offense is that Mitch and Obi have the same issue. That one defender can guard two people because neither looks at the rim, neither pump fakes, neither makes dribble penetration towards the rim, right? And neither sets solid screens, right? And three, and this is probably the most important thing for Obi is not assertive enough, even if his shot is not going. If your shot's not going, you still have to be an offensive threat on the floor. If you miss 2 3-pointers in a row and they kick out to you in the corner, you got to shoot that same three with the confidence that you missed the other two with. You know what I'm saying? Even if you miss, you just got to keep this mindset that I can't look nervous in this corner or the defenders are not going to come out here. They're just going to sag. They're just going to sag on RJ.
Or typical Kobe.
Yeah, that's what I want to get to. And I'm not knocking Obi. I hope
he'll get better. He'll get better.
Yeah.
He'll get better.
If you believe he'll get better, then a lot of the things that are being mentioned now won't be an issue come next season or the season following.
And that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see.
We have to see it. This is a demonstrative, evidence-driven league. It's not built on hopes and dreams and potentials and all. Like at some point, you got to put it together. My thing is I look at Julius Randle at this stage, 8 years in the league, and I say to myself, is there anything more that he can primarily do that is going to get me over the hump? Otherwise, I'm shifting my focus over to Obi, and I'm gonna let that go.
Listen, I'll tell you one thing he can do right now. Teams have to respect him, and that opens up the game for other players. Teams have to respect him. You have to have a guy on the team that the opposing team respects. That opens it up for other players. So don't underestimate his gravity as well.
So question, is it the sort of attention that's like, wow, Julius Randle is really that guy, so we have to run the double team him, or is it part of the defensive game plan that gets us easy?
It could be both. It could be both. But either way, it still opens it up.
Okay, that's fair. Andy, I heard the Forrest Gump line. I wanted to laugh, but I was saying something.
And at JJ, I'm gonna say this point: Obi is efficient because he plays close to the basket. Come on, let's relax with the efficiency. You know, he's an elite finisher, and I will give him that, not just on dunks, but his body control on layups, his ability to finish around the basket is, in my opinion, at an elite level. That helps his efficiency.
Right.
You got the team game planning against him, throwing double teams at him. He has to create his own shot. He has to take mid-range shots. His efficiency goes way down because he's just not there yet.
But we've complained this entire show about the efficiency of the team. Doesn't that help?
It does.
Okay.
If it wasn't for Obi and Mitch and Sims, our field goal percentage would be even worse.
In the toilet.
That is a whole
no doubt about it.
Right.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm leaning more towards Obi, because it's like, I'm not saying he's the better player. What I'm saying is he's the better basketball fit, in my opinion, for what he actually wants: high energy, ball movement, all those different things. I look at Obi and I say, there's something there I could work with a little bit
offensive,
more.
but you're saying offensively, defensively, you cannot be further from the truth on that one.
But
defensively, because Obi is not a Tibbs type defender.
No, of course. But under Tibbs, a defensive guru, right? We expect that he can draw up schemes and plays and move these players who are defensively inefficient and move them to a category where they're at least decent, right? So I can kind of work a little bit more easier with Obi than I can with Julius, where I'm struggling with selective effort and hustle. And yes, I understand that even Queen last night, she spelled out some stats that had me in the chat with saying, you know, devil is a lie, you know, that kind of thing. I gotta go back and read that stuff, man, because when she said, when Queen said that Julius Randle was one of the best defensive net rating players or something to that degree, I was choked and died on the spot. I was like, wait, what?
But his off the ball defense is not great, but that's not due to his defensive IQ. That's due to his effort and him taking plays off and things of that sort. So that was readily apparent from the eye test. I saw that myself.
Well, I mean, I didn't know it was going to morph into the Obi versus Julius, and it should never be Obi versus Julius, because the truth is that they're teammates, and you have the ability to actually put them together, and they can be really, really dominant as a small ball lineup. The problem is my coach is Tom Thibodeau, and his religion is we got to protect the paint at all costs. So he's going to put out a traditional five. Like, I bet you Tom Thibodeau is somewhere right now just salivating over Rudy Gobert. I guarantee you that is like his dream pick and then some, because what Rudy Gobert does defensively is everything that Tom wants to do. However, you know, I mean, Tibbs is not, you know, flexible. He's not really that adaptable.
I think he will be. I think he knows he's going to have to do some of that next season if both of them are here.
Yeah, because it looks like Tibbs might be out of here. I said, like I always said, he had 3 years out the 5. And they're going to put somebody there that can coexist with both of those players if they both going to be there. Because if he can't, now look, this is what I say about a coach, and I had a lot of different coaches. And I'll use Pat Riley in that analysis. When Pat Riley played, coached the Lakers, they had Showtime Lakers. So he coached the players that he had. It wasn't that he had to. When he went to the Knicks, it was a totally different coaching system. Good coaches adapt. Bad coaches got systems. That's why they can only coach in a certain system. So we have to really understand what type of coach that we have. You have a system coach, if that's all he can do, and then when the lead passes the system, then what you do? You just have a dinosaur there. If you have to adapt to your players, the players doesn't always have to necessarily adapt to the coach. You adapt to the coach as far as you listening, but when you're playing, a coach has to come up with different things based on the players that he has. He's getting paid to coach these players. Why you have to get a Tibbs player? No, you get even if you have to rely on your coaching staff to come up with a different offense for the type of players that you have, those are what the good coaches do. So looking at Tibbs, he might not be all that we think he is.
But look at Pop. Pop is a very good coach, but they get Pop type of players. Everybody's not going to San Antonio playing for Pop.
Pop even made the adjustments because earlier in Pop's career, when he had Tim Duncan, they was playing like East Coast basketball pretty much in the West, slug them down. Then he changed his style when he got Ginobili to a 3-point shooting team. He wasn't always about that three, so Pop did change his style at a time or two.
But what I'm saying is, no matter what, his different coaches have different philosophies. For Pop, it's about having those high IQ guys. It's not about the offense, defense. It's those type of players. So you got to be a high IQ player to play for him. Same thing with But what I'm saying is, Tibbs' style is not more about high IQ. His style is more about having these rugged defensive players. Pop may have changed his offense, but he didn't change the type of player he's looking for.
But Queen, everybody want a smart player. That's without a given.
But they want a smart player. But for San Antonio, there is a bar that if you don't cross, you're not playing there.
Okay,
that's the difference.
But that's with the mind. Okay, but we can all agree that every coach would like a smart player to implement his system with. So pretty much to me, that goes without saying. Can some of them make do with certain a little less, but when you're crossing the line? Because if you just want to come down to the situation like that, but like I say, style of play is different. The lead have changed. You can have everything that you want in a player, but as the lead changes, so should your style. And it seems as though with Tibbs, he's stuck in a situation that he thinks his philosophy is going to outplay or outwork everything else. And it's not. And he's just that type of coach. So that's why I say 3 years, put the culture there, and then ship them upstairs somewhere and put somebody else there that can get the job done with the philosophy, with the mindset of defense first, because that's what New Yorkers want. And then you can build it going further, because right now it's like this here. If you can't even fathom trying to get these two to play because you want something that the rest of the league is not even worried about, but you think this, and you never won a championship, so we can put what you said to the test. He never
had those players though. You look at all these teams that people talk about.
Chicago?
Who? Injured Rose? You think that was a good enough team to win a championship?
He had a defensive player of the year. He had an MVP.
You muted. That team wasn't good enough to win, and it wasn't together long enough. Look at Pop. Everybody talk about Pop. Look who Pop had. Top 75 players. People talking about Steve Kerr. Who Steve Kerr got? Top 75 players. Who did Spoelstra have? Wade, LeBron, whatever. You gotta have the dogs to win the championship.
That's true too. But when you look at that team, that team was going to the playoffs 2 years previously before Tibbs even got there.
No doubt about it. But they weren't able to continue because of the injuries.
Okay, so but no, in Rose's year that you had. Now look, we can all look at it at the time and say, okay, yeah, they didn't win it, but at the time, everybody said that Chicago had a dog in the fight.
They had, yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, it's not a one-time thing. Think about how many years Pop had with Tim Duncan and that core to win a championship. How long he didn't have that type of length with a healthy D Rose. Maybe he would have.
He had he had at least 5 years with him.
But the team wasn't healthy.
Young in his career. He was young, and he had 5 years with him. But two of them years he was a rookie and a second-year player.
No, he never was a rookie with Tibbs.
Who you talking about? You talking about Rose?
Yeah, Rose never.
Yeah, Rose. He was a third-year player. But it's semantics though, because he was still
he was still young.
But look, when in hindsight, everybody says the same thing. You're the one that broke the team down. You're the one who was running those crazy practices. You're the one who had more to do with the demise of your team than the people that you had on the team. And everybody knows that. So he's just a product of his own
young
environment.
Cats. You young, you 19 years old. You can't play 38 minutes a game. I mean come on. I think that's on Rose.
Hey, look at here. It wasn't just Rose. It wasn't just Rose. Joakim Noah. Luau, Dang, all of them had injuries at one given point in time.
Hey, y'all. Hey, just real quick, man. I'm about to get out of here.
Yeah, me too.
So yeah, I gotta, you know, close up for a little bit, man, because we're gonna do Knicks freestyle in about 3 hours. Free Keith and the Ghetto Intellect. I'll make sure y'all come back, you know what I'm saying, for all that. I appreciate everybody for coming through, man. The conversation is always dope. It seems like we can go all night.
Ever.
Hey, Queen B,
we got to do a marathon. We got to do a marathon. People just drop in and out for like 12 hours.
Yeah, bam, just.
The only reason why the show is this long is because Ron wanted to pay RJ $100 million. That's
and we still hear Ron Cleveland if you watch it from somewhere.
He won.
You know
RJ won 40, 150. He's not 181 right now.
180. Cut the check.
OG, don't start the conversation over.
Yeah.
Now it's gonna be like
ESPN
another hour.
ESPN saying 90. Like,
yeah. Cut the check. Y'all already bring it. Look at Cully. Even Cully coming back for that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Hey, y'all, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everybody for coming.
Hey, Queen, I'm gonna catch up with you on your show. You're gonna have me on.
When you want to come on, DM me. You can come on Monday.
Hey, look, I'm gonna put my number in the chat. You hit me up.
All right.